But first, some background. Well, I think this is probably familiar to all of you, more or less. So effective polarization is a topic we are talking about a lot in recent years. It gets increasing interest also in research on polarization. This is from a very influential paper by Yengar and others, 2019. Basically defining the concept as the degree to which different groups in society have negative views of each other, and then we can try to measure this with things like feeling thermometer ratings, where people from different groups rate other groups, how much they like or dislike these groups on a temperature scale, so to say from 0 to 100, where 50 is neutral. And these data from the US, for example, indicate that over the years, we've seen an increase in negative feelings, a decrease in positive feelings when it comes to how the two main political groups look at each other. In a society or a political system like the Netherlands, this is, of course, a much more complicated story because we have a multi-party system. Here I show you data from study by Ebro Hartenveld, also here in Amsterdam. Here we have the political parties in the Netherlands ranked roughly by left to right. And here we have the average feeling thermometer values if you look at the particular recombination. This is based on the survey data from the voters survey, I believe. And roughly what you see, makes a lot of sense, of course, is that the farther away two parties are in terms of their ideological distance on the left-right scale, the more negative the feelings are that people have towards the other party. And actually, if we look at the outer ends, we have, let's say, negativity scores, which pretty much match what you have in the US system. So for the Dutch people amongst us, or those who know the Dutch system, the PVV people dislike the Socialist Party people about as much as Democrats dislike Republicans in the US, or the other way around. But in the middle of the spectrum, we have relatively neutral or slightly warm feelings towards each other, even if they are from different party.
Yeah. Has that changed? It's quite surprising. Extreme left.
Probably there are very recent data. These are a bit older.
He means it didn't change since yesterday.
Yeah.
And so the rows and columns, I see that the right hand side is a bit more dark blue. That means that left dislikes the right, or the other way around?
No.
Left dislikes the right one, then right,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah. And that, by the way, seems to be a result that also comes out in US data, right? The Democrats dislike the Republicans more than the other way around. Also interesting to know.
Whose fault is that?
Anyway, if you have read my abstract, you think I will talk about interethnic relations and interethnic attitudes. This is obviously not about interethnic attitudes, it's about political attitudes. But this concept of effective polarization extends, of course, also to the idea that there may be mutual disliking between people of different ethnic groups, for example, social classes, whatever. So it's a more general thing, if you want. Okay, we are also talking a lot and thinking a lot that about effective polarization as a more general problem in society, or animosity between groups, political groups, social classes, maybe ethnic groups, immigrants, non-immigrants, and so on. As this is a meeting where we discuss also emergence and complexity, let me just say, basically, yes, it is an emergent and complex phenomenon. I think it's often not studied as that, but I think here we probably can agree on that. For example, if you think about processes going on in social networks, so people select certain other people to interact with and avoid other people to interact with. So there's already a dynamic going on, or maybe several dynamics. People you interact with somehow influence you and you influence them. So that's another dynamic. These dynamics are obviously interconnected. And probably there are more things going on at the same time. And the result of these processes, and I have now not yet talked about media or social inequality or whatnot, only if we take these processes, then the result of those processes would be changing distributions of attitudes groups have towards each other, or people, individual members of these groups have towards other groups. And of course, these changes feedback then into how people perceive other groups and how they interact with each other. So here we have already a feedback effect. We have different interacting processes. And of course, the outcome of this complex dynamic depends then on a lot of further conditions in which this process takes place. So groups can be composed in different ways. There may be more or less ideological disagreement to begin with. If we would, for example, form a new group of people, there may be more or less what I call here structured xenophobia in a society. So what's the history of, for example, intergroup relations in this society? How much is it entrenched in institutions and so on? Or, same story, structural network segregation. For example, if people just live in different parts of cities, don't encounter each other, or is this not the case? So these are, if you want, boundary conditions under which this process here takes place, or contextual conditions, actually. In the discussion about effective polarization, at some point, the idea, the good old, if you want, idea of, hey, there is an important role of interpersonal content in trying to combat negative perceptions of other groups came up again. It's an idea from the 1950s, at least, from so-called contact theory. And it came up, and I will talk about that in a minute a bit more. It came up because there's, of course, a concern if we think about this as a complex dynamic with possible feedback effects, that we could have, if you want, a negative spiral. We call this in various contexts a spiral of increasingly negative output attitudes, mutually reinforcing negative output attitudes. So you could say, okay, there are already some negative output attitudes to begin with. If we have a diverse group of people, that leads to more likely negative interactions between people from different groups. That may lead to more negative output attitudes, and so on, and so on, and so on. This is a concern. And an important idea, what one could do about it, is this whole idea. I quote here Gordon Allport, who is often seen as the inventor, so to say, of this contact theory. I think there are some earlier people, never mind. It has, so basically the idea is if people interact on an interpersonal level, and this interaction is positive, even if it's with an outgroup member, then that will change your perceptions of the group as a whole, of the group of the person you interact with. So positive interaction lead to improved output attitudes. That makes future positive interactions more likely through various mechanisms, leads to even more positive output attitudes, and so on. So that could be an opposing with self-reinforcing dynamic, if you want. Obviously, it's more complex. So this would be the one idea. We have people from one group connected to each other, people from the other group connected to each other, and we have some connections between people from these different groups, and if they interact in these relations, that improves outgroup attitudes. So far, so good. That would be the focus on these intergroup relations. But then, of course, people also interact within their own groups. And this is sometimes the literature, this literature called socialization effect. So when you talk to people from your in-group, they may have, well, empirically, we know on the whole, people think more positively about their own groups than other groups, typically, not always, but typically. So possible prejudice, possible negative views of our groups would be strengthened and reinforced in those interactions here, while at the same time those interactions there should reduce these negative views. On top of that, these social ties change over time. People may, because they have, for example, more negative outgroup attitudes, stop interacting with the outgroup, or start interacting with the in-group more. So there's another dynamic going on. And of course, we know this is still a process in which multiple individuals, interconnected individuals interact, and this aggregates up to macro level outcomes in complex ways, possible. So that's a good reason to go to modeling. Not a surprise for anyone here, but not a common approach in this literature. And that's what we did in a paper, which is which has basically been written, but we're still doing the finishing touches and was soon submitted. Where one important co-author is Loseba, PhD student at our institute in Groningen, and a former PhD student, Jade Rotte, is also working as a co-collaborator on this project. And we built on a very, very simplistic model I have introduced a couple of years ago, where the main idea was to model this intergroup interaction and this formation of attitudes about other groups as a social influence process, in which the attitudes themselves also affect how you interact with other groups. The basic idea is very simple. So let's say people influence each other if they interact with regard to the same object. So we talk about a certain object. The object can be my group or your group in this model. If I talk to an outgroup member, so intergroup interaction, then what is my group to me is the outgroup to you, right? So we talk about this object and we influence each other's attitudes towards this object, my group, which for you is the outgroup. Or we could talk about your group, or both, which is for you the outgroup, in-group, for me the outgroup. Obviously, an intra-group interactions, which also can take place in this model. If I talk about my group, it's also your in-group, and same goes for the outgroup for me and the outgroup for you. We elaborate that then in obviously a formal agent-based social influence model, or opinion dynamics, if you want, model, where we combine two processes, which often are used in the literature, and I will talk a little bit more later about empirical work trying to test these. This is a very common assumption that we often make. So if two people interact, their attitudes will move towards each other, positive or assimilative influence. And there's a lot of empirical backing that happens. There's a little bit and somewhat debated empirical backing also for this process. So if there is a large discrepancy between you and me for various reasons, I may not like your group, we may disagree a lot, or whatever, and you hold a certain attitude, then I may rather tend to move away from that attitude. And we can bring in social balance theory and various other theories from psychology, if you want, to motivate this assumption. As said, there is some empirical evidence, but it's debated to what extent this is a really important process. But we use it in our models here. So if it's positive influence, negative influence, both can happen, but it depends on the discrepancy between two individuals, which will happen if two individuals interact. And this discrepancy depends on a range of factors. The first one you could say is just how much we disagree on something we talk about. The more we disagree, the more discrepant we perceive each other. The other two are really identity related. one. So the first one is just, are you belonging to this other group? And to the more entrenched xenophobia we have in a society, the more descriptive I perceive you. The other one is, what is my attitude towards you? This can change in our model. This can change as a consequence of social influence. So I could interact with you as an outgroup member. My attitude may improve as a consequence because you influence me to like your group more. Then this is going down. So next time around, you're less descriptive for me. But this always stays. And this is obviously parameter in the model, so we can model to what extent this entrenched xenophobia plays with. That's one of the questions we are exploring. This ABM combines influence and selection in these network processes. Basically, well, this is the rough sketch of the algorithm. So we pick individuals in random order. An individual which is selects an interaction partner based on discrepancy. So looks at all available interaction partners in the network, and the less discrepancy there is, the more likely you will pick one of these interaction partners as the person to interact with. Basically, a discrete choice model behind that. Then the interaction takes place, and again, whether there will be positive assimilated influence or negative influence depends on the discrepancy, which on both sides is basically computed in the same way, based on this equation with 3 ingredients: opinion disagreement, whether you belong to the other group or not, ruled by the degree of entrenched xenophobia, and third, by my attitude towards your group, which can change.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Would you have just the agent identity, but where is the group identity here? So for each agent,
It's a group identity. So in the simple version I'm talking about here, and actually we don't have a more complex version so far. There are only 2 groups, and you're either group 1 or group 2.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, and you know whether the other person belongs to your group or not, which is another interesting assumption to relax at some point. Okay, with this kind of model, you can of course do lots of things, and we do lots of things, but I want to focus on only one particular question now, here, and that is, let's assume, which I think is relatively plausible, there is some degree of entrenched xenophobia. So no matter how much in interactions with people, our attitudes change, our prejudice goes down, there still is some or a constant factor that makes us perceive our group members as more discrepant than in-group members. It's always, but it's not the whole story. So there is also at the same time a portion of this discrepancy which is attitude related and which can change, for example, due to the mechanisms of contact theory. So if I'm influenced by you to perceive your group more positively, this part of the discrepancy will go down. And then I can ask the question, if we have such a world, such a society, what is the effect on whether contact works or not in the way that contact theory portrays it in this theoretical world, of course, if we make this group identity more or less stable in the interactions. And remember, the group identity can become more stable, but part of it is entrenched and part of it is changeable in its effect on how discretely perceive each other. I'm now looking at just a very simple scenario where 50% of this group identity effect can change if attitudes improve. So 50% belongs to this attitude-related part of the discrepancy, and 50% is the fixed entrenched part. But it can be in different simulation scenarios more or less important for how people perceive the other person, whether they have the same identity or not, right? Okay, so I want to look at this simple intuitive experiment here, where we have an initial situation. So we have two groups. For some reason, we picked at some point 110 members of the population, and they are equally, the two groups are equally large, 55, 55. Well, in line with most empirical evidence, we assume there is an initial in-group bias, but it's a random, it's a better distribution here. So, or two better distributions. So on the whole, on average, you have a more positive attitude towards your in-group than towards the out-group. But it's a random variable in the initial situation. And as said, 50% of the impact on group identity in the scenario I'm now looking at with you is fixed. The other 50% can change. This is for one simulation scenario, an initial situation. So here you see the individuals mapped in a two-dimensional space, where one is the attitude towards group white, the other is the attitude towards group red. These were just the colors that Logo decided to pick for us. We didn't bother about it. And the white individuals are located down here, the red are up there. This is, by the way, not with 110 for visualization purposes, so it's a smaller setting. But I'll show you some of the results of it. So with these initial settings, if the discrepancy is beyond a certain critical threshold, you have negative links. If it's below a certain critical threshold, you have positive. And here you see lots of positive links, also between people from different groups. Right? It depends on how much they disagree with each other. What is at random what was your initial attitude towards the outgroup, whether or not there will be a positive link to outgroup member. Positive links are there. But there are also negative links. And the negative links are, I think, entirely exclusively here between the members of different groups. That is just wired in the initial scenario. And what I now look at is two different conditions. One in which the overall impact of group identity on the perceived discrepancy is 40%. So that means the other 60% is just how much do you and me disagree on these two issues we are debating, which is what do we like, how do we like the red group, how do we like the white group. And in the other scenario, we make this 50%. So let's first look at it. Yeah,
I'm a bit confused. So the attitude towards other groups can also be negative?
Yes.
Or I don't, but if the links are then negative, what does that mean?
So the balance of the link, whether it's positive or negative, depends on a comparison of the perceived discrepancy with the threshold value. I think I didn't say that. Sorry. The threshold value, I think in this version of the model that we have picked here, it's like at say 0.75 on a scale from 0 to 1. So there must already be a fairly high discrepancy before there's a negative. Okay, yeah. Okay, let's look at these two scenarios, and I jump over to the.
Yeah. Can I ask you something?
Yes, you
What
can.
is the two distributions on the left side of the slide? What are those?
Let me go back. You mean this?
Yes.
This is the initial in-group attitude distribution, and this is the initial out-group attitude distribution.
Okay, towards the other group.
Yeah, out-group means towards the other. Yeah, and that is on both sides the same.
Yeah,
It could be asymmetric. Here it's.
Okay.
Okay, now I would like to run this model, but first I need to get to some buttons which I cannot see. Right, okay. Okay, it's a model with a lot of parameters, but I definitely will not talk about all of them. Okay, so we have this, again, this is not 110 individuals for visualization reasons. We have this setup. We can look at the positive links here. We can look at the negative links in the initial situation. And we can run the dynamic. And I will do this now. Let's see, maybe we make this 5 and it doesn't go so fast. Set up and go. Oh, it's now with network links. Okay. So this was the situation of the yeah. So it takes a while until things sort out. Guess I should have made it a bit faster now. Yeah, let me just do it slightly differently. So we make this a bit faster, and I will not draw the network links, but it's just the same dynamic that we see. And this is now where the impact of the identity is 50% scenario. And you see it's sort of a semi-stable state. Both groups tend to like their own group more than the other group. And here, oh, strangely, we see it move in a corner where I actually didn't expect it to move, but this is possible, right? It is possible. It's a stochastic process.
That means that there's a lot of in-group dislike among.
Also can happen, depending on how much initial or how the initial distribution looks like. See. Yeah, I see already. This is the other version of the program. Okay. Here. Takes a while. Basically, same story again. Okay, I run again from this scenario. Let's see. Oh yeah, this is the scenario now, let's say the more benign scenario where the identity matters to 40% and the rest is just our inter-individual agreement or disagreement. I run the whole thing. Now we see it with network relations, okay. And here we see polarization developing.
That's surprising, right? I thought it would be a more benign scenario, they would like each other more.
That is indeed what I also would have expected. I'm not sure what happened.
Maybe they start off too far from each other on their opinions.
That could be the case here. In any case, this is as said this is as said a stochastic process, and it can go all sorts of ways. If we would decrease somewhat now the degree to which this identity matters, then we see it go in the other direction, right? That's the main point here. So the more identity matters in this model and in this scenario, the more likely we see that these negative interactions between groups take over, and that we end up with a situation in which you can say, well, here, I did find it for the 40% condition. That contact works if identity doesn't matter that much. And that was what you just saw. The two groups move towards each other in their attitudes. Out-group attitudes improved. By the way, in the process, in-group attitudes became slightly worse. And that is because if I'm influenced by out-group members who have a worse view of my group to begin with, and it's a positive interaction, I will move my attitude a bit towards their attitude in this model, right? Under the social influence assumption. And if we slightly increase the weight of this identity, we see effective polarization taking over. And this is also, if you map this more systematically, and this is now with the 110 individuals and many averaged across many simulation runs. This is if we increase the impact of this identity in this scenario, we see that somewhere around here is a tipping point. Here we see that below the tipping point, we see that the resulting outgroup attitude has improved above the initial baseline. And here around here, the in-group attitude starts to become very positive and the out-group attitude starts to become very negative. So this is the effective polarization range. Okay, now we can do all sorts of things, of course, to move from here to data. We have this theoretical result, but what can we do now to link this to empiry? And we can do, of course, lots of things. But here are two strategies I'm talking about that we do in our current work, where we use so-called stochastic actor-oriented models.
One clarification question or for before, how much do the relative group sizes matter?
We have conducted a bunch of robustness analyses, and let's say qualitatively the results do not change if you make it asymmetric.
Because if a defined group is much smaller, then they will actually kind of be forced in a way to socialize more with the out group.
That's true. Yeah.
But it's still.
Yeah, qualitatively it makes the same story, but indeed effects can become weaker or stronger, depending how asymmetric sizes. Yeah. Okay, so these are models. I want to keep short on those models, which are specially devised to analyze longitudinal data on the co-evolution of network relations and opinions, or actor attributes, if you want, in a network data set. They combine simulation methods with statistical inference methods, and this person here, Tom Snyder, is the person who became really famous with inventing these models and elaborating them. Christian Steglich is also well known for his work, collaborating with Tom a lot in developing these models. And there are more and more data sets describing the co-evolution of opinions, including opinions towards other ethnic groups, for example, in school classes, and the evolution of friendship networks, for example, in these school classes. When we make use of these data sets, one strategy is you use these and you devise specific effects, which you can then estimate from the data, which allow you to infer to what extent do we see certain social influence processes in these data. We look at the attitude changes, controlling for all the other changes that go on in the network. This is work done recently did with Tanja Tang, who is also here, not here physically now.
I will talk about a little bit about this later.
Okay, good. And Tom Snijders. I don't want to go too much in depth today, but say a bit more about this recent work I do with Ala Luceva, our PhD student in Groningen, and Christian Steglich, where we actually also calibrate with these models to similar field data and then conduct simulation studies to explore what would happen if certain things change due to, say, exogenous events, like, for example, a terrorist attack that suddenly makes people more in-group oriented and less out-group oriented, and so on. Just a quick mentioning of the recent work with Tanja and Tom. This has been published in the Journal of Artificial Society Social Simulation early this year. The main thing here was to develop a method in this stochastic actor-oriented modeling framework to test to what extent in these data we find evidence of this repulsive influence. So if you're interacting with someone from you who's having a different opinion from yours, could it be, or can we find evidence that will make you shift away controlling for all the other things that go also on in the network, in the influence process. And long story short, we found some evidence, relatively weak evidence, but some. This compares, by the way, also to competing assumptions, so for bound confidence model, where you would be influenced only by people who are sufficiently similar to you and not by people who are too dissimilar. We found, well, the model that was best fitting the data in supported the idea that there's some of this repulsive influence going on. But then that doesn't say that we have to get polarization, because it's a micro-level process and there are still many other processes going on at the same time in the network. So we ran simulations, posterior predictive checks if you want, and found that given the estimated model from the data, the degree of polarization in the end would be rather low. So it is basically the distribution of the polarization levels our model generated, and it still was rather low and also in the range of what we found empirically in those data, which are data on school classrooms, by the way, and attitudes kids have on certain topics and the development of their friendship relations at the same time. So in this work, this is the work we did with Tanja. Now I want to move on to this more recent work I do with Alla and Christian. And the main author here really is Alla. She is doing this as part of her PhD thesis. So here we wanted to look more into this possibility that these these spirals of increasing negative attitudes could develop in empirically observed school classes. That means we first use these stochastic actor models to estimate to what extent different micromechanisms really are. Well, we find evidence for these micromechanisms in this co-evolution data. It of course means, so well, you need these same tools to solve, to answer this question, because all these observations are interdependent and connected over time and so on. But that's what you can do with these tools. And then we explore in simulations what happens if certain changes occur in the situation, and how by manipulating coefficients relative to the empirically calibrated model. Right. So let's say we see this as effects of a terrorist attack or whatever. Our idea would be, well, one thing that could happen as a consequence of that is stronger ethnic homophoby. So stronger tendency to prefer interaction with in-group people to interaction with others. Meaning here, forming friendship relations more with in-group people than with out-group people after the shock, so to say. And also before the shock, this is already there. So in the empirical data, we find ethnic homophoby. We usually find it in these classroom data, but we increase the strength of this problem. Other idea, this could also be that the sensitivity to peer influence increases because the topic on which we model the influence in this data and observed it empirically is the attitude towards other groups. And the idea is, if such an event occurs, this becomes a more salient topic, and we are more being influenced by our peers on what they think about this particular topic. Right. We use a particular peer influence model, which is not the same that I showed you before, the agent-based model, which has to do with what is available in the same framework. We are currently working on alternative specifications. But this is the one we use, which is also has a certain theoretical foundation. And this is so-called orientational influence. Technically, it's the average alter effect in these same models. What it basically means is if someone is very far away from the mode of the, or let's say the median of the distribution of attitudes, this person has a disproportionate influence on them. So you look around, this person is a really opinion which is really far away from the rest, it stands out. It makes it more prominent to you, and you are influenced to move your opinion more in that direction of that person than in the direction of other persons who influence you. That's the sort of orientation influence assumption. We tested it on the data to give us a better idea of whether a process like this one would actually occur. So it could be, say, we have people who are initially already very negatively minded about the outgroup. They would influence their first level alters, meaning those who are directly connected to them in the friendship network. Lead in this direction means this person influenced by that person. And they could give it on, right, to the next level in the network. And I should soon come to that.
Yeah, 5 more minutes.
Yeah. So this is what we then actually modeled, and I will show you some results on that. We did not, well, we compared to what happened then further to the rest of the network, so people not directly linked to these negatively minded people. I will show you some results in that later. First of all, a bit of empirical background. So this is the distribution of attitudes we find in these school classes. I showed here for you for 3 different cohorts of schools that we used in our simulations. So here the opinions people hold towards Germans, towards Turks, and on the whole they are more on the positive side, right? There's not much negative thinking about other groups going on to begin with.
It's from Germany, it's not the Army one.
Yeah, these are German data.
Okay.
Yeah, the so-called FIS study, Friendship and Identity in Schools study.
It's similar to the Army one in terms of, it's similar to the Army study.
Comparable, yeah.
So similar,
Yeah,
like,
it has been done later, and one advantage here for our purposes about the Arnhem study is that they have more sophisticated measures of outgroup attitudes and identification with group England and so on. Because it was the focus of this study. So on the whole, people think more relatively positively about other groups, but also more positively about their own group than other groups. But also there are a few people who have negative views in these 2 cohorts we look at here in our simulations. And they are in relatively central or at least integrated positions. So these are the extremely negative people. Some of them, at least, are in relatively integrated positions in these networks, which makes it an interesting idea to see how they would influence others. And we did this. So first of all, we fitted a model to this data, and I showed only 3 effects from a much bigger model here, because this kind of model controls also for things like, for example, reciprocity and transitivity in the formation of social network relations, and so on and so on. Basically, what the model we fitted tells us is there is a clear same ethnicity effect, homophily effect in the formation of friendship relations. So people tend to link more to the angle. And only in one of the 2 cohorts, we find that the average attitude of your friends in this effect, I was I was talking about, actually significantly contributes to explaining the view towards the output. So there's not much evidence for this influence process going on that side, let's say. Right. And then we go through various simulation scenarios in which we respectively increase the strength of this ethnic homophily effect and increase the strength of the social influence effect on the output attitudes based on the empirical model. And this is the main thing we find. If you have a combination of strong ethnic homophily, so stronger than the empirical data, and strong peer influence than in the empirical data, which you could interpret as a consequence of such an external shock, you indeed see that outgroup attitudes end up in the various subgroups in these 2 different cohorts end up much more negatively than they were to begin with. So we could say, based on this empirically calibrated model, exploring the scenario of an exogenous shock, in this way we do it, we could say, well, yes, this is a possibility that this situation spirals into negative attitudes towards the other group. And here we see then, look at how that spreads, so to say, through the network over time. This is the people who have already initial negative views to begin with, and these are those one step away from that in the network, those two steps away from that in the network, and this is the rest. So you see, on the whole, we have this negative trend, but it, so to say, spreads from those negative people towards the rest of the network gradually. We do a lot of more things, which I will not show you now. I just jump, so to say, to conclusions for this particular sub-study now. So given this empirical strength of all these networks, yes, such an external shock could trigger as an intergroup hostility if it works the way we modeled it. But it also takes quite a while. Like we can map the simulation time to real time, and it would take quite a few years, 5 years or so, I think, before you would have really, you would have to keep these kids together for 5 years in the same school class before you get really high levels of inter-ethnic hostility. Which leads me to some more general questions which we can focus on in the discussion. Of course, we should do more empirical work, align these ABMs better with empirically estimated models, which then would help us to also perhaps use them as tools for risk assessment or tools for policy information. So what could you do, for example, in the school class? In which way could you intervene in the networks if you would want to prevent effective polarization, for example? That's basically it. I want once more acknowledge the work of people I worked with. Tanjib over here, Luceva, Christian Stegel, Tom Snyders, and quite a few more people might go on. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. So you mentioned that the location of the individuals with the extreme negative attitude varies on the network. Does that impact how they evolve over time? Or is that like the average for everyone?
I'm quite sure it would. We did not manipulate that. But that is what network interventions could do, right? This is whole literature. How can we change things in network processes, in social influence processes, in networks? One could, well, of course, this is a bit of a hypothetical thing, but you could say, well, let's just cut these people out of the network, those who are central, make them less central. Tricky thing, of course, also ethically problematic. But what one could think about more subtle ways, maybe make other people more prominent. In the time approach. Yeah.
Is there any other question?
Oh, you first.
One thing that I could see happening in this case of the external shock is that the distribution of initial opinions within the group would itself become more polarized. So within a group, some people will become very strongly against the other group, and some people actually become more protective. Very helpful. Do you see? Could you imagine simulating the polarization of the internal distribution?
We could with an ABM. That's of course no problem at all, and we did that. And of course, if you make the initial attitudes more negative, you get a higher likelihood of effective polarization. With the empirically fitted and calibrated model, it's a bit tricky because let's say the parameters estimated from the empirical data are based on the empirical distribution of opinions. And if we change the opinions, the microprocess that we take as a starting point is no longer really matching what we observed in the data. Of course, one could
So I guess my
try
question
to
is,
tweak.
I guess my question is a different one. So it will be, if you measure the distribution of opinions before and after a shock, right?
Yeah.
Do you see the entire outgroup shifts towards more negative, or that in fact you actually have the distribution can become less by normal, with some people actually becoming more positive and some more negative?
Yeah, oh, okay, I think now I see a question. So we could do this in simulation, of course. I think we didn't do it, I'm not sure. Maybe I did. With this particular model, I would think that such a bimodal distribution is a transient state. Because the social influence process has this property that people move in the direction of whoever is, let's say, most extreme in the views, which is also one important reason why. So the whole population would drift in one direction, in the direction of what is not so common initially, and what is not so common initially in these data are negative views. That's also why we think about and work on linking this to different assumptions about the influence process, which then would give us probably more bimodal distributions. So one model I'm currently experimenting around is so-called reinforcing influence. So if I interact with people who are leaning towards the same side of the spectrum than I do, then we both move in more in that direction, so strengthening our views, and that most likely will give us more bimodal solutions.
I think he almost.
We still have time.
Yeah.
So this repulsion effect you talked about, there was a weak evidence for this repulsion. Is it necessary in your model to have the repulsion?
For the ABM I showed you in the beginning, you wouldn't get effective polarization without this repulsion effect. But we have other ABMs where we don't have the repulsion effect, but instead reinforcing influence. And then you get also polarization.
Yeah, okay.
But don't lose.
Yes, just go, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting thought. Also, sorry that I missed the beginning. So I was wondering, you mentioned that based on your model, you could predict that it would take like 5 years or so for like really strong polarization to occur.
Yeah.
So what do you base the time frame on in your model?
With these stochastic actor-oriented models, you estimate so-called rate functions, which tell you what is the, let's say, estimated from the data rate at which so-called micro steps happen in between the waves you observe. So small steps of individuals change an average high or change an attribute, like an opinion. And the higher this rate, the faster the time runs. So that you can translate into real time, because we know how much real time has been between these waves.
And so I'm not an expert on this, but I'm learning. Part of the issue with the opinion change is that it's discrete. So these rate functions, these mini steps, they assume that you move your opinion from 1 to 2 or 1 to 0. So the meaning of that is kind of, there's no time.
Very good point. There are lots of assumptions underlying this methodology.
But assuming that there's a rate where you change your opinion on a discrete scale, then
one defense could be that typically in empirical data, at least these survey kind of data, we have these discrete scales with 5 scale points or something. But there are also versions actually of these models with continuous actor attributes. Lincolnism.
then the mini steps become very hard to.
And change completely.
But that also, I guess it depends also a bit on what kind of data we actually observe, right? Because if it's like in an equilibrium state, things might change more slowly than, right? So then maybe
Yeah.
Actually, can also have this 7,000.
Yeah.
Next one, nice quote. I wonder if you think about what happens if you send one external shock for a periodic external shock, like hypothetically, some presidents say every day change darkness.
Yeah, we can do more than one external shock, right?
Yeah, so every day a new external shock, you want to change your dynamics.
We didn't try that, but yes, good idea. I mean, one can, of course, and then gets ethically very problematic. One can turn the whole story around, right? And wonder which external shocks would I need to create in order to push the population in a certain direction.
Did you also maybe try the ABM with multiple groups rather than just two?
Not yet,
Okay,
but it's an obvious
Yeah.
next step. Yes, good point.
So yeah, thanks for the thought. I had a question related to the thing that you just mentioned. So with the Ireland data now with Tanja, right, they ask all sorts of questions about topics, opinions. So your opinion about rap music, your opinion about smoking, your opinion about ethnicity.
Yeah.
And one of the things with I guess with effective polarization is within a school, you may see very, very strong social groups. And those will be resistive to some kind of external shock to align with the bunch of topics. There's a big news item that rap clothes are no longer cool. But there are topics just more salient. Guess you could test this at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, ideally, one would want to have data collected at moments where external shocks happen.
Yes. And then you can see if the group is resistant or not.
Yeah.
And the other thing I have wondered is with the art stuff, you see potentially that the surrounding environment. So if the kids are in school, which is in a highly segregated neighborhood, it may have a very good effect on the opinion dynamics of the committee.
Sorry, I did not have.
What we did not do at all with this model is bringing in, for example, the role of parents. There are actually empirical studies using this kind of modeling approach, which use data on the neighborhoods parents live in and the kids live in, and how that influences also these influence processes in the classroom. Hanno Kruse, who was also here in Amsterdam for a while.
It's not automatic.
Yeah, it was a question about the transfer of the model from like ethnic groups to political groups or political parties. Because I was wondering if it comes to political parties, like the two parties obviously have like different views. So like certain patterns of like dislike across the political parties is like natural, and you could also argue it's desirable.
Yeah.
So do you have like, what is like a scenario or like a benchmark of like, what would be the ideal level of polarization? Like in a model that you would provide to the students, obviously.
Ideal level. I guess for that one would need to bring in things in the model which are not there, which would be a very interesting to think about in the future. So, for example, how much disagreement do you need to have productive discussions in a group? Actually, in some other project, with my PhD student Jonas Stein, we look at quality of decision making in groups. And one of the things we find there, depending on lots of assumptions, of course, one of the things we find there is that, for example, if you have groups who have different information and initially different opinions on how to solve certain problems, then it can be good to have a certain amount of in-group homophily in the sense that you mainly talk to your group to prevent that small minorities who have information which is actually needed to come to the best choice are, so to say, convinced too early by the outgroup. So if they would talk more to the outgroup, they would be convinced too early by them, and the whole population would settle on the suboptimal solution. Talk less to strangers, I think is the title of the video. So.
Okay, so thank you, Andreas, for the talk.
Well, thank you for the great stuff.
So our next speaker is Mita and Henrik. So this is joyful by both Mita and Henrik. First start with Mita and like then Henrik in Guadalajara, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so we have a How about now? Can they hear? Can you hear me now? Okay,
Yes.
I'll say I'll
Yeah,
let
yeah,
you know.
it's okay.
Okay, cool. So when it comes to belief dynamics, analogies have been used are epidemiological analogy, ferromagnetism, analysis of forces, evolution, thresholds, weighted additive models, Bayesian inference, and I thought that we could just think a little bit about how far we can get through them with them and what could be some potential baggage. What should I do?
Sorry, just continue.
Okay,
But the beliefs don't hit
I will not hit the mic. Okay, epidemiological analogy, as you all know, it's one of the oldest analogies from modern sleep dynamics. The idea is that belief spreads like disease, and that and now this analogy can help us think how a position of a person in a network will affect the life of a spreader in a network will, like in your model, like how much it will affect the possibility of the beliefs to spread. And then there are also some other ideas that the more we are in touch with a certain person, the more likely is it spread. But this can then start introducing some baggage. So while this susceptibility, exposure, infection, these are some of these useful terms. Also, this idea that if we are repeatedly interacting with someone, we are more likely to accept their beliefs does not necessarily have to take place, right? Because it depends on the person we are interacting with and the distance between our beliefs, how likely is this to happen, and even backlash effects can happen. So taking epidemiological analogy too far could lead us to believe some of these things, that just by repeating and repeating over and over certain things, people will start believing. So that's epidemiology. Another is ferromagnetism. We all love ferromagnetism. This is from Jonas and Hans' work, where basically beliefs are modeled as spins that interact with each other in a crystal lattice. They are connected with couplings. And some of these concepts can be usefully connected to actual social processes, such as energy can be understood as cognitive dissonance, and temperature as attention we pay to this dissonance. And this is interesting because then we can start thinking how we can empirically measure these different concepts. What is temperature? Okay, if we can measure it by attention, Jonas has spent a lot of time experimenting with different ways to measure that. How to measure dissonance, and can we then parameterize these very simple models with empirical data? That's nice. On the other hand, it has also certain assumptions that we just sometimes take for granted, and that's that, for example, dissonance is a motivation, is a main motivation for belief change. But is it really? Maybe sometimes we don't even calculate these things, how things fit together. We just follow the leader or follow the person we like. Maybe there are some of the simple rules that people use without actually understanding whether this will cause dissonance in their beliefs or not. And maybe others, you could think of other mechanisms. And then another thing is that everything is going through the softmax function, so there's a certain probability that beliefs will update in a way. And it does not model various rules that we use does not incorporate the idea that people might use specific rules to update their beliefs, such as always following the majority, or always following the leader, or following a similar others. So those things that have been identified, there are whole branches of psychology, of course, studying that is not implemented here. It can be, but it's usually not. And the forces-based analogy, also another beloved concept. Duan worked on it a lot. So this is the idea is that beliefs change in a way that conforms to certain constellation of forces. It came in the 50s in psychology, rooted in Gestalt psychology, and in the idea that we are kind of parts of social psychological fields where different forces affect how we move. This all Kurt Lewin work that then was also reflected in the work of Heidegger, where the idea is that in our relationships with others, in relationships with our beliefs, we strive to achieve a certain balance, and if there is an imbalance of these beliefs, the forces will move us towards one or the other way so that the balance is achieved again. More recently, in the last years, this idea has then been implemented and combined with statistical physics framework. And now the idea is that it is not some external force that is moving us, but it's actually, we are now calculating the dissonance between us and others in triangles and other constellations, and are trying to reduce this dissonance by changing our beliefs or links. So there is an interesting combination of analogies here. anyhow, so that's that. I mean, in psychology, as you all know, another example of this forces analogy is the impact theory by Lantanen, where people are affected by different social sources, and this will then depend on the strength of the sources, the immediacy, or the number of these social sources, which is not really a dynamic, but it has been then extended to be a dynamic model. And so again, the mileage is that this is very simple. It's especially these triadic balance things are simple representations of how alliances form and can apply to both. So this can be 2 people or 3 people. It can be 2 people and their belief. It could be belief in our heads. So it's kind of flexible. But the idea of these forces can sometimes be too general. So especially in this older versions of Lantanen model, what exactly is going on is not clear. It's just assumed that somehow our social contacts are affecting us, but there is no more detailed process. So where is memory, where is attention, where is dissonance, any kind of psychological process is not really modeled. So one can fool oneself that if you can write an equation of how things are related, that you're actually explaining something, but maybe you're just describing it. Okay, then threshold, another very useful analogy, because thresholds, of course, there's thresholds in a lot of physical systems. The water freezes, and the neurons fire at 55 millivolts, all this stuff. So the idea is here that the beliefs will not change unless a certain threshold is crossed, unless there is a certain threshold similarity that is satisfied, then we are not going to be influenced by other people. And this is interesting because straightforwardly can produce polarization and various fragmentation and so on. But then the question is basically, again, it's a description, it's a nice description, but where are these thresholds coming from? Right? So it just pushes the explanation to a little bit further away. It's become similar to some kind of personality trait. And we know, or those of us who are psychologists, that we both love and hate personality traits because they are kind of related to things, but not really. The correlations with actual behaviors are pretty low. They are there, but they're pretty low. And so there's a lot of contextual dependence. And it's also it's not clear why would we have lower, why would we differ in this threshold, and in what situations are these thresholds higher or lower? So that's the thing with that. And then in psychology, oftentimes psychologists would use the statistical tools that they're using to analyze data to start representing psychological processes. This was the case with analysis of variance. And this is also the case with regression. Regression models have been used to explain psychological processes such as perception in lens theory, in decision-making such as prospect theory, and in belief dynamics, weighted additive models have been used a lot, even from the time of static models such as Ising model of planned behavior, which is essentially a weighted additive model. And then in the dynamic version, it's very nice. It can integrate everything, almost factors, and weigh them in a particular way. And so it's a comprehensive model. And now the question is it going to be plausible, or is it too much to expect that people are actually weighing and adding all of these things, and could we then overfit certain things? So the recent models of Gavrilets, which I really like also, about social norms, are also weighted additive models. They're nice. They incorporate all the important details, but they might be too much to actually be implemented in the cognitive system. Okay, and then lastly, the evolutionary models. Evolutionary models are nice models in cultural evolution because they take into account not only horizontal transmission in the current family, friends, and so on, but also vertical over generations. And so they can model spread of beliefs and over longer time scales. Also, for some reason, not necessarily related to evolutionary theory, is that they incorporate actually quite explicitly, maybe because they are tightly related to behavioral ecology and animal behavior, where researchers have noticed that animals are using particular rules to when to learn and whom to learn from. Conformist bias, novelty bias, prestige bias, success bias, which is just their speak for strategies, have been incorporated in these cultural evolution models straightforward. So unlike, for example, ferromagnetic models, epidemiological models, and so on, where everything has a certain probability of happening, basically based on average of relevant others, here they explicitly model the strategies that people might be using. And so, of course, you can take it too far. You can think that genes and memes, that beliefs spread basically unchanged over generations. And also they oftentimes, or most of the time, they don't have social network structures, although now there are developments in that way. Yes.
How do they define fitness in this context?
It's like the belief, these different beliefs with different likelihood to spread. So that's the fitness of the belief is how likely is it to propagate from me to you. That's the fitness. And then you also have these concepts of diversity and selection and so on. So all of these evolutionary concepts can be there. No, not here. I didn't think of that. Yeah, this is really just cultural evolution models. But yeah.
So
yes.
Yeah, I'm wondering about the fitness concept. What makes a belief fit? I mean, obviously, it could be the extent to which it maps what you observe around yourself. Yeah. But it could also be maybe the extent to which it matches what other people tell you to believe.
It's the fitness.
Okay.
Okay. That's how likely that particular arrowhead of a particular social norm or custom, that's how likely that they're going to spread. That's it. The probability of survival. Why? There are a couple of strands here, but the Paris strand of Sperber and these people, content biases. Are there some particular beliefs, such as about health or poison, some incest, some particular things that maybe have some evolutionary ground for being more likely to kind of spread and be more infectious than others? But that's more a qualitative philosophical line part. Okay, I will leave it now to Henry because this is kind of just to make us think that analogies are, everything is useful. We all use them, but we should kind of recognize when they break down. And now, Henrik, some more music. Integrated football. So ferromagnetic analysis.
Yes. Okay, so now we heard about analogies. But you can slice the cake differently also. You can slice it in terms of what kind of structure and processes are involved in these kind of models, which can then go through all these analogies. And very general, one can think about a few different types of belief dynamics models. One, maybe classically the most common one, is how one belief spreads in a social network. One belief goes from me to Rick to Paul. But then we also have how several beliefs interact within individual minds, with more of the concepts in psychology. I would think about how different beliefs go together in a network in our minds. There are now several different theories and then, of course, we have a third strand, which is not so common. And that's the interaction beliefs both within one and between. And there's more of this third strand that we'll talk about today, and how we can extend these kind of modeling frameworks. Of course, we're not the first ones to think about that. There are several different earlier work that touches upon these issues, like Schulz and Lepper's constraint satisfaction between different cognitions and updates. We have, of course, the work of Samhaun here about the culture of attitude network and other about beliefs in the mind. Advantage Legers, practically the same kind of model, but more political context. And there are several other attempts to try to get to this idea about both networks in the head and the networks that we are interacting and spreading. So, for example, the YYN's articles from 2016 about we're trying to mix all these things, like we have belief networks, we have a social network, and even getting the balance theory into that mode. So there's some attempts to try to integrate those things, but still kind of missing things there, like integrating real the social and belief networks. And for many of these, there's also a lack of empirical tests. So we set out, together with Jonas, who sits here, to kind of try to formulate a theory. I will not go into this. I will just mention this as a first attempt. So the idea is that we are interacting with people in social networks, but people also have internal where different beliefs go together or do not go together. And the assumption in this series is that we have personal beliefs, believe about things, climate change and other things. But you also have social beliefs. I have beliefs about what Jonas believes about climate change. And we have some external beliefs. This is what Jonas actually believes about climate change, but might not be at all what I think that he believes. And the idea is that we update all of this according to dissonances, as Mirta was talking about earlier. And then in the end, exactly how we feel about these dissonances in the different parts of the network, that's how it gets updated. And that felt dissonance depends on how much attention we put to these different parts of the network, personal, social, or external. I'll just quickly go through this. We assume that we have belief networks, internal belief network of a focal person called false focal person, internal network of another person. It's only two persons here. And we have what we call a focal belief. We talk about climate change. And we update the distance according to the energy function, which is our kind of implementation of the dissonance. We have this in the parametric framework. It's basically a continuous version of a using model. We update also our social distance according to the weights between personal beliefs, social beliefs, sum that, and similarly we do external dissonance with the sum of our weights to our for Jonas here, for example, and the sum over all my people that I interact with. And then, as I said, exactly how we update this depends on the attention to the personal social external distances. Then we just crap all that into a softmax function that in turn leads to updating our beliefs, and the same thing for social beliefs. And we can do many things with these models. We have in our article, we have lots of empirical tests of the fundamental assumption of this model. I just show you here that we can then, with this model, also simulate at least different polarization and consensus processes. So what happens, for example, if you this initial state of focal person beliefs, do we see no change, polarization within group, polarization between groups, or consensus, for example? And that depends then on these different attention parameters. So how much attention I pay to the external, social, or personal beliefs. So basically, what it means is that if I don't have attention to any of these classes, but if I pay more attention to both social and external distance is high, there will be like a strong drive then to conform to others in a group. That creates the uniformity within each group. But this also depends on initial conditions. So I can get polarization between groups or consensus, and then in all other conditions with polarization. So it's just an example of things we can simulate and try to understand this. But okay. So this is a nice model, but they're still missing things. And what we're working on now is continue work with this model and other models, and we try to investigate robustness and resilience of these different belief networks to understand why some beliefs can be changed more easily than others, why some people are more or less likely to change their beliefs. In our research group, we also investigate what happens, for example, is you put an anti-conformist in our group. Can that actually help mitigate polarization? So that's something we are working on. One major thing here is that up until now, we usually have used group level belief networks. So we measure it, for example, with surveys, and then we aggregate all these networks on the group level. The model is actually about individuals. So how can we get to the individual belief networks? So we are now trying to develop different methods to measure individual level belief networks. There are some work, Mark Brown, for example, has some strategies to do that, but they're so. So we're trying now to have more open-ended interviews and also using LLMs to extract networks from text, both written text from interviews, but also from social media data, comments data, and so on. So that's work in progress. But what I actually wanted to talk about today is to talk about a way of integrating and extending our kind of understanding of belief dynamic and belief dynamic models. And in addition to extending work on traditional models, like changing links between beliefs, because so far I only talked about models that have static edge weights or links edge weights. I've also been working on from a meta level framework together with Filippo Simaro that extends the type of nodes we have in the network. So we have also express beliefs. So far we have only personal beliefs, we have social beliefs, and what you actually believe. But when we're in this social situation, what I say to you now might not be my personal belief or the actual belief. So it's an express belief. And that would be including this. Plus, that with this framework, we can actually implement and formalize a lot of different belief dynamics models. So what is it? Here it is. So we implement this framework. Lots of equations. I will not go into the equations because it becomes quite involved. But what we can say is that first, this is a dissonance-based framework also. But we kind of muddle it a little bit so we can actually implement lots of different kinds of updating mechanisms in basically a distance-based framework. Because it allows for slightly different distance function in a modular way. And it also is more flexible that previously in our, for example, in the NB theory, we have this temperature parameter or that then determines the tension to different parts of the network. We make it more localized here, so we can actually increase and decrease temperature basically everywhere in this work, different modes. But maybe most importantly, which I think has been missing in many discussions about opinion dynamics, is the plethora of social psychological processes that goes on. So in this framework, we can actually instantiate and try to understand and model several of like prominent cognitive and social psychological processes and mechanisms. Okay, let me go through this step by step. Okay, let's start here. So this is now, let's think we have one person here with a personal belief. We have another person here, and another person here, and this. So actually, this whole part here, this is basically a network of beliefs. This part here says context effects theory. So let's say we have a belief about climate change. Here are my other personal beliefs that relates to that total. So that's my whole internal network. So I don't show that, but it's there. But in addition to just having this personal beliefs, this personal beliefs network, they've also added a mechanism of inertia to this personal beliefs. So it basically has a self loop that slows down the updating due to memory effects or risk aversion or many other things that can kind of slow down my updating. Okay, so that's personal beliefs. Let's see the first kind of relationship here. So here we see the addition to this model, which is the expressed beliefs, which is then different from my actual personal beliefs. And this, we can use this to model two different like social psychological processes with directed links. One is authenticity. So basically, lots of research is showing that we want to express a true self by linking like our true beliefs with our expressed beliefs. But also, we might not want to do that, for example, strategically. Maybe you are all like, I don't know, you don't believe this climate change. I don't say it here. I just say that, oh, maybe you're right. So that can also be used to implement this kind of strategic expression of beliefs. But you also have the interesting phenomenon of self-reinforcement of your personal beliefs. So just the case that if I now every day, 24/7, are in a group of those who do not believe that climate change is humanly produced, maybe I'd start saying that, maybe after a while I start thinking that, no, maybe so bad, maybe it's not so much climate change predictable activities. So that's another direction. The other relationship or relationships is to our social beliefs. So this is my beliefs about Jonas, what he believes about climate change. Maybe I don't know Jonas so well. No, I do Jonas. I know him so well, but let's say that I don't. So maybe that's like, yeah, he probably thinks like me. Like, yeah, probably. So I just say that I just ego project my own beliefs to him. So that's the what is called ego projection, or more generally social projection, social psychology. There's one process we can model here. And of course, social influence. So here maybe you see there's a little bit different twist on how we think about social influence here. We don't go go through the express beliefs, because sometimes the social influence is not directly what you expresses. That's what I think that you expresses that influences me. So we model it as a consequence of my social beliefs instead of directly from the expressed beliefs. I hear that Jonas says that this stupid thing about climate change, but maybe I don't hear that so often, but I think that he says that. So that's the social. Okay. All right. Now we have then, of course, this is, we call it validity, so term, but it's basically how well I perceive, how truthfully I perceive Jonas' belief about climate change. And how it affects my social beliefs. Okay. The next relationship is between the social beliefs and my expressed beliefs. How does my beliefs about Jonas affect my expression of beliefs? And this is what we call then conformity here. This is just, I adjust my expressed beliefs to conform with what I think that Jonas is thinking. That's also a bit different from usually how this model is usually more directly from the expressed belief, but in some situations I do not directly know about expressed beliefs. It's somewhat what I think. So this is basically the whole thing. So this all of this is done in our preprint. So this preprint is a first step. So we formalize all of this, equations, all this. but we haven't investigated exactly all this, like how this would work in different specific scenarios. So this is the first step for all of this. But this is not all. We have more also. We can do more with this. Yes, what can we do? We can actually implement a lot of different models in this framework, instantiate them. So for example, you can instantiate classical models. So this is now how we would implement, we also implement this type, that have no distinction between different type of nodes. So for example, voter easing in the group mode. So for those modes to work, what we do is put this relationship to infinity to the same, express the same social beliefs. And also my personal beliefs became the same as my express beliefs. And we have social influence, basically the whole thing there. So the voter model would then be basically this. We have only, for example, randomly, there's only personal beliefs in the voter model. You perceive them directly with binary things, and I just directly copy one of the random belief nodes in my network. That's basically the simplest. The easy model can also be implemented in this one. Personal beliefs, also perceived beliefs directly, and only binary. But in this case, we are influenced by several nodes. We have probabilistic updating of beliefs instead. So we tweak the updating mechanism from in each of these different implementations of them.
Do you also then need to enforce symmetry?
Yes. Or it follows directly actually from the implementation. We don't have to force it. But for some of the model we need to do it. The group model is pretty similar. Still we have on personal beliefs directly. But here we have continuous beliefs. We can also represent continuous beliefs. I say that we can do continuous beliefs. It's a little bit of a trick there because we're basically what we're doing is that we are approximating the continuous thing with lots of different states in our model. But we can approximate the continuous update. Basically, the influence of several nodes and the difference here is in the decision mechanism that you actually are implemented by several nodes, and it becomes basically a weighted average of your different neighboring persons' beliefs. And we can also do the conceived voter model, which is basically the voter model, but we also have external in this model, so it's an extended voter model. We can implement that also. And this is some of the models we have implemented. Voter model, easing model, different version of easing model. There's so many of them, but more generally random field models. The group model, the different bounded confidence model, the Friedkin-Johnson model, the concealed voter model, the two-layer easing model, the SOA model, express private opinion model, and of course also network beliefs, which is special. So that's the type of models that we can have implemented in this frame. That's all. So just to summarize, this in general is a dissonance-based framework. It allows for different dissonance functions, and it adds temperature for different edges, and it instantiates social psychological processes. That's it. Okay, thank you.
How do you relate your belief to a lot of similarities between present norms and descriptive norms. I think that as many level, or do you see them as different or not?
That is a good question. So we have tried, so one can view that in different ways. So first one start thinking about it. Do we need to add another node here? Like, do we need to have something that represents, or can it just be, okay, this is just related then to my social beliefs here. This beliefs and this beliefs, and what I do is the sum of those things. Then on the other hand, how do you differentiate them with injunctive and descriptive norms? So some is just about my beliefs about frequency of different behaviors, for example, and I think what should people do? Probably we'll need then maybe some other belief networks, or maybe should do, while this, I mean, one could have them. I believe that most people should. But my belief is that 50% of everyone, they actually. So maybe I need to have two different sets of nodes to represent this. But I think in this framework you can do it. It's just a question of coming up with a reasonable representational assumption of how it works. Then, okay, let's think about this now. Okay, conformity is that, like, okay, conform to the. I can conform both to the script. Think. I haven't gotten followed. Okay. No, I think they are what is for me. No, there.
If you think of an analogy for documents, so it really reminded me of dramatic distinction, and basically the principle that all models are wrong, but some are useful. So here, do you think like so there are different models that are trying to describe different phenomena. That one way would be to look at where two intersect, as in the phenomena they're trying to describe is the same. Then look at how they differ. And firstly, is this a good way to understand your thought that really it's basically different
I'm not opposed to diversity, or we are not opposed to make diversity of nodes. This system is so complex, there's so many parts that I think it's useful to have different lexes and look a little bit how what we spend. I think, yeah, it's logical then to see whether different lexes conform. They not what it tell us when it's on scene. So yeah, I think that's the way.
And the second part, which is basically where you see the use of all of this. Like finally, you want to knowledge and act upon the social system. So where do you see what's the main, where the main ways in which we use this really?
You mean the models?
Yeah.
I think these kind of relatively simple models help us to make sense of the apparent enormous complexity of social systems, and give us a baseline for how much we can explain with this very basic minimal model. And it kind of shows us what else is there that is not. It shows us more clearly what is left. And sometimes I think what seems to us very complex might not be that. It could be a product just a few sectors interacting, and maybe we can cut through this by but definitely it wouldn't be very still nudge us away from the worst possible outcomes. And that is, I think we are in a better position than ever because we have computational powers, we have data.
One thing to that. So this is working with the challenge of modern unity. I was kind of also discussing with the psychology. So one project you can think about is that okay, you see like all of them. It's exactly where
Very short.
assumptions.
I don't know.
That are what is that produces agreement or disagreement. So there's also lots of formal ways of doing that in terms of how you generate data, how you fit the models, predict models, and how to see how they basically copy each other or if they overlap so much. Because in many of these cases, 99% of models will produce constants. They will produce Polarisation.
Is there any other question?
No, yeah. Well, thanks a lot. Really cool work, I think. One thing I was wondering about, maybe I missed this. What is the position in this framework, let's say, of observations of events from nature, also that I made? So let's say if we talk about climate change, I can have all sorts of beliefs, but I can also see that certain extreme weather events become much more likely. And of course, how I process this information is a question of my belief in all the things you were talking about. But do you have a place for, let's say, signals from objective reality?
The usual one, we just have a broadcast node. The other is you can also think about it maybe as an external field to some of these nodes. That either there's for example what Brandt is doing in his models, you have an external field that affects you from the outside, either you bias to one direction or the other direction. And there are two ways. We have not explicitly modeled this influence of the external world or events, but there's two ways which one.
Maybe think of a paper by Hexelman and Kraus 2015, where they use the bound confidence model to study, let's say, how minorities of people who are better informed can get the majority to see that truth, so to say. And they find these or show these interesting things that if you are too aggressive in how you promote your truth, you may actually lose contact to the rest of the population, leave them behind. So as it is now, it's basically just the mathematical framework, but we're also doing now implementing different versions in terms of database simulations similar to the one we described right now. That we invested exactly those concepts. Okay. Thanks.
So one thing that I think was one thing that is not pushing the physics and one thing that is important to note, the main is that of knowledge of physics is so much typically measurement. Your variables are typically defined, so that you, and by looking at your model, there are some things that you can clearly see, okay, this could be measured theoretically, and there are many where you could fix the reason. But the entire belief field and the problem that we can't really measure. But then the issue is if you have a lot of even very we can't really measure. It gets very difficult to understand what is the which one is spin. So then you now you say I am going to push it in there. Simple making so that the maximum possible variable when the external you can probably measure your was what it is and what you show and what you observe the norms and how you express and how you act, but never what you believe. Or never what you think.
You can.
I'm ready to show you know what we
So there's several issues. One is of course that we actually have. To go back and say, do we actually have, maybe I ask you about climate change, and you construct that with me alone because you never know what's actually. So that's one issue. But can happen all this kind of There are different tests to kind of get to what you truly believe, and to test if you're lying and all the things. So the true beliefs and the expressed beliefs. But also I think that it's important to have this, at least have this in mind, even when you construct your simple models, because you might forget, oh God, I forgot about this ego projection. That was actually what happened. But then I tried to make it something else, maybe. So, but I totally agree, and that's also what we discussed in John's paper and others, that the most important thing now, it's been for many years, I think, is the ability to measure these concepts and then be able to put them into models and not rely on feedback as much. Now, the Africa's hand needs to start.
No, actually, we have a short break, like 7 minutes. We reconvene at 11:30, and then we start with Ham. Yeah.
Oh,
That's coffee and toilet visit and.
Thank you, Ham.
The idea was to
They stay at your Yeah, nice because no matter
I just stayed there one day because I was in workshop. I organized one workshop, but
I think it's better. Kristen, can you just check that you can connect? Yeah, just put it here. Put it here. Because you want to charge it. Oh, no, this one here be short. Let's check it. Just check whether it can connect it.
that's why
I just wanted to make sure, was it happening at the 9 or 10 today? Because
No, it's 9:30. It's 9:30. I sent that email last week, and because all of the last minute register, I don't have time to send each of you an updated program. Okay, so you can connect it. Thank you. And because sorry, the website was not made by me, so they student composer. She take care of the website. So whenever we change this, she may have some delay in updating the website. But it's really 9:30. Last week, everyone have that email. But unfortunately, the register did not get the Now I think everything okay. You have 5 more minutes.
We can. Let's get people back.
Yeah.
That's,
No. It's
just toilet break.
it's still. I also need a phone.
Because it's also, I mean, it's also yeah, so that's and there. Sometimes it's more like some more for your senior and both. You should make it from the yeah, I'll check. Yeah, it's so possible. What's that? Yeah. Oh, I can start every okay, we were next to it was I also thought so one of the I saw the result of the vegetable. Yeah, so that's not the same.
Go on, is it now working, the Zoom? Can you check? Yeah, it's good, okay. People hear me. And you want me to take, to also, name it up,
No, you are not mute yourself, right? Then it's okay. Then it's fine. I just check whether they can hear you.
and you also want to, we make a record it or not?
Yeah, we are recording everything.
Okay, so
like I request like the workshop will be public stuff.
Okay, I put record on.
No, I record it. You don't.
Oh, you record
it. I record it. You don't need to put it on.
Yes.
Okay, so next speaker in hands. Yeah.
So I could not resist to give the title Zero to my talk. Whenever you have this opportunity, you do this, of course. It's all about zero, and it's mainly based on this paper that's not yet published, but it's readable. You can find it on Scholar. There I apply the same model also to other topics in psychology, but here I will focus on the topics of attitude and polarization. Now I cannot go to my next slide. Yeah. So I will start. I will talk basically at the same models that Henrik was talking about, but I will start from the point of view of network psychologists. I'm a psychologist, a mathematical psychologist, I would say, and this is a type of modeling that we invented more or less in our group in Amsterdam, where we model psychological attributes like attitudes with networks. So we think of attitudes as a collection of beliefs, feelings, and behaviors towards some attitude object, and we see this as some kind of a network. And of course, we don't know the details of these networks, but yeah, already seeing it as a network and understanding it as a network helps a lot. And using mean field theory, we can also often ignore many details of these networks. And the basic idea is that then these nodes are, for instance, this would be now it's organ donation, but could also be, my favorite example is meat eating. So you have certain beliefs about meat eating, whether it's bad for climate, for instance. So these are more opinion-like things. You have certain behaviors, whether you do eat meat, whether you do eat fish, whether you have leather shoes, etc. And you have certain emotions like you love the taste of chicken or whatever. So somehow this forms a network. And yeah, we can model this in many different ways. I will say we will keep it as simple as possible, but these are there are interactions. These could be directed or indirected connections, causal effects within networks. There can be some external social field, like your whole, in my case, my daughters don't eat meat and they tell me not to eat meat. So that's quite a strong social field for my meat eating network. And it also depends a lot about this on this attention thing that was already mentioned before. Do you care about your attitude, or are you is your involvement high in this topic? Then you will normally have a stronger connected, a more basic and more stable network. And yeah, we have developed this approach. Mainly, the Jonas is here, the key figure again. Jonas, but also Danny Bosboom, Vriend van Herreveld, and other people. We wrote quite a lot of papers about this whole approach, where we explain this. We use this basic model to think about something like the mere thought effect, resistance to persuasion, but also we put it in an agent-based model to understand polarization, new ways to understand polarization. We were also able to, we have developed ways to fit this model that was actually worked by Lawrence and others. So we also apply this to data. We can fit these network models to data and show all kinds of effects. So I'm not going into this. This is just the background of this story. And this is all based on this network approach. And normally for this, we use the Ising model to understand, to model this basic network. Because that's the simplest option out there. There are certain assumptions, of course, like the nodes are binary. So, you know, most of our applications just think of you, they're binary, you eat meat or you don't eat meat, or you, you find the taste of chicken nice or not. So these are binary things. And normally then we also keep it simple, there's undirected networks. We also often assume that these are balanced networks. So there are no spin glass, funny things going on in these networks. It's reasonably well connected. And then, yeah, you can apply the mean field approximation to these Ising systems. And it helps a lot because then we know that the mean field of these Ising systems can be described as a Cus catastrophe. And with this Cus catastrophe, you get a well understanding of the transitions that can happen, the first and second order phase transitions that can happen in this system. And yeah, I'm not going to go too much in there, but this is the main equation. Well, the two main equations are here. This is this energy function. This is the weight matrix, which we will now assume normally to be a positively connected network. And this is this external field effect. And that can also be node specific or not node specific with all kinds of variants, depending on the application.
Oh.
Yeah.
Maybe I thought. But when you fit the model, how do you, I understand how you fit the weights, but the external field?
We can estimate these tau parameters. We can also estimate from the data, and that can be also node-specific effects if you want. It can be a general effect, but it can also be node-specific effect. What we cannot estimate easily from the data is the attention parameter, the beta. So this model is not identified statistically, so we have to do something. And in the statistical applications, we normally assume beta to be 1, and don't worry about that. But there are possibilities to estimate this when we do a multi-group type of approach. Then there are possibilities to also have an estimation of the beta, but that's one thing. Another empirical approach is shown here in the model, very crucial in this model. So to say a bit more about it, so that we translate the tau to this external field thing, the social field. And the beta we translate to attention or involvement. So the more involved you are, the lower the temperature is in this system. And an empirical way to look at this is taking this is an old data set from Latane and other people, where they asked about people's attitude on a scale from 1 to 6, or 0 to 6. And they also asked people about the intensity of feeling about the topic. I don't even know what the topic was here. And you see that for people that have a low intensity of feeling, the distributions are normal. And the more intense they feel about it, the more bimodal the distribution becomes. And then you get this typical pitchfork bifurcation type of effect. This is the background. And of course, there are all kinds of limitations with this type of model. There are already some mentioned by Mirta and Henrik, and I will only zoom in on one limitation here, and that is the issue of binary nodes. Actually, another recent paper that we wrote that I don't talk about, and I think Laurens is also not talking about it, no, is that we now we have one paper submitted where the node values are not -1 or 1, but they can vary from -1 to 1 on a continuous scale, or the discrete scale, I would say, but it could be in between steps. So there could be 100 steps in between -1 and 1. We call this the generalized IC model, and we can show mathematically that we then still have the same mean field type of behavior. Still have this cusp type behavior, the same first and second order transitions. But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the fact that in many of our data sets that we work with, we have a 0 value. So everybody of you have filled in psychological questionnaires, and then always you have this option of the neutral option or the don't know option. So you can agree, you can disagree, but you can also, in the middle, you have this option of I don't know or neutral, or there's always something there. And that's are called Likert scales. They can also go from -3 to 3 or something, but crucial is this middle value. There's always this neutral don't know option, and that's almost always available. That's a data reason to be unhappy with binary nodes. There's also a theoretical reason why we are unhappy with the IC model. That's relevant for the polarization issue, and that's that high involvement in our model always leads to extreme opinions. And it's simply this bifurcation again, this pitchfork bifurcation. If people attend strongly to their attitude or are highly involved, they have to get extreme. They always radicalize. What's not possible is to stay in the middle here. This is the unstable state, equilibrium in the middle of this system, and you cannot come there. So it means that involved neutral positions are impossible, which in terms of depolarization is a there are options in the model. You can be indifferent. So to be clear, you can of course be neutral by having very low involvement, because then you are on the backside of this cusp, you are in a high temperature easing system, so then you just don't care, and all your node values vary randomly. So then on average you have a neutral position, but that's actually a position of indifference. And it's possible to be ambivalent. Ambivalent in model, if you are here in this state, with some noise in the system, you can get this stochastic resonance effect. That means that you can jump between these two stable states. And that's actually a feeling that I think we all recognize sometimes, that you have these, to make this decision and you really jump between the two positions in a quite random way. So that's called ambivalence in the social science literature. So these are the two options, but what's not possible to have this involved neutral position. And that is our theoretical reason, actually my main reason to start thinking about other models. I already said this is the zero, this middle, so neutral, don't care, don't know, agree, disagree. There are many ways people do this in psychological questionnaires, and there's a whole literature in the psychology about why people choose this. This is the midpoint response set. So why do people actually choose this? And there's a lot of, again, in terms of personality, a lot of literature on also about cultural differences, sex differences. People look at many ways why people do this. Yeah.
Just wondering about this involvement and zero. To me, the implications for neutral, don't care, don't know are very different. So don't care would mean no involvement.
Yeah.
Neutral could be this zero position.
Yeah.
So
no, that's one.
From the Likert scale is that the zero is fully defined.
Yes, that's one big problem. And we actually ask now also some questionnaires. We ask people if they choose the middle option. We have a second question to ask them why they exactly choose this middle option. And there are completely different reasons why people choose this. Yeah. And that does matter for the model later. So, but now if you complicate the Ising model a little bit and also do something with the zero, and then we go back to statistical physics and we get to this model, the Bloom-Capell model. So Bloom-Capell model is already proposed a long time ago as an extension of the Ising model with this term. In this term, there's only one, this is the Ising model. Now we have this additional term, and if you look at it, it's a punishment for nodes that are non-zero. Because you want to decrease the energy, so this term can only add, and whenever these nodes are one or minus one, there's a punishment in terms of alpha squared. And yeah, that's basically that's the Hamiltonian of the Bloom-Capell model. So that's quite simple, although the behavior is very different, quite complicated, as we will see in a moment. That's the whole idea. And of course, if alpha is zero, you're basically back in the Ising model. So it's really a generalization of the Ising model. There's another famous case, the Berg model, where there's one more term, but I will ignore this in view of the time now and not talk about the Berg option here. And this has been applied, of course, in physics, yes.
Can these extensions also be seen as maximum entropy models with respect to some set of constraints, where alpha would be like a Lagrange multiplier?
I guess, but I'm not. I do Lorentz and yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the applications in physics are about non-magnetic impurities, vacancies. This model has been applied in quantum mechanics. So there's quite a lot of physics literature about it. It took me quite a long time to get into this. I think 2 years ago, well, actually my first visit in Santa Fe, I started thinking about this model, and I remember that I sit with Sid Brednar, and all these papers were completely incomprehensible. And there are no easy ways in this literature. And for the Ising model, there are many, but for this model, it took me quite a lot of time to understand what was happening. It has also been applied in opinion dynamics directly. So really nice paper, I think, is the paper of Irene Ferry. But there are some other examples where they have applied this model in opinion dynamics directly. Okay, this is some math. I'm just going to say this quickly because we just did this. And this is actually the mean field equation of the Bloom-Capell model. That's can find it in many places. And one way, because we are very much inspired by this work in catastrophe theory, to understand the dynamics of this system, you can find closed form solutions for the bifurcation sets of this system by setting both f and the derivative of this function to 0 and solve it, and then you get this quite complicated function, but it is closed form solution that we found that helps us to determine the dynamics of this system precisely.
Is that the free energy or the field? The mean field.
The F is the mean field equation. Yeah,
Okay.
that's derived from the free energy function. Yeah, and then you have to take the next derivative and solve it for mu, and then you get this expression tau as a function of only beta, sigma, and these parameters. And that's a way to construct these bifurcation plots like this. So one thing you can do is look at the bifurcation set lines for this system for alpha. So this is this punishment for the non-zero states, and this is the temperature 1 divided by beta. And then this is actually the behavior in this system. You can also do this, of course, with simulations, but in this area, the system is bimodal. So this is just the icing behavior that we have. And if you cross this line, you get to the high temperature case. So here it will be a mix of node values. And here we have the trimodal behavior that I will show in a moment. So here that's new in this model. You can, instead of bimodal behavior, we can have trimodal behavior. Here, that's the area where it's unimodal 0. So it's all the node values are 0. And here is this high temperature case where it's just a mix of node values. And so here in this case, you normally will be either in the -1 case or in the 1 case, although a bit more closer here, you have this spontaneous jumps between two states. So this is this ambivalence behavior that I just showed. Here we have this mix. So the mean field, the mean behavior is just random because the node values are completely random here in this area. In this area, we can have trimodal behavior. So it can spontaneously jump between 3 stable states. So all nodes are 0, all nodes are -1, and all nodes are 1. And here it is consistently in the 0 state. So all nodes are in the 0 states. And these lines divide these areas. Here, tau is not here, the external field is not in this picture, but we still have this hysteresis effect. So if alpha is really low, you are back in the normal Ising model. And if you then vary tau up and down, you will get the normal hysteresis effect that we always see in the Ising system. So that's happening here. Here we still have the normal pitchfork, so the second order phase transition. So if you decrease the temperature at some point, the high temperature state will split in either this state or in this state. So that's still the normal pitchfork bifurcation we have in this case. And a new thing here is this critical transition that we have here, because if you go from here, so here it's bimodal, here you get in a trimodal area, and if you pass this line, you will be back in the 0 state. And if you go back here, then at this point here, actually, you have to choose between either the 1 state or the minus state. So this is a interesting critical transition happening here. So this is roughly the behavior that we now have in this system, which is much richer than we had in the Ising model. And the trick is to translate this now back to the attitude literature. Here's an example. So this is an example of if you set the parameters here, then you get these spontaneous jumps in the network between the 3 states. This yellow is the 1 state of the 0 state. Red is the -1 state and blue is the 1 state, and you see here that you have these spontaneous jumps now between 3 states instead than what we had here between 2 states. So there are several new phenomena in this thing. So one is this double or pinch hysteresis, as it's called in the physics literature. So instead of normal hysteresis, you can sometimes first jump to this 0 state and then jump on to the +1 state. And if you go back, you have this in between zero state. So that's a new phenomena that we can see. And this three critical transition is also very specific for this Bloom-Capell type model. I skip. Yeah.
So just going to the interpretation of this alpha.
Yeah, I come to that in a moment.
Okay.
Yeah, that's of course. No, actually, that's this slide. So now we had the IC attitude model, but now we propose the attitude Bloom-Capell model, the ABC model, and based on this idea that we now have three answer options, and then we can actually name these areas. So this is extremity, like in the IC model. So people are either in the one state or the -1 state. Here we can have this ambivalent state where you spontaneously jump between the two situations. All this here is the uninvolved state. This is the high temperature state. So there's low involvement, low attention. People don't really care about the whole attitude. So then all the nodes will just jump around randomly. So this is the uninvolved case. Here we have this involved neutrality case. So that's now the new option that we wanted. So people can be highly involved because the temperature is low. And they still have a stable in-between position. So that is this new option that we were looking for in this model, and that's now possible. And of course, here we can this is this in-between area where all things can happen because it's the trimodal area. And indeed, the big thing now is the interpretation of these parameters. So we keep the two other ones like they were. So temperature, or actually inverse temperature, I should say, is still equal to this attention involvement idea that Jonas proposed in his earlier work. And we still think that's a really good one. This tau is still the external social field. So that's not different from the Ising attitude model that we already proposed. But now for alpha, we come up with this interpretation in terms of reluctance or caution. So caution is more a cognitive thing. So caution is based on this idea that you actually know that you don't know all the details of a certain discussion. So you just are aware of the fact that these things are very complicated, certain debates, and based on this uncertainty, you take a balanced position. So that's the caution type of mechanism. Reluctance is more social mechanism. And that's just more in terms of, if I'm now telling you my opinion about some object or some attitude object, you might also know that I actually think this and I might be not happy to tell you this. So it can also be more a social reluctant type of mechanism. So our current interpretation is in terms of reluctance caution. And this is really new, so we are still thinking about it, but we have the feeling that this might actually work.
Well, I think maybe that's one thing. So going back to the previous talk as well, the idea that alpha and tau are correlated when you talk about social norms.
Yeah.
So some of them you're going to be reluctant because you don't want to express it, and some of them it's going to be about this you can't decide. These are two very different processes.
Yes.
One is probably more internal related to T. One is more. So you could then empirically try to find out if some of this phase space is just never happening for certain topics. So.
Yeah, I come back to that also in a second. Yeah, but that's a good point. So, okay, I already said this. So now we can actually map the different phase spaces of this thing to different typical attitude phenomena or stable states in attitudes. And now to go back to this point, for instance, so one study that we are doing, and actually it failed, or first attempt, but it should work. Yeah, students. No, actually not the student that did the study, but we did it in the classroom. And okay, because this was a very simple idea. Our idea was actually this study we did was we did go to a classroom and we asked them quite a basic question. And they had to raise their hands whether they were pro or contra or agree or disagree. And or my experience as a teacher, probably yours too, is that then 80% of the students just sit like this. The reluctance is quite high to raise their hands. So we did it twice. We first asked them to raise their hands. And the second time we asked them to do it anonymously on their phone, the same question. And we counterbalance these things. And the idea is that then if they do it anonymously, they the reluctance is actually 0 because it's enormously. So then we should see this effect. But actually, when they had to raise their arm, they all raised their arms enthusiastically. So yeah, we had yeah, okay. So we need we need to do this again. But that's one simple study we want to do, and I think that's not the end of it, of course, but that helps. Other things that we have shown here, we've looked in many different data sets. We have a publication just out where we looked at this bimodality in opinion data sets, but actually we often find trimodality. We often find trimodality in these data sets. So that's another line of empirical support for this type of model. And of course, there is also, we are, on one hand, we look for data, and on the other hand, we also always look for phenomena in literature and see how they match to the model. And actually, there's a lot of phenomena in the social science or social psychology literature that we can now actually explain in a new way with this data. Actually, not everything, because funny thing is that in the social psychology, this whole concept of balanced involvement or evolved balanced positions does not really exist. It does exist in the political science literature more and in the philosophy literature, but social psychologist literature is quite consistent with this Ising approach, where whenever you get involved, you get extreme. And the idea that you can be involved and have a balanced position is not a thing that we found much back in the social psychology literature. But okay, we have Laurens actually already developed a model, a way to fit this Bloom-Capell model to network as a network model to data, and we tried this already out, and that paper is almost submitted. So we can fit this model to data, also in a Bayesian way. That's work by Michael Marsman. And it's actually also a very interesting line to the classical psychometric literature that's called IIT trees, but you're not experts in psychometrics, so I will skip that for now. I also like to mention, this is actually more future work that I will now say a few things about. So this is another important paper that we wrote with Jonas and Laurens. This was this idea applying this Ising attitude model to polarization. So then we have this Ising attitude model within persons, and then this is the between person network. And to model this, we actually use this mean field approximation to the cusp, and then we made it into a model of cusp. So this is just an agent-based model, but instead of a simple binary thing here or some continuous trait, we have a whole cusp model within each of these nodes. And that's called a cascading transition model, and that's actually a known model. Cascading transitions are studied also in climate research. So this is a known approach, and we did simulations to show new types of polarization in this type of model. Actually, our latest work here is done by Tuan, where we simplified this HEOM model to a what we call involved photo model. I don't have time to discuss it, but it's also online to find this paper. So this is basically a simplification of this HEOM model to a photo model where involvement plays a role. We could actually show in this type of model that in involvement-based models, society becomes more polarized if its connectedness increases, where in many models it's the other way around. And the nice thing is that by simplifying this model, we can do analytical work on this model. So the previous work we did was all simulations, but Tuan was able to do this all analytically, which is of course an interesting contribution. Now, one thing, of course, we are thinking about is, can we now put also this ABC model, the Bloom-Capell type attitude model, into a HEOM type approach? So now then every agent is this Bloom-Capell type of model, this mean field Bloom-Capell model. And then we have to do the same thing as we did for the Ising model, but now for the Bloom-Capell model, and we have now one extra parameter, this alpha parameter, and we have to think what happens actually with reluctance in this social system. And that's actually something that we didn't do, but that's now a clear challenge to solve this. I'm not going to, I skip this a bit over because I run a bit out of time, I'm afraid.
No, we have still 5 more minutes.
Oh, 5 more minutes. Actually, there are two challenges here. So one, indeed, we have to think, because in this Hill model, assuming that that's all correct, we had ways to what happens with this involvement. And the basic idea was involvement is something that decays over time. It's a capacity limited thing. You cannot be involved in 1,000 things. So involvement is something that tends to decay, but increases again by interactions. That was a fundamental assumption in that model. And the other one was actually that information is average, like in most of these standard continuous opinion models. So whenever we talk, we are reasonable people. That was also something you showed. It could be the other way around, but most of the literature assumes that whenever we talk, we find common ground. And then involvement and information are updated in this way, and then you can fill this in a stochastic differential equation based on this Cust model as an approximation of the mean field Ising model. And then that was basically the whole trick of the Heel model. And we can do the same here, but we have to think what we do with torsion or this reluctance parameter. So how is that updated when we are in a network? Actually, I don't have a real good idea for that yet. And we have to have, instead of the cusp here, we need, one option would be to use the butterfly catastrophe here. Because the Ising model can be, the mean field of the Ising model can be approximated with a cusp model. And we think, but that's still not proven, that we can summarize the Bloom-Capell model, the mean field Bloom-Capell model, as a butterfly catastrophe. And the butterfly catastrophe is this thing. So instead of the cusp is a fourth order polynomial potential function, and the butterfly is a sixth order. And we have quite strong reasons to believe that we can do the same simple mapping. Here we could say that this a parameter of this is the asymmetry parameter of the cusp catastrophe is actually equal or proportional equally to the attention parameter, and this one is equal to this external field. And we have a same mapping for the butterfly, but we don't have a proof yet. So we're working on this. We have a visual proof. We could actually show that these are these bifurcation diagrams, and these bifurcation diagrams are very similar to the butterfly catastrophe, and visually this gives you very strong reasons to believe that this is the correct mapping, but at this moment we don't have a formal mathematical proof to do this. So we first need this before we can fill this in this agent-based model. But that will be a next step. Let me say a few more words about what this actually also means. So for me, this is all quite mathematical and technical, but the inspiration was really more practical and also in terms of the polarization, because in the Heel model, there is actually no real way out of polarization. So the Heel model explains polarization in a nice way, I think, but the only way to actually get out of polarization is total disengagement. So the only way to get out of polarization is that we don't care at all about anything anymore, and that's the way out of polarization. It's the only real way in that model. And that's because there are no balanced involved positions possible in that model. And that's now possible. So in this Bloom-Capell type model, reluctance or torsion can help us actually to get out of these extreme positions and have involved balanced positions. I think it relates to anonymity. So there's a call. Some people here, especially Dutch people, will know about this new option, the NWA RCA program, where we can get 6.5 million, I think, to do research on polarization in digital societies. I want to look into anonymity on the internet. So I think from this model we can infer that anonymous accounts are quite a dangerous thing that I already explained in terms of the reluctance. And this has certain consequences, thinking about polarization. So that's one possible line to think in terms of this polarization in the age of digitalization program. There are many new research questions following here, of course. So as I said, This is this cascading transition model. There's quite some literature on this, especially also in climate research, but going back. So these are two cusps, but they are connected. So these are connected cusps, and depending on these 4 parameters, you get all kinds of fancy bifurcation behavior. Nobody actually, I think, did this for the butterfly catastrophe. So if you fill in, do this not for the cusp, but for the butterfly with the 6th order or 5th order differential equation, you get a whole new field of cascading transition models. So there's interesting work to do there. We did this generalization for the Ising model, as I said. So the node values are not -1, 1, but have a whole continuum from -1 to 1. We can do the same, of course, for the Bloom-Capell model. We already did this a bit, but we have to work it out further. So these are more technical things. Also prove this butterfly conjecture, as I now call it. But yeah, also more practically, can we find evidence for this pinched hysteresis effect, for instance? Are reluctant responses more neutral? As I said, we did already one first study and that failed, but I'm hopeful that it will work at some time. And also, for instance, another simple implication of this whole idea is that if we look at anonymous social media messages, they should be on average more extreme than non-anonymous things. So these are simple things to check that can help to support this type of model. And these are just some new research questions that I come up with. So to end off, zero matters, that was my title. And with ternary spin models, we can overcome some significant conceptual limitations inherent to Ising type models. We have developed similar applications for the study of depression and also knowledge. And then this caution it's the same trick with knowledge, because then zero is actually knowing that you don't know. That's then the interpretation of the zero state, going back to a long time actually. And we think that also in networks of knowledge, so semantic network type of approaches, this zero value, knowing that you don't know, really brings something really new to learning processes. And I hope that this attitude Bloom-Capell model gives more opportunity for thinking about depolarization in these agent-based models. And I also hope that I've shown you that the dynamics of the Bloom-Capell model are fascinating. Thank you.
Is there any question? Yeah.
Yes, thanks. Very inspiring research. I'm trying to understand, let's say, the conceptual background of this reluctance concept.
Yeah.
So the Socrates quote here would suggest it's an internal thing, right? You have learned to not take extreme positions on things you don't know anything about. But this idea that anonymity in social media could drive extremity comes more from it's a social thing. You don't do it because other people can see you.
No, I completely agree. No, it's absolutely not the same. So I do reluctance / caution, but they are actually not the same. They are totally different mechanisms, and we didn't make up our mind really. Maybe we should just say these are two ways two manipulations of alpha, but I'm not converged on this. So, and I completely agree. Caution is really an internal cognitive mechanism, more like the Socrates types of thing, and reluctance is really more about shame and blame and these types of things. I think they both have the same effect probably in the model, but they are not the same mechanism. So, yeah, I have to see how I tell the story maybe better, but it's not that I think they are synonyms. They're really two different mechanisms that increase the zero state in the model, I think. But yeah, this is really fresh. So I'm also my reading of the literature on reluctance and caution is not really helping a lot. So there's not much to find in the social psychology literature on the role of reluctance and caution actually in these types of things.
One thing that the anonymous kind of you probably know, like in the 80s, right at the beginning of the internet, there was a lot of studies from just email. The idea of flame wars. So I don't think it's about being anonymous, it's just about a lack of social cues with face-to-face interaction. So whether you could look at, interactions over video versus face to face, you often see
Yeah.
these things a bit.
No, we have to see. So I think I'm not an expert in this, but many people here are. So I think this is doable. Better notice probably if you, because you can see with on Twitter probably which ones what are anonymous and non-anonymous account, and then you can do sentiment analysis to see whether they are more extreme or not. I expect so, but again, I also expected this to be an easy thing. So maybe this is also not so easy, but I agree that face-to-face communication, that's another level. So that's also normally what you see. So if you really talk person to person, then people are actually even much more nice in a certain way. And that's also, I think, the most hopeful way out of polarization is face-to-face meetings, actually, because the real life interactions are the most depolarization.
There is a physical limitation there.
Yeah.
So a good setting, I was thinking, for these anonymous tests might be Discord. Because there you
Yeah.
have a fixed group of people that have channels where they're not anonymous and where they are.
Yeah.
It's the same people.
Okay.
They'll be either anonymous.
Oh, that's interesting.
And I'm in one of these communities, and I can confirm that this.
Oh yeah. Okay.
There's also pseudonymity, right? That's it's also distinguished, right? And that's
Sorry,
there's some
again?
pseudonymity. So
Oh, yeah.
you have a fixed user, but you're not linked to your actual, because like research suggests that that's actually the healthiest ones.
Okay.
Comparing kind of Facebook, or chat and
Okay.
Reddit.
Okay, good to know. Yeah. Mirta, you were.
Just thinking more about alpha. One could also think of it completely externally as a social norm of society.
Yeah.
Whether it promotes kind of unity, like moderation, or in many circumstances, you're not supposed to be difficult in either way.
Yeah.
Like you should be kind of moderate, and so one can think of it as a completely external thing, like a social norm that you can learn, that it will depend on the context, the problem.
But then that's then more in the reluctance type of.
Yes, reluctance is so far I think it's a more personal thing where you are maybe not want to even model it. If I have different friends and I want to kind of stay in their good graces, I could have this personal reluctance just to keep my network so that I don't alienate people, but it also can be something that the society imposes to not speak out. One can then start thinking of the zero option as not the zero option, but just innovation. One can think of this as there are other options. That
it's interesting. Yeah.
All of it. And then the final thought is like the relationship to chaos of different actions that stem from. I'm not sure where I'm going there, but there is something relating to action.
No, that's all really possible. Yeah.
I guess it's self-regulation versus external regulation. That's it.
Yeah, in our clinical application of this model, it has to do with self-regulation.
Whether it's punishment, whether it's social norms, this is not really that important. It's just that fear of if you're in a controlled society, the fear of speaking up has the same effect. It's a social external thing. Or these learned things, so it's about timescales as well. Like you learn a behavior, you become a moral person.
Yeah, in our clinical application of this model, we call it. It is more related to self-regulation. Yeah.
I think it's in the same line. There's another interpretation for why your experiment failed in a way, is that they saw each other. So they saw what their friends were doing. And in that case, maybe you'll have an advantage for actually having an opinion. Right? So then there will be 3 different experiments. One is they have to put their arms up, but no one else sees. And then they will have to do it online, but they know what the others do. So then I think it goes into the social norms or into the pressure, but in the other way around. So the fact that others see force you to have an opinion, and you become less reluctant. Because another interpretation, I think along the same lines, for the knowledge, the fact that people are having an opinion even though they're not knowledgeable about it, is that the threshold for what it means to be knowledgeable decreases. So you have the numerator or denominator well. And if you think that being knowledgeable is just like having a clue or just having some idea, you'll say the same thing, right? You actually think that you're knowledgeable and your community is knowledgeable.
Yeah.
Because the threshold changed.
Yeah.
You see, I think it's the same thing for.
No, that's really a good point. It's also answers you also give a good answer to this question. So I still have to think what happens now socially indeed with the caution update or reluctance update. But your idea is actually that non-reluctance is also a spreading thing. So if you see that, and that's what they often now see about. Yeah, but they also say this now about extreme right, of course, in Europe, that people are not ashamed anymore because you see other people are not reluctant about sharing their extreme opinions, so you're also not reluctant anymore. So
And if that's true, there's also another condition, which is you should have an age difference.
yeah, okay.
Depending on the age at which you do the experiment in the classrooms, the behaviors will be different.
Yeah, that's also okay. Yeah. Okay, we should talk more about this experiment. Yeah. Yeah, I think also the lunch is waiting, but I look at 2-1.
Is there any other question? Okay, so we close the morning session and we go.
Group, in this case we looked at ethnicity. So you see that it can kind of fit some things reasonably well, but there's some schools where it doesn't fit well. I'll come back to those things because I think that's quite interesting. But we have now this generative model to estimate what's going to happen. And here, as you see from the data, the mixing, the sortativity by race when the composition of the classroom varies. So here you have 3 groups of race. I forget which ones we used. But there's 5 in the data. We picked the 3 largest. But yeah, you see that when you have a well-mixed group, so here, I always find it difficult to measure these things, but yeah, you get a mix of 30% here, 70% here. Well, that doesn't make sense. But anyway, here you get everything along, yeah, this is completely race group 1 and race group 3. This is completely race group 1 and
none of the others.
None of the others. This is none of the others. Yeah, this is none of the others. What you find is that the actual way to maximize the sortativity, so the segregation within the classroom, is exactly when you have a 50-50 mix of the 2 groups. So when you have a mix of all 3, it becomes a bit less, but having a perfectly mixed classroom, you're going to get the most disassortivity in most assortivity by race in the classroom. So a well-mixed classroom leads to highly segregated networks. This is also what the data says, it's also what the model can recapture. And the hypothesis that we have for this is just simply that, yeah, you can, if you have enough people within your own group, you can get most benefit from that, assuming that the benefit is somehow scaled, so this is homophily, you get more from your own group. You have enough in your own group, you can maintain your friendships that you have because of this cost, and then you're happy enough that you don't need to go across the boundaries. So if you want to create intergroup friendships, the best way to do this is to actually have a minority. Now there's a question about that. Because the central assumption is about cost. You want to maximize your friendship, it gives you more utility, but the cost is there. When you have to go across the groups, there's more of an expense for you to do that. So these people will have less friends, but the societal benefit will be higher because there will be more cross-group friendships. They can spend more of their energy on these cross-group friendships. So if you want to kind of maximize and you assume that there is this effect, that people are easier to make friends with their own group, and there's reasons to show that from the literature. If the parents are the same income background, the same ethnicity, they're more likely to meet and spend more time together. Then the best thing to do for the inspectorate is not have perfectly mixed schools, but actually have majority to minority.
So if I look on the top right, it's extremely dihedrally symmetric, right? Which means that these groups are sort of exactly the same in the extent to which they in-group prefer, right?
Yes. There is an explanation for that. It's been a few years since we did this, but I will dig it out and I'll try to, exactly this. The one thing we showed also, going back to this situation where we had the disagreement, the one thing in the data for the US is you had another kind of group, which was the mixed other. So actually from the model we can generate this, but from the data what you see is the schools where you have a third white, a third black and a third mixed, the sortativity is less. So these mixed race groups actually act as an interface between these two groups. So the other way to do this is have more mixed race children in the classroom to kind of act as a bridge for this. Okay. Yeah, I don't really have much time to do. What I want to show here is once we have this model, we can try and investigate what happens when the importance of an attribute like race actually scales with the population. So the idea that if you're in a classroom, then you have a small amount of the other group, this becomes less important, but as that becomes more present, the kids are more aware of it, this starts to kind of get more of an issue, the weight of that attribute becomes more important. And then you see a much quicker transition of the assortativity. So you need to push it a lot less to have this thing quickly become assortative. Okay. No, I don't have much time for this. I was hoping that Andreas would explain the stochastic actor. What I do want to tell you about is this data set, which Andreas was also one of the collectors of, because I think it's really a nice data set. This is the ARM study. They collected 7 waves in total. What we're looking at is waves 4 to 7, and they follow kids from primary school to high school, and they're asking them all sorts of questions. Who is your friend? So you get a directed network from this. How much do you like your classmates? So different from friendship, by the way. And this is the nice thing of collecting your data. You see these kind of crazy kids who say, yeah, you're my friend, but I give you a -4. that happens. Then there's another thing which is, so there's the friendship which is different, and we have this like network. So one of the things that we're looking at in Tanja, by the way, then they ask all sorts of things about their opinion. So what do they think about smoking? What do they think about drinking, shopping, rap music, different styles of clothes, different brands of fashion items? There's a lot in there. I don't know how the kids have the patience to answer this all the time. But you can do really, really nice things with this. And then this is controlled for in different ways. There's 12 schools, 61 classes, and 1,200 participants. So the stochastic actor-oriented model, I want to show you a little bit how this works. And Andreas, you can correct me. The whole idea of these models is to say you've got 2 observations at 2 time points of a network, T1 and T2, and you want to estimate what effects are actually controlling the dynamics. So in this Siena framework, we have a long list of effects that you can assume. So some of them are network-based, so reciprocity, so closures of triangles, and you can put those things into this estimator to say, I assume these are the 3 effects, and I want to estimate the weights of each of these effects to determine what's driving the dynamics in these 2 observations. So what is the best explainer in terms of these effects going from T1 to T2? It does this by a series of mini steps. So at you select an actor from the network, then the actor has some actions it can take. It can add or remove a link, it can change an attribute, and each of these things has a probability which is defined by a weighted sum of these effects. So what effects you put in, you assume whether it's a bounded confidence thing, whether it's that you merge your opinion to what's around you more closely, or whether it's this negative influence that you're repulsed by your neighbors. What you get at the end, after some Monte Carlo, Markov chain Monte Carlo kind of estimates, is some estimation for these beta parameters. Which effect is dominating the dynamics between these 2 time steps? So is it the idea that if you dislike me, I'm going to change my opinion away from you? Or is it that if we're friends, we're going to merge our opinions together? Or is it that if our opinions are close together, we become close together? So this is more or less.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it does. And it's connected to network dynamics, where you on the other side have, at the same time, this model of, well, do I befriend you because you have befriended me before, reciprocity, or because we have 2 common friends, and that sort of things. Yeah.
Just a quick question, because because you have exponential random graph where you usually
Yes.
plug it in. So what's the advantage of this? I mean, you get posterior estimates for the meters, but you could also get that.
Yeah, so this is mainly focused on the dynamics between these two time points. With the LGMs, normally you're looking at a static network and estimate for that. Here is the dynamics, the best playback dynamics going from one time point to the next.
Okay.
And these can be more easily interpreted in terms of, let's say, preferences of actors. So there's really a simulation model behind that, modeling that an individual actor makes a choice. Should I befriend this or that other actor, or should I change my opinion to this or that value, driven by those effects in the model?
And these timescales that Andreas, assuming that the issue that I said, you can also estimate these timescale processes.
And just a question, why you chose this model instead of the other one, the social network formation with the utility UI?
Well, here it's a lot easier to estimate the influence of these different
because
effects.
there you also have GIJ and GJI and homophily.
We could quite easily estimate these things as well. The nice thing about this is it has a massive code book of all these effects, and you can test them quite easily. There's just good software to do this. It doesn't. The assumptions about what's happening are slightly different, I think, with what I have. But yeah, you can get some intuition about which kind of effect is dominant. Let's see, which one is more stronger explanation for the data that you've observed, the two observation points. So, I didn't say anything wrong, Tanja?
And another advantage is that you can combine the network dynamics with opinion dynamics, and you can know which influence which.
Yeah, which one is dominant.
Okay, thanks.
So what we've been doing with this data is close to what is this question of negative influence. So what drives the phenomenon that an individual moves away from the source of influence? So Han likes something, so I don't like Han, so I move away. That's like a dislike, right? So we have this dislike network. So if I give you a -4, does that mean I'm more likely to move away from your opinion? An opinion of something? Or this kind of bounded confidence thing that if our opinions are sufficiently different, I move away. Right? Both are plausible explanations of what happens. Both are discussed in many kind of papers about this. But we can estimate which of these is more influential. There are all these encodings that you use for all these different effects, but what you can look at here is basically this one, and well, I think I have the entirety. This one is on the dislike network. So what is dominant here? So if you dislike me, what is the likelihood of my opinion changing away from you? And the negative means it's more strong, right?
It's more like the extent that my opinion is going to be those who I dislike. And since it gets a negative parameter,
yeah, it's going to move away. Yes, yes. So the negative means that I'm more likely to move away. So it seems like and this is broken into two groups. This is the first 5 classes of the study. And you see here that the dislike network is very strongly telling you about that I'm going to change my opinion. If I dislike you, I'm going to move away from your opinion. But then you look in the next kind of set, this kind of becomes less pronounced, and this can become stronger. These are the significance scores, by the way. 0 or 1 means it's kind of significant. So here it seems like the opinion difference is driving things. So depending on which schools you take, the process of what's driving the negative influence, according to this kind of estimate from the stochastic axis-oriented model, will change. So the negative influence, the source of negative influence may differ from class to class. So what is the idea that it's always about the difference in opinion, or it's always about the fact that we dislike each other? That's not the case. So now we're going to look to see whether we're going to look to see whether there's something about these schools, perhaps in terms of the composition, that determines whether this is going to dominate things or this is going to dominate things. And that could be the fact that there's just stronger dislike-like groups within the schools, or more of a mixed school, or the neighborhood. right? So if the neighborhood is telling you something about whether these things are differently driven, and it's about this context, this contingency on what is salient to me at the time. That can be. You look very concerned on this.
No, I'm just a question for understanding. So if you say yes on the dislike network, that means it's in the network dynamic is modeled as well in the same model, or?
No, so we have a dislike network that we get from, and that's static, right? We fix
How
that.
much do you like classmate X?
Yeah, so
You
dislike.
assume that's fixed.
Fixed.
Doesn't change over time.
We take the T1, network, right?
No, it's changed between waves. Otherwise, you can model.
Okay, so you also have the network dynamic part.
It has a dynamic pressure network and dynamic histogram.
Okay.
But it's below, so when they estimate how much they like a person, it's from -4 to 4. So 0 means neutral, and 4 means -4, it means I really dislike them, 4, I like them. In this case, the dislike network is basically anything below 0 that we use to estimate. So that seems to be more influential. My feelings towards you, whether I dislike you, is more influential to, well, for some of the schools, to actually shift my opinion away from yours, rather than the similarity of our opinions. And that's the story. Okay, I'm done, Twan. So thank you.
Hey.
Yes, go ahead.
So this last part reminds me of art. How does it compare with this art? There was an article like 10 years ago, Yapton Harrington. Why does everyone hate me? So they have a model that estimates many of these things. Homophilia, they have the triangle, and other things to kind of get to this. And I wonder if you have compared those two things. They conclude that okay, it's homophilia and the triangles, how they are constructed. That influence why everybody hates me, basically.
Yeah, we haven't compared it, but even looking, because these schools are quite different, right? So some of them have a much broader mix of groups, some of them have less, and that obviously affects the kind of dislike networks you get.
And also this articles, recent articles on Ancho Sanchez, also did in schools in Spain. Where they show that many of us, if I remember correctly, he visited us a few weeks ago, that many of the structure progress does not change. They are the same. So in terms of different motifs in the networks for the students, and also that was usually sometimes observed is that okay, you get more balanced triangles over time and so on, but there was like stable, no change whatsoever over years. In these motifs in the networks of students. They published it a few others.
Yeah. Did you, because Tobias Stark is another kind of person who collected the data, so he's got some papers on, let's say, more standard analysis of these things. We have done some things with some different groups. There are network dynamics, for sure. The other interesting thing about this study is they actually monitor the step from primary to high school. So you can see right there you go between these two things. And that's nice in the sense that these friendship groups are kind of just forming. So you will see dynamics there. Beyond that, do you know what kind of network dynamics, if these things are really kind of stable over time with the kids?
Well, we did our very best with the secondary schools to do the first wave data collection very early on. So you see really change between the first and the second wave, and indeed you see the rate of change declining. But there still is change, so it goes on.
Yeah, I mean, you have these events, right, that people fall out, and then you will get these things. Okay.
Okay, so take nice. You plug yourself. Okay, and then you plug. You only plug for the HDMI.
But you need the hour, I guess.
If you need the hour, then you need to plug with that one.
I'm sure the mic is nothing.
Audio.
Yeah.
That one, I guess.
I don't think we need the speaker. We're not monitoring questions, are we?
Okay. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Hi. So I kind of decided to change what I'm going to talk about from what I said I was going to talk about. But maybe I'll talk about what I said that I was going to talk about as well, if we have time for it. But everyone else was talking about modeling, and I'm also doing modeling, so I was like, peer pressure, which is also what we're modeling. So I think it makes sense. So I'm going to present on. I have a VD project recently started, and I'm also part of a transatlantic platform project together with Chris Bale, Chris Berry, and Hanak, Nicole Pagan, Alexander Urban. And my VD project is my PhD student Michelle Schimmel. Mike Larroy, who's actually just a master's student, but he's done a lot of amazing work as part of his master's thesis. Unfortunately, someone else hired him for a PhD before I had time to do it, so he's not my PhD student. So the kind of background of this VD project is social media, and especially kind of this idea we had in like the 90s, early 2000s, that social media was going to be like this amazing meeting space. It was gonna, revolutionize society by like enabling democratic dialogue. It was gonna be super easy for everyone to debate without gatekeepers, and it was gonna have all these positive consequences for democracy. Because debate is the soul of democracy, and it was going to be this kind of Habermasian space where everyone could discuss, and we're going to have a democratic renaissance. And that's maybe not exactly what happened. Unfortunately, we've seen the literature and the debates around social media shifting to a debate about the link between social media and problematic political outcomes like rising toxicity, misinformation, radicalization, and polarization, which has been the kind of debate for the last 20 years or so. We can roughly speak about three interrelated problems with social media that is leading to it undermining debate and constructive deliberation that we might call segregation, polarization, and inequality as a subtle reference to something. And so the first one would be kind of like the echo chamber, so the idea that social media as it's structured undermines or disencourages interaction across the partisan divide. So we're not engaging with people who we disagree with. The second one would be when we actually do engage, we often end up in kind of conflictual interaction. And this has been referred to as the social media prism. So this idea that more polarized users tend to draw more attention. They tend to dominate the space. And so we get a kind of misrepresentation of the other political side. So based on what we see on social media, people seem much more politically extreme than they actually are. So basically, the craziest voices get the most attention. And then finally, inequality, so power loss of attention. So social media produces this attention economy where we're competing to produce messages that will draw attention, which is, of course, interacting with the other two, right? So we have this space where the more extreme, the crazier you are, the more attention you get. So it creates kind of problematic incentives that is driving problematic outcomes. So that those would be kind of in a very rough sketch the kind of problems we might see with social media. And so this project it's part of this shifting move in the literature where we're like saying, okay, so fine, we've complained about this for 20 years. How do we actually do something about it? How can we change social media? And also a little bit with this idea, like I'm old school. I remember internet in the 90s. It was amazing. It wasn't like a naive description. It was actually amazing. Early social media, it was a deliberative space. It got messed up somewhere along the way. And so this is the idea that, it's not a kind of naive impossibility to create a more constructive social space. It's actually possible. However, there's a reason that people have just been looking at the problems for the last 20 years. And that reason is that it's just really methodologically difficult to look at, to imagine how things could be different, right? Because we're mostly working from observational data. With observational data, it's hard to get towards causality. It's impossible to study counterfactuals, etc. Right? So there is a kind of a lot of idea of interventions and ways to addressing these problems in the literature, but there's very much a lack of methods for doing so. Observational data doesn't cut it, and we also have this kind of current kind of data crisis where platforms are basically shutting down API access, and we need new research methods. And so, obviously, for everyone in the room, kind of simulation modeling is one possibility for this. I've done a bit of work kind of simulating, especially modeling kind of effective polarization and drawing this kind of idea that basically the stuff we've already heard about, so I don't need to go into it too much, but kind of this idea of centrifugal centripetal forces of intergroup conflicts, so conflict theory versus the minimal group paradigm. This idea of like kind of the trigger bubbles, so basically saying it's not necessarily connecting to this social media prism, that actually polarization can be driven. If we focus on effective polarization, it's more reasonable to think that it's driven by conflict, not by isolation. So it's not this kind of Habermasian idea of arguments being accumulated, and then we get more and more extreme opinions, and therefore we're diverging in the opinion space, but it's rather that we have conflictual interactions that are driving polarization. And if that's how we understand this, that's the dynamics, then suddenly it's actually not isolation that is driving it, but it's hyperconnectivity. So social media can drive polarization by creating a more globally interconnected society, etc. So there is this work that I've been pursuing in the space and using this simulation to think about the dynamics of polarization of social media, but still getting to this kind of counterfactuals using these very simplistic models. It's difficult to make a strong argument for it. And so my current project, that's both the VD project and the DIEP project, is the idea of using generative ABM. So using large language model to simulate social media. And so basically, this goes towards a little bit more realistic models where LLMs are capturing a large share of human behavior, and we can kind of use that to try out different interventions to see how we can improve the platform. And so I come, usually I speak to people who are not from a complexity perspective, but here I am home with my complexity buddies, so you all know what's up. And just this idea of understanding social media and the problematic outcomes of social media as emergent phenomenon from a social technical system, that it's the interaction between algorithms that is leading to something kind of unexpected or unanticipated, or impossible to anticipate without modeling. And so how does this model look like? Well, so I published one paper in 2023, so it's called Simulating Social Media Using Large Language Models. And so basically, we use ANES data, so American National Election Survey, which is a very rich data source with a lot of information, both political information, but also like, I like to go fishing, like this kind of, it creates kind of a rich idea of a person. As we use that, it creates a persona text from it. So it's like, you're a male, you're middle income, evangelical Protestant, blah, blah. You love Republicans, Donald Trump, Christians, you hate Democrats, Joe Biden, Black Lives Matter. And so this is basically from survey questions where they say, okay, this is my feeling thermometer about Anthony Fauci. And then I'm turning that into text to have it kind of as a persona. And the nice thing with this is I have like a representative sample of the US population. And so I create a ton of users based on the US population that uses social media, because I know that. I also know what news channels and what news media they consume. And so I'm basically simulating a specific day in just after the training data of the model. So I simulate that day, and I have all the news that were published on all the news media that day. And I see what news media they consume, and I show them their random articles from those news media. And then the agents can basically read them, and they can be like, okay, I want to share this, I don't want to share this. And then they write some message about it. And then the other agents, it's processed through timeline algorithm or newsfeed algorithm. Other agents can see it, they can like it, interact with it, and then we can change the timeline algorithm and see what happens. So that's the first paper we did on this. But that was years ago. You can read it. Now I'm going to present another paper. Here was basically defining like we can create a bridging algorithm that encourages interaction across the partisan divide, and seems like it can reduce polarization. But in the new paper that I've been working on, I'm interested in a broader set of interventions. And so this is carried out with Mike Leroy. And so basically here we're focusing on the network structure. And so the idea here is basically the agents, we have the same basic structure. Agents can share messages, they can write messages, they can share messages, and they can also start following each other. So basically, they can kind of retweet a message, and then if the message seems interesting and they want to follow the person, they can go in and see the previous posts and then decide, do I want to follow this person or not? So it's basically quite a simple model, but it captures this idea that the way we form networks on social media is through sharing, right? So we share messages, and then we see those messages, and then there's a kind of cumulative feedback process of network production, which is difficult to kind of capture using conventional ABMs. And so what we're interested in, what is the structure of the resulting network? And we're using the network as a lens. Why am I doing this? Instead, we're just basically using the text as a proxy and focusing on the text that's produced by the agents. I can talk more about this, but I'm growing increasingly skeptical when it comes to using ABMs in that way. So happy to talk. I'm going to talk more about that in a bit. But so what is the structure of this resulting network? So it is a very minimal model, but still we find that the network shows these three problematic aspects that I pointed to. So it has segregation in the sense that we have echo chambers. Partisans tend to follow other partisans of the same party. We have polarization, like the social media prism. So basically, more polarized users tend to have more followers. And finally, we have inequality in the sense that parallel distribution of the followership network. I was quite surprised that this just came out of this simple, because I usually, you have to kind of, beat the model a little bit to see what you want, but we were just like, this kind of just came out of it. And I mean, you can kind of argue how surprised with the first non-echo chambers, how surprised am I? Not super surprised. It's fairly, you can imagine that the LLMs prefer following others of the same party. Inequality, well, parallel distribution is basically anything with a network, you get a parallel distribution, right? It's like, it's not so surprising. It's preferential attachment is a very robust kind of phenomenon. The social media prism, I was quite surprised by. I was not expecting that. And yeah, we basically done a bunch of runs on it and so on.
Does that result from this timeline algorithm that you have?
So yeah, I should have said that as well. So this timeline algorithm is just basically the default is that so people see messages that they're retweeted by their friends or sent by their friends, and sorted by the number of retweets. So more shared messages are shown more.
So how do you explain that polarization?
So I can get into it, but basically messages, people retweets, and this has been shown quite extensively, is that like we're likelier to press share on messages when we have a strong emotional reaction, either positive or negative. And so more polarizing messages tend to be shared more. And then that in turn leads to there being more following, right? Because the retweeting is what leads to the following, which creates a kind of feedback loop where the influential, like crazier messages get more and more influential. And so that leads to higher levels of, that leads to a correlation between polarization.
These agents, they have this tendency, because they kind of picked it up in pre-training because they're trained on our text.
Yeah, I mean, this is a debate, right? Like, where does it come from? But I've done quite some studies on like what they like to retweet and what they like to like and so on, and also how that correlates to their personalities.
It's not part of their ID.
Sorry,
it's not part of their generated identity.
No. Okay. But it's there are also these effects where it's like older people are more likely to share misinformation. I've done quite a bit of studies on this, and it does capture a lot of these kind of findings. Of course, I mean, I would love, like, I'm hoping to discuss more about this with you about, does this make sense at all? This entire approach, those questions, but I mean, I'm not sure I believe in this stuff. I'm just I'm just presenting it, Yeah.
Just one question to understand how you program this, right? So presumably there's some representative network in the model, and then there's API calls when somebody receives this message. And then from this API call, you ask the agent to say, do you make a connection? Do you do this? Do you do that?
Yeah. So if you have really good eyesight. Well, so basically it's like the agents, they can see the messages and then they can kind of choose. So like you see this and like, do you want to follow the user? Like, do you want to retweet the message, or do you want to do nothing, or
Do you make that an API call?
So that's an API call.
It comes back into your code.
Yeah.
You then
And it's parsed.
Parse that into an action that changes the network.
Yeah.
What about the context? So when you do the next API call for that agent, does it remember everything that it's done in the past?
No, we don't have a memory function built into that way. But I mean, that's kind of debatable how much. I don't know. I don't remember the production of my Twitter network in that sense.
But would it remember like if it made a friend or it followed someone?
So it can see that. So a lot of the kind of a lot of it is in what it sees. Like you're on the social media, your friend is sending this. Like, and this was retweeted by your friend, or this was sent by your friend. If that makes sense. So I mean, ultimately the memory modules in LLMs is the same thing, right? It's just you're sending the data. This is what happened before. But in this case, it's just like that information is in the interface.
You explicitly store this, and then in the next prompt, it says this is your friends now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can they see how many shares there are already? And if they can.
In the default, yes.
Without them seeing.
Yeah, you're getting ahead of me here, but this is brilliant thinking. I'm gonna.
Did you ask them why they use this?
Yeah, they have motivations. Yeah, they've been motivated.
So how do you define more polarized user? You mentioned emotions.
Yes, it's based on the ANES survey. So basically, it's like how much do you hate the other party versus how much do you like your own party, and then you can create that. Yeah, basically, you can create a kind of index of that. Cool. So yeah, so that's the outcome in the default model, and yes, they can see how many retweets like that's built in, and so on. And so let's try like a bunch of interventions that have been debated in the literature. So one would be kind of the chronological. So I should say that these are like unrealistic, like they're realistic in the sense that these have been recommended, but they're unrealistic in the sense that like no social media owner would ever do this, if they care about their platform, because they're quite violent. I mean, they're a bit extreme. So like only showing things chronologically is not going to be an amazing user experience. Same thing with like, so this is don't play dominant voices. It's literally showing like the worst messages, the least liked messages. so it's like, I mean, you can kind of see because we wanted to make the interventions as extreme as possible to be like, while also like having like the users should have some kind of choice, like, because otherwise it's just trivial outcomes, right? And boost out partisans is basically they see messages from the other political side. And so the bridging ideas is especially interesting. So this was supposed to be an entire work package in my VD project, but then Google kind of did it for me. So I was like, oh, cool. I can chill for a year, because it's basically, they're using text analysis. So it's perspective. They launched various bridging attributes, which is based on the text content, and they analyze how reasoning is, how deliberative it is, like how much of a useful contribution is this, with the idea that like social media platforms can use this to sort messages and identify the most constructive and useful message.
From tweets.
for like, so for instance, like Blue Sky could, for instance, implement this, sort the messages on the newsfeed, not by how many retweets, but by how good it is according to Google's black box algorithm that is completely trust and there's no problems involved in this.
Flickr does that with community nodes, right? They sort of select the best community node.
Twitter community nodes is much better. They're actually a super nice algorithm for selecting. So that's, but it's a similar kind of bridging thing. But that's based on, okay, I'm going to too much, but like read the white paper on it. It's brilliant. That was definitely not done by Elon Musk. But it's a really nice algorithm. So that's I'm running a project with some collaborators on Blue Sky where we're implementing a similar algorithm to sort the news feed of actual content on Blue Sky, but that's a different presentation. Hide social statistics. So we just heard a suggestion. So hiding retweets. Actually, we don't have likes, so we don't have to hide that. And the final one is kind of a fun, but like hide the biography, because the users basically, they all have a biography where they write a little presentation about themselves. And then when people want to follow them, like when they decide to follow, they go into their profile, they look at their biography and their most recent posts. So it makes sense if we hide this, then maybe, less information for them to go on. Yeah.
Are there also suggested posts that they see, or is it only from the people they follow?
So it's only they see posts from the ones they follow,
and the friends,
and it's just like kind of the selection of those posts because they build up quite a big follower network, and so it's kind of still a selection within.
So it could not be an intervention to have a suggestion.
Yeah.
That are offered by the owner.
Yeah. No, it's. I don't know if we tried that. Maybe that's in the final paper. I don't remember.
Okay.
And so yeah.
Then the boost out passes and how does that work if you're completely segregated with that?
So there is a kind of because also when you're starting the network, there's always the starting problem, right? So there's some level of random posts, and like if you don't have anyone you're following, then there's kind of noise to create a little bit of robustness to the model. And so let's look at the outcomes. So basically, the interventions have some effect depending on which attribute you're looking at. But interestingly, in some cases, it gets much worse, actually. So for instance, using chronological newsfeed, you get a much stronger effect of partisan users having more followers. So more extreme users having more followers. Don't know why. But yeah, we can speculate. But a general takeaway is that like the interventions have some impact, positive or negative. But they do not change the fundamental dynamics. So for instance, we still have power law distributions. The power law distribution is it's hard to do anything about, seemingly. And most of the interventions don't really have any statistical significant effects. And so what's the...
They don't change their profile based on that. So the Trump voter doesn't become a non-Trump voter.
Yeah, so more like... even though we are boosting messages from uninfluential users, we still get highly unequal distribution of attention where a small number of users are dominating the entire platform. Even though we're trying to boost like messages from the other political side using bridging algorithms, whatever, we still get echo chambers. We still get the more extreme users grab more attention. Like those dynamics are just like, I don't know. I mean, we're changing very fundamental dynamics of algorithm dynamics of the platforms, and they're still there. And so it kind of casts light because the way that the literature has talked about this has been like, okay, we have engagement algorithms. Engagement algorithms are the problem because they fuel this kind of dynamics where more polarized users grab more attention because they piss people off. But actually, like whatever like algorithm will throw at it, it's still this outcome is still the same. And so from a kind of complexity lens, it seems like this is like it's an emergent outcome, but it's a very robust emergent outcome. Yeah.
Does the exponent change the scope of your problem?
Yeah. So it does like change like a bit the level of inequality. So like the Gini coefficient changes, for instance, that's what we're using to measure it. But it's still, it's still a power law distribution. So maybe it like goes from, 10% of the users have the majority of the attention to 12%, and it's like, yeah. But the fundamental dynamic is still there, you know. So we're not managing to kill the preferential attachment, basically. But so, and basically, so what's the explanation and how do we understand this? So the way that I'm understanding it is that it's this kind of dynamics between the retweets and the following. So if we have a system that has a network that's being produced by messages that are retweeted and shared, that itself produces these three outcomes that we're finding: segregation, polarization, and inequality. And that is a very robust phenomenon. So in terms of kind of what are the policy implications? Maybe the policy implications will be that this broad spectrum of social media types, which is like Mastodon, Blue Sky, Twitter, and so on, where we have networks without followerships, those inherently have these problems, and we might have to kind of think outside of the box of that entire realm of platforms, and that we might need more violent interventions in this space. So that was that paper. I was going to talk a little bit about like the broader implications of generative simulations as well. Because this is kind of the space that I'm working in, and we're all interested in agent-based modeling and stuff. So and this is the new hot thing that all the cool kids are doing. So I'm also with Mike. So Mike, I mean, he has probably the most successful master thesis in the history of UVA. Because his like review, like we sent it got an R&R in AI and Society, which is like I don't know, more than 10 in impact factors, like a good journal, and then we're sending his the master thesis to Nature and Behavior. So I think it's pretty decent, like 3 months of work. He's a good student. Happy for the guy who hired him. Anyway, so we've been thinking about this question of like what does this modeling mean and how do we use it? Like, and you see, we took a kind of he carried out his literature review, and we used that as a way of kind of thinking through the questions of what these models and this type of what it actually allows us to do and what are the problems with it. And like a lot of what we ended up thinking about is this question of like because as I see it, at least in the agent-based modeling literature, we have two kind of approaches. One approach being kind of using very simple models to try to capture some emergent phenomenon, understand having the model being so simple that it allows us to understand the mechanisms that is emergent, and like using it as a kind of a metaphor for thinking through social systems, right? Like, and that this is the only way we can understand complexity in the social world, something like that. The other one being kind of, okay, we calibrate it, like we've seen an example of this, we kind of try to calibrate and validate it against empirical data. And so, but I think a lot of both of these become quite difficult and challenging when we're bringing large language models into it. So the former is kind of like, is this black box model and like, we don't know exactly what it does. We don't know that it matches human behavior. It becomes very hard to validate it because we don't actually know what it's doing. And calibration is very challenging. Like, you know, either we have to fiddle around with the prompt and hope that it changes, but then what kind of data do we match it towards? And this was also with the kind of text data that we were really struggling with. So that's in the DIEP project that I've been working on. We basically took this model, the model that I started with, which is a preprint. It remains a preprint. It might never become anything else but a preprint because basically I was like, okay, but how do we validate and show that this makes sense? Okay, with ANES data, we can't really validate it against how these people would write because we don't know how they write. We don't have their Twitter. And so we instead ended up, okay, so let's compare it to real social media data. Let's collect some data and compare, see how similar it is. So we started by asking humans, and humans were like, this is so realistic, you guys, this is great, this is great. But then we're like, okay, but I think we could show these guys, like, you know, whatever, and they would be like, yeah, this is like, there's no difference, HR, there's no difference between this picture, you know, it's a meme. But basically, so we're like, okay, so let's actually throw some kind of proper metrics against it. So we used empath, which is measures syntactic digital text. And we trained, fine-tuned a BERT model to see if it could tell the difference. This is the least confused confusion matrix I've ever seen in my entire life. Like, it's a non-confusion matrix. It's like two were misclassified out of like 10,000. It's like, yeah, this is like, it's completely obvious for it to identify. Like, it's very unlike human text. And the same thing with the empath attributes. It's just like,
This is Twitter that you can vote against?
yeah, yeah.
I mean, most of Twitter's bots, right? So it's just the wrong kind of bot.
Yeah. Yeah. No, but I mean, like, so it's just the text that they produce is just not very realistic in some sense. But it's the kind of like, and
Just a quick one. So they were not fine-tuned or.
so this is zero, like, well, we tried everything.
We tried to fine-tune them.
So basically, we sent the Nicolo Pagan, he's great at this technical aspects, and he went down into a deep rabbit hole where he spent 6 months in a cave using every type of fine-tuning of every type of model, including like the most sophisticated conditioning models. And he's managing to, now it's like 4 instead of 2. No, but it's like, it's getting better, but it's still, yeah, I was really expecting it to be a lot easier than it is. There's also all of this weird shit where you run fine tuning and you make it syntactically more realistic, and then you run the model 2 times and suddenly it just outputs JavaScript, and you're like, and like it just forgets who it is. It's just the model, like fine tuning has all of these weird downstream effects where that can be hard to control. But basically, this is turning out to be a paper on its own, just trying to make the model produce realistic text.
Can you say in words, like what is the main difference?
Yeah.
So the difference is that it's much less emotional. It's less toxic. It writes longer sentences, like those kind of things. But it's very sorry.
Grammatically correct.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like it's absurd because it's so easy to at least get this a bit higher. Like just send poop emojis. Just send poop emoji. And you're like, you're good. It's going to be really hard to guess because like half of Twitter is like, grab like a sample of Twitter messages, like the level is depressing.
This is across different laptops.
Yeah. So we tried.
Also the new ones, like the recent models, everything. And...
Yeah. We fine-tuned DeepSeek, large model, and all kinds of things. I mean, it's getting better, and we're going to try to write a paper that we're like getting fairly good results, but like, and which is, the Russians are going to love this. The misinformation campaigns are going to be much better after we release this paper. But basically, the question that I also end up with all of this work is like, when is the textual content, like the syntactical attributes, actually important for operational validity? Because that's what we're looking for, right? Like the models need to match some aspect of the real world. They don't need to be realistic, in my view. They just have to be realistic in capturing some kind of mechanism that is useful.
What about like the emotional response? Because you ask humans, but one thing is the text, the other is the emotional feeling.
Yeah, exactly. So it kind of depends on what your model is doing. And so if you're using the bridging attributes, for instance, then it can matter because it actually looks like text. But we're hoping that peer reviewer doesn't think about that for now. But yeah, I mean, it's very tricky, these questions, because it kind of opens up, as kind of ABM people, things that we try to not think about too much when it comes to what we're actually doing, that we have to start thinking about. So, I mean, like my kind of approach to ABMs, which I like, is to pursue highly simplistic models. I'm not trying to create realistic models, because it's chimera. We're never going to create fully realistic models. And even if we do, like it kind of in some way misses the point, because the point is to kind of throw light on some kind of qualitative dynamics, like as this model that our presenter is trying to do, is kind of show how stable the results are, how stable these emergent outcomes are. So it's not really prediction. And so it's on creating new metaphors. And so the paper, we're working on one paper now where we're trying to kind of reduce the models down to, like, in some ways, to conventional ABMs by using what we're calling behavioral assertions. So this is the idea from software testing, where you can we can assert things about the system as a way of testing it without opening it up. And so basically, if the model functions as a model of human behavior, like this, and this needs to be true, and so as an example, we can kind of have, okay, so can zero-shot LLMs mimic basic human conversation? So this is kind of a fundamental thing in this type of modeling, right? Is that they need to be able to capture human behavior. So for instance, an assertion could be if a Republican and a Democrat are debating abortion, the conversation should be more tense than if two Democrats are talking about flowers. Can we all agree about that? So it's an example of an assertion because it's so obvious that it should be true. And like another way of showing it is empirically, but I don't think we have to because it's just. But okay, so what happens if we do this? But no. So actually, two Democrats talking about flowers is like can be more polarized. It's just like, yeah. This is ongoing work, but it seems like specifically modeling using LLMs, they seem to be very good at modeling a lot of aspects of human behavior. Human conversations not, which is weird because it's like literally what they were trying to do. But basically this kind of reactivity where they emotionally react to each other and they trigger each other and then like get pissed off.
So is it that they're not toxic thought?
No, so basically, so I can say, so I use three different persona approaches. One is just a very minimalistic, okay? This is like you're a Republican for life, whatever. And then the second one is ANES data, so like a realistic persona. And then the third one is an exact description of what to do to pass the test. Like this is a test. I'm asserting that like
you're neutral about flowers.
Like yeah. And basically, what happens with that one? So this is super toxic. So you see here, it's a 0.5. So they're basically just like trying to murder each other.
About flowers.
But they're equally murdering each other about flowers. That's the problem. It can't really tell the difference between like it's just behaving the same way, and it doesn't have this kind of sense of, yeah.
So if you're using these big public models, they're no longer token predictors because they've had this reinforcement learning with human feedback round.
Yeah.
Where actually you destroy the predictive power
Yeah.
in favor of some abstract other goal.
Yeah.
Is it possible to get access as an academic?
I mean, we're also using non-instruction tuned models.
Okay.
It's not.
And it's not helping them. That's too bad.
So you train them on conversations between real humans, which were toxic.
So yeah, so this is zero shot, but we tried that also, and it's not making life better. It's making it much worse actually. It's just
which is good.
I mean, it's kind of just then they forget who they are, and they're not consistent over two messages, and they just forget like. Am I the Democrat? Are you the Democrat? Like, there's basically, I did this fine tuning and trained on just specific data from a user, and then it's like, okay, I asked them like, are you Democrat or Republican? And their accuracy was like less than 50%. So, which is.
Did you try these agentic like balance chain kind of things? And you really give them specific roles?
Yes, we played with that as well, but like, yeah, I mean. My general takeaway is that is like what people have been doing in this field is not working. Maybe there's like for sure we can like train models from scratch and make them do this, but like off-the-shelf models are not. Fine-tuning them is far from trivial. Like we've thrown a lot of man-months at it with people that are a lot better than I am at this, and. Yeah, and like I think there's a huge kind of I've never been in a field where the difference between what people are publishing and what people are like experiencing when they're doing it has been so big. Because it's like you're leaving the literature and everyone's like, this is amazing, it's working so well. And then you talk to people who have like worked on it for 3 years and it's like it's not working.
Yeah, and
it's like I think it's like okay. We're failing all the validation metrics except this one, and then you read the paper and they just happen to choose that one.
So off the shelf. But if you look at they started a few years ago, like Tom Griffiths and other. So you not only take down land, but you have modules that people actually have. You have the decision-making module, the belief module, you have vision module, to kind of constrain it to make it more like us, basically. Would that help, you think?
I mean, I doubt it because it's like, if it doesn't have, I mean, it depends on what you're modeling, right?
Yeah.
Like, and I think it works to model a lot of stuff. And it's, you know, like the network structure paper that I trust that more or less, you know, like I think that kind of works. But it's this kind of conversations, it doesn't seem to work very well. And I don't see, however much you add on top of something that doesn't model conversations, it's not going to get better at modeling conversations because you're adding vision to it, you know, like, because it's just two assistants talking to each other, and it's really hard to get away from. But yeah,
I mean, there is this tendency of the LLMs to, you know, if you correct it, it always agrees.
yeah,
So no, that's wrong. Oh, you're right.
yeah, exactly.
Maybe the same thing's happening with the.
So either that is happening, I mean, and that's basically like you have two polarized users, they talk about abortion, and then you can see, and over time, like 20 messages in, they're singing Kumbaya and stuff. Like, I had this outcome. And it's like, I mean, and it's like, yeah, I mean, that's an optimistic view about how human debate works, you know, like, I don't see it happening, you know, and like, and then meanwhile, you know, like that behavior is going to be the same as two Democrats, or, and it's not even two Democrats, it's the same Democrats, two copies of the same person talking about flowers. And they either end up yelling at each other about flowers or singing Kumbaya about flowers, but it's the same behavior whether it's flowers or abortion, or like it doesn't capture this kind of this disagreement and the dynamics of triggering.
Well, it captured most of the statistical physics model. On one run, they go and another one, goes
I haven't shown bifurcational flowers on anything.
Yeah, exactly. This is just a more expensive version of it. Yeah.
I have a question regarding the first part of your presentation where you said that there's this power law, but you don't really know why. And
I mean, that's, I think, clear why, because it's preferential attachment.
yes, but you said like, even though we tried with this chronicle ordering, it would still appear why you would think it's not the case. Do you then think it's because you did not hard code it all within yourself that you cannot really go back to see where this behavior is coming from?
I think this is the central, I mean, this is kind of where I'm trying to solve with these behavioral assertions, that we can kind of make assumptions about where it's coming from. Because this is the question to me of like, okay, like we have, you know, normal with agent-based model, we put some simple rules in, some cool emergent thing emerges, and we can kind of, oh, that's interesting, like shelling segregation, you know, like there's this self-feeding dynamics. And like we can describe it and we can use it to understand the world. And here it's just like a bunch of black boxes do something that we don't know what they model, and then this happens. And like that seems like something. And it's like, so what do we do with that? And how do we turn that into something that's useful? It's not immediately obvious to me that this is an approach that is useful. But everyone, all the cool kids are doing it, so I'm going to keep doing it.
It sounds cool.
But I think it sounds really cool.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the way that they're useful might be more for kind of synthetic data, less interaction, and like non-complexity stuff.
You have 5 more minutes.
I have 5 more minutes, all right. So I'm not going to have time to talk about the thing that I was supposed to talk about. But so the question that I've ended up, so I think that what is it that like, you know, how am I going to spend my next 5 years in this field that I don't believe in? How am I going to convince myself? And what I ended up with is basically this idea that like, so society, like what these models are used for is that there is a space that we can use these to explore, and we can study using this. That we cannot study using conventional agent-based models. So this basically this idea of like that society is not a complex system like a flock of birds or an ant colonies is a complex system. Like sure, it has aspects of that, but there's also a distinct form of complexity that is unique to the social world. And so this idea, I mean, there's a bunch of people that have referred to it in different ways, like second order emergence, this second order cybernetics, general complexity as opposed to restricted complexity. So there's all these like social theorists, like also based on some steps in the ecology of mind. He has like these really beautiful descriptions of this. And these are things where like this social and the societal is about narratives, it's about this reflexivity, hermeneutics. So there's maybe some pattern that emerges, but then we name that pattern and we start interacting with that pattern. And suddenly, we have a research unit, and it's important that this research unit, that it achieves certain things. And it has its own agenda and its own purpose. And it forces us to go to meetings all the time and to pursue the interest of this thing, which might be different from the interest of the individuals. As you can hear, I'm a research unit and I'm loving it. It's great. And so this kind of complexity is somehow different from the type of complexity that we're able to study with agent-based models. And so that's the space where I'm currently focusing on, where it's like the agent-based models, the LLMs allows the models to kind of reason, have a debate, come up with concepts, and then argue about those concepts, and you get this kind of downward causation. So that's what I'm currently studying. And I'm using this model to look at kind of influencers on YouTube and how they're shaped by the attention economy in a way that can polarize politics without assuming that people who use social media become polarized by using social media. You can still get polarization. So that's the kind of space where I'm currently at. My team. How many seconds do I have left?
No, just feel free. We have 5 more minutes.
5 more minutes. All right. Plenty of time. All right. So what I was actually supposed to talk about is completely unrelated to all of this, but I can just mention it because it's a cool data set. So basically, this entire debate about what we're doing when we're on social media an echo chamber or is a public sphere. There's this debate that's gone back since 99, basically. And there's all of these problems with the way we study this, where we always use one case, we always disagree. I've collected, I spent last summer, it was great, I collected all the political parties in the world, all their social media messages on all the social media platforms, so 5 different platforms. It's 288 parties in 209 countries. On Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, and Instagram, and all of the messages. I also downloaded all the videos. I took out all the text from all the videos using Whisper, and I have all of the comments associated to them. So that's how I spend my vacation. I don't know. And so basically, it's a very cool data set that I'm using to study like comparatively and looking at how polarization, making the argument that we need to have like a kind of, we can't just think about social media as one thing. Social media are several different platforms and they're situated in different countries. And so I'm, for instance, doing studies where I'm looking at let's define 15 measures of the quality of conversation. And we look at the quality of conversations across platforms and across countries. And what do we find? I can, like, large language models makes this really fun because I can just measure stuff and it's really a lot of fun. And so here I'm looking at, okay, so is it echo chambers or is it public spheres on social media? So we can just see, are people who comment on the messages, do they agree or do they disagree? And how does this vary across platforms and countries? And what we find is basically, actually, it's the opposite of echo chambers, especially, and it varies a lot, but look at Twitter here. You post it, it's the opposite of an echo chamber. It's a very angry
outlier.
Yeah, it's an outlier, but at the same time, it's not like any space is like really an echo chamber. And like if we look at conversations and try to find how many conversations are echo chambers, what percentage of conversations are echo chambers, defining that as like at least 5 messages with less than 10% structure. And like, yeah, like none. Like it's very, very few. And so basically, does this mean that it's a public sphere and everything is amazing? No, probably not. And so I have this argument because like this entire debate between echo chambers and public spheres like assumes that when we have this agreement, it looks like this. And everyone's like, yes, you make an excellent point. Yeah, it's very good. But actually, when we look into the data, it looks more like this. I love this T-shirt. I don't know what you buy it, but I kind of want to bring it to the conference. It's like,
is that AI generated also?
Sorry?
Is this AI generated?
No, it's just generated by American politics. And so the follow-up question is like, okay, so is it public sphere or is it kind of social identity spaces, which we've already heard like from Andreas, a little bit of this conversation of kind of Alport. so we can actually operationalize this. We can operationalize the theory of Habermas and how that type of conversation is supposed to look versus TIFL and like the entire paradigm of intergroup conflict. So let's see, is it rational deliberation or is it, so we separate, both of these are kind of TIFL. One of them being kind of Alport, or one being kind of intergroup formation and one being intergroup conflict. And what we see is that there's very little rational deliberation taking place. There's very little kind of political Habermasian debate. And of course, if you split this between detractors and supporters, you want you see exactly what you expect, where it's like, yeah, if people are detractors, then they yell at each other. Yeah. And we can also look across countries.
How did you, so I guess.
So this is like, since I know if they're supporters or detractors, I can kind of divide by that. So we see that supporters basically, because I went through all the comments and
okay, so you just look at that.
That was the first part of the analysis. So basically, if they agree, then they're like, yes, Queen, I love you. Like, it's not a kind of rational deliberation, it's kind of an in-group formation. And basically, if they're a detractor and they're talking to someone else, it's like, it's not a rational, yeah, you make an excellent point, but it's more like, you reminds me to clean my gun.
When you look at the comments, do you have a time component there? So do you look at responses or replies to messages, or is it just the time?
So it's just as a whole kind of as a response to.
But it's not like pairwise comparison.
There's very little kind of conversation.
No, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
No one's listening to each other.
Yeah, basically. And so looking across countries, we can see like what fraction are kind of rational deliberation. And we find that like it's kind of what we so Norway is looking pretty good.
Goddamn.
But it's basically correct.
We're both Sweden.
Yeah, we're still good. I mean, we're still fine. But those damn Norwegians always
We're all still to 1905.
Yeah,
found oil.
Yeah, it's easy to be in a good mood when you have as much oil as they do. Yeah. But basically, and we can also use this kind of split in between in-group favoritism, out-group derogation, and rational deliberation. And what we find is that like US is very dominated by out-group derogation, whereas Brazil is very dominated by in-group favoritism, which kind of tracks. This is very like early. I'm looking at correlating this and using actual statistical comparative analysis to see what factors shape this. But you can see a kind of wave where like very like democratic, high democratic liberal countries like Norway have pretty good rational deliberation, but also kind of very like Russia, basically places where you're either people are very nice to each other, or if you're not nice, you get thrown out a window. Those kind of meet.
Not a lot of blue.
Yeah, so not blue. That's the main take of this presentation. And so basically, I'm arguing that this is like a kind of suggestive of a shift from this kind of Habermasian paradigm to kind of conflict paradigm based on identity. Writing a very sociological paper about this. Yeah, so I probably went over my 5 minutes. I'm sorry. But yeah, thank you.
Is there some question? Otherwise, we have 10-minute break until 3, and then we reconvene.
I have one question. So the echo chamber, it's not that you don't find it, but it's only you look at it, so people that just read it. So you have a lot of passive users. You could still have echo chambers in the passive users of this system.
Yeah. So it depends on what you mean by echo chamber, but basically in terms of interaction. But the question to me is kind of like when you go in and you look at the comments. For me, the notion of echo chamber, even if it's passive users, it would imply that passive user sees messages that they agree with and that they're hidden from messages that they disagree with. But what in fact is that most of the messages are from the other side. And so there isn't any kind of isolation. And maybe all the users that view the site are from the party, but that doesn't really matter.
Can you quantify the amount of conversation on each platform? Because I imagine YouTube, when you've got a piece of content that you react to,
yeah,
it's less like a conversation. I didn't see if you used Reddit.
Most parties don't have. So the way I collected the data is basically I have like a database of all the political parties in the world, which is like 3,600. And I have all of their Wikipedia pages. The Wikipedia pages have all of their URLs to their websites. This is a very complete data set. So I have almost all of them. So I scrape all of their websites, find all of the social media links, and then I create like a database of all the social media links to all the parties. And I select the ones the platforms that have at least, I don't know, 5% that the parties use, at least 5% of the parties use it. Basically, no one uses Reddit. No one has a link to Reddit. So then, yeah.
Well, can you quantify the amount of conversation? Because I guess Twitter there's more, but.
So it depends a lot on countries, but basically YouTube is insane. Like, in the sense like the parties use YouTube a lot, much more than anything else.
There's hardly any conversation, I guess, with YouTube videos. It's just people. Onto the video and don't respond to each other.
No, there's not much kind of interaction going on, but there's not really on any platform. Because
they're mainly probably making these videos on YouTube to share on other networks again.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, probably there is a kind of sharing between, but I mean, most of the platforms do have a built-in feature for videos as well.
What about on Twitter, the retweets of everything? Do you capture that?
I have the retweets as well.
Retweets.
And I kind of have the data on that. So I had API access to everything, but then I also built scrapers because you can't get everything. You have to kind of complement.
How big is the data set?
I mean, it's not huge. I mean, in terms of gigabytes, so I didn't download all the YouTube videos because I just ran out of space, and getting UVA to provide any kind of server infrastructure is impossible. So, so unfortunately, I don't know. I have all the TikTok videos, and with that, it's like 2 terabytes or something.
I was curious about the map, which is a bit fast on getting.
Yeah.
But I'm assuming that the classification for the debates or LLMs in it. Yeah, like whether or not they actually represent the possible.
Yeah. So it's LLM based, and
okay. So one we've tried using LLMs for classifying tweets and replies and things like this. And one thing that we find that I know as well is that they tend to say that they're neutral based on the language that is used. So I don't know if you encounter the problem and how you normalize for that. So they are more likely in English to classify closer to humans, in the sense that they would say that they are not neutral and humans don't think that they're neutral. But as you use languages that are rarer, they make a lot of mistakes in that.
So I've validated also across languages in various ways, both validating against like existing data sets across languages, and actually finding higher accuracy in other languages than English.
The reason I thought it's interesting is because it seems to have, especially in the previous one, like very fast, that we're having very high, a lot of rates in countries that are not democratic. So in the sense that it's unlikely that there's a lot of freedom of speech going on on social media. So why do you think that it will be so aggressive?
So basically, like this, what I find is like highly like Norway or Switzerland. They have fairly high levels of rational deliberation, and then there's a kind of a drop where countries that are lower on liberal democracy, they have lower levels, kind of as you would expect, and then at some point, kind of Hong Kong seems like quite friendly and not very toxic, and it's kind of obvious why, right? It's like because it's not very healthy to be.
African map. And we should expect more about Hong Kong.
So one effect. So I mean, this is very early, and I wouldn't like publish this or anything. It's like don't quote me on it. And also like looking at Israel, for instance, what can also happen is that people from other countries go in and say like, "You guys are crazy, fuck you all." So there is that kind of dynamics. And so I think, I will have to do a proper statistical model to capture this. But my guess is that like more kind of polarized countries, non-functioning countries, that would lead to more levels of toxicity, but then that there's a suppressing feature based on the state capacity combined with level of repression. So if the state has the capacity to throw you out a window and define where you are, then you're less likely to complain. That would be my kind of guess of what would explain that. And like here is maybe a little bit less limited state capacity, although they would love to throw you out a window.
Iran is an interesting outlier also.
Yeah.
Maybe because accessing social media requires like a level of sophistication with technology, so it's like higher educated people or something.
They're monitoring very closely.
Yeah, and also there it might be that like US users are coming in, and I mean when there's international conflict as well. So that's
I don't think they'll tend to be the rational deliberative kind.
Yeah, that would like highly read means low on. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah. But I mean, yeah, it's not very.
I wonder if the time also matters. So if there's a particular event happening in the country, you might see this change.
Yeah, and if there's election season and stuff. So I mean, this is just like a plot I did in 2 minutes. So like the proper way of doing. I mean, the nice thing is like I have statistical power on the country level, which is very unusual, right?
Yeah.
And so I can use DDEM and so on to actually do statistical analysis of what predicts this. Probably I won't do that with this data set. I will probably do it with a more quality of conversation data set. But yeah.
Also, I guess the number of political parties in each country could also be a factor. Right?
Yeah. I mean, and there's also kind of like here, I'm not really controlling for the fact that different countries use different platforms and different platforms have different level of toxicity. So there's also that kind of, yeah.
Okay, so that has the. Sorry, I have to shorten the break now. We reconvene at 3:10.
Sorry, that was totally my fault.
Don't worry, Peter. Maybe you want to check out this paper because it's really related to the stuff that you mentioned. That's fine. Yeah.
Okay. Is it okay now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So social media is likely to affect our political viewpoints, our political dynamics. And these are spaces where people coexist with algorithms. And again, in particular, these link recommendation algorithms that I'm very much interested in. So link recommendation algorithms recommend users to connect with each other. So we have on X or Twitter, the who to follow recommendations. We have on Facebook, on LinkedIn, on Instagram, people you may know recommendations. And in a way, these recommendations, what they are doing is to directly affect how our social networks evolve over time. Okay, so this is different from newsfeed recommendations. So there's recommendations that affect the contents that you see, but these ones directly affect our social networks. And they do have an impact on how our networks evolve over time. So this is data from Twitter. So we have time here, and here we have the daily number of new links on Twitter. And this is the time where the who to follow recommendations were introduced back in 2010. And what we can see is that when these algorithms were introduced, there was this sudden jump in the number of new connections per day. So they affect the speed at which our networks evolve. They also affect the nature of links that are created, that are added. This is data not from Facebook, not from Twitter, but from Facebook. Here we have the new links per day. And again, here we have time, and this represents the time where the people you may know recommendations were introduced on Facebook. So you see that again, we see this continuity, this jump in the number of links per day. But here on top, we have Jacquard similarity. So this measures how many, in a way, indirectly, how many triangles our new links are closing, basically. So it measures no triadic closure. And again, we see that there was this sudden change. So like links that were created, they tended to close more triangles. They tended to increase the clustering coefficient of our networks. Then over time, this slowly decreases. I don't really understand why. But the point is that when these algorithms were introduced, both the speed and the nature of new links changed. And what I want to understand is how is this affecting our social dynamics? Now, it's quite hard to understand these algorithms directly. These are black boxes. People have been discussing this online. There's passionate debates about why these recommendations are being made. Twitter made the code available, actually, but still the specific parameters, how the building blocks get together, it's not very clear. So we don't know exactly how these recommendations, why these recommendations are formed. We have some heuristics, and this is quite natural for people working in network science, in social networks. For instance, one of the most important heuristics is the number of common friends. So if I have a lot of friends in common with mine, and if we are not yet connected with, then there's a higher chance that we are recommended to another. The reason being that we are likely to be from the same social circle, so we should know each other in the offline world, so we should be recommended to each other. The same in Twitter, the same on Twitter, the same on other platforms. So this is systematically one of the most important features for these recommendations to be made. Now, in the offline world, this is already an important feature, triadic closure. We already heard about these two, homophily and triadic closure as being two important properties, how we connect to each other. But what this is likely to be doing is to increase basically the dependence on triadic closure. And it's not obvious how having these discontinuities in how our new connections depend on triadic closure, it's not clear how this will affect our social behaviors. So in the first part, in these 10 minutes, I would like to present you a model, a very simple model of how the dependence on triadic closure might affect our dynamics of polarization and radicalization. So how will the model look like? When there's still some messages, it's still okay. So the sound is okay. So we will have a population, then when individuals and nodes, these will be connected by a dynamic in a dynamic network. So there's a density matrix that will vary over time. And then each individual will have continuous opinion from, well, minus infinity to plus infinity. You can check it out. Now, this is quite standard, but now what we will assume are these three key ingredients. First, we are going to add links over time based on the number of common friends. Okay? And this is in link prediction models, in recommender algorithms. This is often called structural similarity. So two nodes are more structurally similar if they share many common neighbors. Then I will assume that opinions will vary over time through social influence. And there's two key principles. In what regards, in what concerns the interactions with the outgroup, there will be two types of nodes. And again, this is aligned with what Andreas presented. So there will be nodes that we call converging nodes. So if two individuals from the different group interact with each other, their opinion will converge, they'll become one moderate. But I'm also going to consider these polarizing nodes. So if two individuals from different groups, if a Democrat and Republican get together, then they will become even more convinced about their own opinions. They will polarize even further.
Is group membership dynamic or?
Yeah, so here the only attribute of nodes is this opinion X. So plus is one of the groups, negative is the other group. So
anything above zero or below zero?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so it can change.
It's very rare, but yeah, it can change. Yeah. But the magnitude of opinions tells how radical these agents are, convinced of their own opinions, and the sign tells you the political side. Okay, so the most important, one of the most important features of these models is the dependence on common neighbors. And this is what we want to capture. So this is how the simulation will go. So we'll select at each time step a link to be broken, and then we'll add another link with probability that follows this expression. So this is a measure of structural similarity again. So we have on the horizontal axis, on the numerator, the common neighbors between I and J. And there's this power eta. So eta will control the dependence on the number of common neighbors. So if eta is zero, then our links, basically our recommendations, will not depend at all on the number of common friends. If this eta goes to a high number, then basically we only add connections between nodes that share the maximum number of friends. It's kind of also a softmax function. So yeah, let's say that we want to recommend a new connection to A. We can choose either A or B, either B or C. So if our parameter eta is very high, then we will almost for sure recommend AB. If our parameter eta is low or even negative, then we recommend the other connection. Quite simple. If eta is low, then we don't care. We will add either AB or AC to the same probability. Okay, so this is how the network will evolve over time. Now let me quickly tell you about how the opinions will vary over time. So we consider this expression, which is I will break it. I'll go step by step, but this is also used in other works, work of Naomi Leonard, also Bauman et al. And in particular, in this last work, this form of opinion dynamics was shown to model to capture quite well how opinions evolve in social media platforms and whether they form or not echo chambers. So what we have here, this is a discrete time model. So the next opinion of node I, the assumption is that it will only depend on social influence. So in the absence of social reinforcement of social influence, opinions will decay to a neutral state. So this gamma is something lower than 1. So if there's no connections at all, then nodes will become neutral over time. And this is the block that determines social influence. Of course, only neighbors influence each other. And then we have here this hyperbolic tangent. We could have other function, but the idea here is that we are assuming some bounds in how individuals can influence each other. So even if I'm interacting with someone that is very, very radical, then there's some saturation, there's some bounds in how people can influence each other. Yeah.
Why do you restate by KI in comparison to the Bauman original paper without dividing by KI?
Well, it's convenient to have a sense of the limit of opinions that you can have. So if with this normalization, well, in a way, it models the way that we justified is also through a limited cognitive capacity, attention. So even if you have many neighbors, then you kind of should normalize the way that you are influenced. But then mathematically, it's convenient because then we always know what is the maximum and the minimum opinion that you can have. So it means that these will all vary between -1 and 1. So this is, yeah, it's convenient to have a sense of how the model can vary over time.
Just for understanding, if you say there is a bound that the influence of an extreme opinion can have, what does that exactly mean? So if the opinion is very extreme and I'm exposed to that influence, you would not move all the way to that opinion, or?
So it means that, yeah, even if, let's say, I'm interacting with someone that is moderate, someone that is extremely radical, and it's not that the way that I'm influenced will differ linearly between these 2 points. So saying differently, it can also tell you that you are more sensitive to differences between moderate opinions rather than differences between opinions that are very radical.
So is it sort of bounded confidence idea? If the opinions are very far away from your own, you are less influenced by them?
So it's not bounded confidence in the sense that you are still influenced, right? So you are still influenced by a very extreme opinion. So you don't have this threshold that you can completely
But less so.
Yeah, but it's not, let's say I'm interacting with you become more and more and more radical over time. So the way that you influence me is not something that will grow linearly with your opinion. It's something that at some point, okay, I don't care if you are extreme radical or if you are extreme radical. I'll just look at you with the same eyes, basically. Okay. That's the idea. Yeah.
I mean, this also with all the other things, this also assumes that this scale is somehow meaningful. So the average opinion is kind of the zero is always zero. But if the whole society drifts to more extreme, the average of the population shifts. But here, if the whole population becomes extreme, actually they're all the extremes, so the difference between these things becomes almost zero.
Yeah, that's right. Although we always use like not the difference between my opinion and the other opinion, but also the absolute values of opinion. But so zero has a meaning here, right? So also because in the absence of social reinforcement, opinions will always go to zero. So I think we could implement that, like shifting any kind of a relative political spectrum somehow.
Yeah, just other people do that.
Yeah, but in this case, it's not that, like in confidence-bounded models, what matters is the difference between my opinion and the other individual opinion. In that case, that phenomenon happens. So it's all about differences. But here, like zero has a meaning. Yeah. So final, one important parameter, and this is also Bauman, the way that Bauman defines it. There's this parameter alpha that controls, mathematically controls how steep this hyperbolic tangent is. Now, a potential interpretation is modeling issue controversy. And the idea is that if we are discussing a topic that is highly controversial, then so it's not that we can have this gradient of potential viewpoints about it. People are either super supportive or super against this a certain topic. So if alpha is high, then it means that people are always have these, these extreme opinions about a certain issue. Ultimately, what this modeling is, first of all, group polarization. So if we put together people from the same political party in a room, then they will leave that room more convinced about their own opinions. And this is still modeling these converging nodes. So if we put together people with an opinion with a different sign, Republican and a Democrat, then with this version, people will converge to become more moderate. Now, as I mentioned, there's also some work in particular by Christopher Bale that working with Peter, showing this backfire effect that if people from a certain party become exposed to the messages, to the opinions of the other party, then it might be the case that they will become even more convinced about their own opinions. It's quite easy to change our previous expression to model these. So we just need to multiply the signs of opinions of the two individuals involved in influence. And if we do this, very small modification, we keep this property of group polarization, but now intergroup contacts are also a reinforcement of opinions. So now we model these agents that, okay, it doesn't matter with whom I'm interacting, I will always become more convinced of my own options. And in Andreas Flash talks, there was this distinction between simulation and distancing. This is kind of a similar idea. So in a way, converging nodes are the simulating nodes, polarizing nodes are the distancing nodes. I'm missing an S in your Okay, so let me tell you about some results of this model, and this is the way that you will see results. So there are some time series of opinions. So initially, these nodes have opinions between -1 and 1. This is a time series representing how these opinions will vary over time. And I'm also showing you here how the network starts. So we start with this small world Watson-Strogatz networks, and then how the network will end, will finish in the end of the simulation. And here color also means opinion. So red is positive, blue is negative, and the magnitude represents the color intensity. So if this parameter alpha, this controversy is low, then everyone becomes neutral over time. This is almost just a sanity check. If we increase alpha, then we go to one of the extremes, either the extreme positive or the extreme negative. Again, this is still quite obvious by the design of the model that we consider. But things start to become a bit more interesting if we change this parameter eta. So if you remember, eta controls the dependence on the number of common friends. So if we increase eta, we are going to say that links are only created between those that already have many friends in common. And here there's already some dependence, so eta here is low. So it means that the way that we create links is increasing linearly with the number of common friends. But what we also notice is that if this dependence becomes superlinear, if now eta is higher than 1, then we have these settings where the network will become fragmented. And if the network becomes fragmented, then we create an environment where it's more easy for polarization to remain and be stable over time. Now this happens, it's also convenient to allow the network to become complete, to have disconnected components, because then we can measure easily the number of components that we have without resorting to community detection algorithms, for instance. But the same happens if we consider larger networks and if we force the network to remain connected. So if that is the case, then instead of having these disconnected components, we have modules, communities that still can maintain high levels of polarization. Also, just a quick note. So this is all the result of agent-based simulations, but we can make these a bit more analytic. So what we also did was to consider this simple setting where we just have two communities. and where we can model the problem as a Markov chain, assuming that our state will be given by the number of links between communities. So we have a number of links that is fixed. J gives the number of communities inside, the number of links inside the community. We have Z links, Z minus J, the number of inter-community links. So we can frame the problem in terms of studying what is the minimum value of eta that will maintain these communities disconnected with a higher probability. It's a type of analysis, a bit more formal, that we can do in this problem.
And how do you precisely define? You say remain disconnected or disconnected?
Yeah. So it's okay. Is there a net after which the probability of having one more link inside the community is higher than having one more link between the communities in the setting where the community is disconnected. So let's say you have the two communities are
going towards a fixed point of completely disconnected.
Yeah. So you have two communities that are disconnected. You have like the mutant here would be having a link between communities. Is this link stable or not?
Okay.
And this is just to zoom out, and I presented you specific simulations corresponding to this combination of parameters, but the effect is quite prevalent. So here we have the parameter alpha that controls social influence or issue controversy, if you wish. And here we have the most important parameter of this model, let's say eta. So this controls the dependence on the number of common connections. And we can see that if we increase eta, and then after a certain point, we start to observe polarization. What I found interesting was that the dependence is quite sudden. I'm not sure if it's a critical transition or a type of critical transition we have, but this transition between a connected network and a disconnected network is quite sudden on eta, and it's not an eta like of one, it's 2.7. And what this is telling us is that, okay, in reality, we already form connections based on common friends. Periodic closure exists. Now, these networks, these algorithms, what they might be doing is to increase the effective eta that we have in our society. So if we have these sudden transitions between disconnected and connected network, then we should really pay attention and collect data. If it becomes possible again on Twitter, on these social networks, we should collect data to understand what is the effect of eta that we have on these platforms. And this is the first conclusion that I wanted to tell you about. So in a way, connecting structurally similar nodes, having a high eta, we likely decrease independent modules that can sustain polarization.
Just to understand this region where you have radicalization but no polarization.
Yeah.
Is this what we call it sometimes in other papers, extreme consensus? So the whole population moves to one extreme.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Very good. And I didn't introduce this plots properly. So here we have polarization. And here polarization, this is just the standard deviation of opinions. So it's both polarization and fragmentation, if you wish. And radicalization is just the average absolute value of opinions. And so if eta is low, if eta is low and alpha is high, then we have this extreme consensus. So everyone goes to a radical opinion. Which again, by design of the model, is quite natural to occur. This part here was a bit less interesting. Okay, and to close this chapter of the agent-based model, let me tell you also what happens when we have these two individuals coexisting. So polarizing and converging individuals. And again, remember that there's some evidence that there's a lot of evidence that these converging nodes exist. There's some evidence that these polarizing nodes exist. We don't know exactly, but again, from the work of Christopher Vail and others, it's likely that they also play an important role in social media dynamics.
This is like the bounded confidence. So you get a repulsion with 1 minus p, and you get a convergence with p.
Yeah, so this rho, this is the fraction of these nodes that you have on a network. So I'm just saying that nodes are either converging or polarizing.
Converging means
that intergroup interactions will make nodes more moderate. And polarizing means that these are nodes that when they are in touch with the outgroup, they become even more radical.
Okay, so there's one about the outgroup, one's about, okay.
Yeah. So rho of 0.5 means that 50% of the nodes are polarizing, 50% are converging.
But it's not the same thing as monoconvergence.
No.
Then there be huge interactions.
Yeah, exactly.
This is worse.
But can you be polarizing and unconverging?
In this model, no. But I'm not sure. In reality, maybe you could, depending on the issue, depending on the topic. But here, these are two different nodes. Either polarizing or converging.
Just a node characteristic.
Yeah, it's a node characteristic. It speaks over time.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a personality.
Sorry?
It's a personality thing.
Yeah.
It means if you're kind of looking at the outgroup, you're not really looking at the in-group.
Let's say it again.
Because the polarizing is about the outgroup. Right?
Yeah.
The converging is about the in-group.
So they are exactly the same in what regarding the in.
Okay.
So the in-group the group polarization always exists. So if they are talking with the same group, they will become more extreme.
Okay, so this is just about the outgroup.
Just about the outgroup, yeah. So what happens here, and this was not initially not obvious at all. What happens is that if now we have this coexistence of converging and polarizing nodes, we see that increasing eta, so having these systems where links are mainly created between nodes sharing many common friends, will also increase radicalization. So in the previous plot, when all nodes are converging, you see that eta doesn't affect radicalization at all. So there's no dependence along the vertical axis. But now in this system, when converging and polarizing nodes coexist, we can indeed, by changing eta, we can also affect radicalization. So let me give you an intuition for why this is happening. Let's take one step back. So let's start from these sanity checks.
But the rewiring has no notion of who is polarizing.
No. Yeah, good question. Would be an interesting idea, or even intervention for.
Yeah, I just think, if you consider what's an arsehole who's always, being the one to create disagreement, maybe you just don't want to be friends with them.
Yeah. Okay, so now there's two types of nodes. So here in this bottom, well, if you can see, if in this bottom networks, squares will mean polarizing nodes, circles mean converging nodes. So here all nodes are converging. So if all nodes are converging, then no surprise here. So everyone will converge to the same opinion. So eta is very low. So the network will remain connected. All individuals will converge to the same radical opinion. If all nodes are polarizing, so here now we only have squares, again, the initial conditions fully determine the final outcome. So if I start with an opinion that is slightly positive, then it doesn't matter with whom I will interact, I will become more and more positive over time. Same if I start with a negative opinion.
But that depends quite a lot on your initial state, because if you start a little bit up, then everybody would still converge.
Indeed, yeah. So so the point is that, okay, we start from these of moderate opinions, but with a slight tendency to positive or negative. If all nodes are polarizing, then they will all go to the extremes.
Yeah.
Also,
by design is only in interactions with outgroup members.
Yeah.
Right? And so it's not depending on your opinion. You have just characteristic, a red or blue.
So the red or blue is a sign of your opinion.
Okay.
So opinions can go
emergent.
Yeah.
Groups are emerging.
So, but if you more realistically would be to do some cluster analysis on the opinions at any point in time. So initially you don't have any clusters, so then this would actually not happen because there are no outgroups then.
If there are no outgroups defined explicitly, then even the idea of converging or polarizing would be hard to define. Yeah, so here basically the dynamic characteristic of nodes is only this one-dimensional property from negative value to positive value, and this defines both their positioning about the issue and their group. So again, we are modeling Democrats and Republicans. So we are not modeling like group according to skin color or So the group is defined by your political opinion.
You said you were using what sort of to initialize the network, but is that somehow? Do you work that?
We
This is
change.
random.
Yeah, it's no. So this is what in Surrogate with a high. It's a small world, and so it's a rewarding probability that gives you.
But you
high
don't start
quality.
with an initial network which is clustered. With
Yeah,
rules
there's
together.
intentionalness. We tried it with Barbaz Albert. We started with some with community structure, but it's not. Doesn't change so much. So here the end is low. So basically, links are created more or less at random. There's noise in the creation of links. Okay. So you destroy these communities quite easily.
Yeah. Okay.
So things start to become again a bit more interesting when now we have these polarizing and converging nodes coexisting. So if this is the case, what we observe is that kind of having these polarizing nodes creates a source of diverging opinions in the population. So we have polarizing nodes that if they start positive, they become more positive over time. We have polarizing nodes that if they start negative, they become more negative over time. And because we have these two sources of opinions, diversity of opinions in the population, now the converging nodes, they remain moderate. They are being influenced by both those with the negative and with the positive opinion, so they will remain moderate over time. So now having polarizing and converging nodes has this moderating effect in the average opinion that we have in the population.
And even the maximums are lower.
Yeah.
Is that because of the K or it just happen anyway?
Sorry?
If you don't have a normalization,
You still have, it's exact same model, same normalization. So the implication is that when now I'm summing over all opinions, basically the average magnitude of opinions is lower in the population. So like the decaying factor gamma. So in a way, for each node, you remove kind of some opinion due to these gamma factor lower than 1, and you add some opinion due to social reinforcement. But because like the average opinion in the population is lower, then these two will balance each other. So overall, you have like a lower, less radicalization in the population. But now this only happens if our eta is low, if we have a random network. If now we increase eta, if we go back to this setting where we have bubbles in our network, then what happens is that it gets a bit messy. But in a nutshell, these converging nodes might not find diversity of opinions to remain moderate. Right? So you have a moderating effect when these two types of nodes coexist, but this only happens in a well-connected random network. If now you break these bubbles, then it's likely that you have smaller groups where converging nodes will only have access to one of the opinions. So you lose this moderation effect. So that's why by increasing eta, by increasing the dependence of your recommendations on common friends, and by having this modular network, you are increasing both polarization and radicalization. Especially the radicalization is not intuitive at all.
If you add a little bit of noise to the variation, then this will still happen.
Yeah. So this has a noise introduced. So when I'm creating links, actually with a small probability epsilon, I create the random connection.
Okay.
So the noise is on the links, but not on the opinion itself.
There's also noise on the opinion. Okay. This version only has noise on the networks. If you add noise on the opinion, then you see some jumps here between these sides. It's more like a mutation. You introduce nodes with or no opinion. So these will not look so nice, but then the average polarization and radicalization will remain the same.
I guess it amounts to just changing eta. So the noise is just doing the same thing as eta, right?
With the difference that eta, if it's very, very high, then you always create links between people that share the maximum number of connections. Yeah. So in these settings, the noise plays a role, different than ether.
Yeah, also in the bounding confidence models, the classical ones, adding noise has quite a negative effect.
Destroys everything. But if the majority of the nodes would be converged, then adding structurally similar nodes allow those moderate nodes to isolate themselves from the influence of the radicalizing, if you want, and thereby reduce radicalization, polarization.
Yeah. So these there's a region of raw. So raw tells you the fraction of polarizing versus convergent nodes. So this effect occurs from in a wide range of raws, but indeed, if almost all nodes in the population are converging, then the polarizing will not have such a big impact. So this moderating effect happens where it's more visible is indeed in this setting where you have a raw 0.5, where you have the same number of fraction of polarizing and converging nodes. Yeah, good point. And again, this happens if the network becomes completely disconnected, but also if it remains connected. In this case, it will become modular, but not disconnected, but the conclusions are similar. So I think I have 5
more minutes. Yeah.
So we'll just run through this was the key result that I wanted to tell you. So increasing eta. So taking one step back, the big picture of this is we have these link recommendation algorithms. They tend to depend on eta. We don't know exactly what's the dependence on eta. But what we can show with these models is that actually our social dynamics, both in terms of opinions and radicalization, they tend to be quite sensitive on this pyramid. Now, what we are also doing is, the next question is, can we then design better algorithms? Can we have algorithms that reduce the dependence on eta while giving you good recommendations? And here, good recommendations are in a machine learning sense. So if we start with a network, we remove some links, now we have these recommendations. Are you recommending links that already exist on a network? So in principle, these are good recommendations. So I'm not going to, don't have time to explain in detail, but basically a lot of, in real settings, a lot of these algorithms involve doing random walks on networks to define similarity between nodes. So what we are doing is to bias these random walks in a way that we can make recommendations a bit, more aligned with what we want. And this is a joint work we do with Madura, master student, with Fariba Karimi. And these do not directly involve opinions, but what we are studying here is fairness according to betweenness centrality. So the question is, can we have recommendations that are useful, that recommend links that are likely to exist, but that do not leave certain groups in the peripheral zone of the network? So happy to chat later on about these. I want to now in the last 3 minutes to tell you something about, again, I think it's very aligned with what Peter presented. So what we tried to do was to see if now we have a very stylized model of link creation, link destruction, how opinions vary over time. If now we have this population of LLMs that based on tweets between each other can decide which links to create, which links to destroy, do we observe similar patterns? So we have these networks of LLMs. Again, they start with these Watson-Strogatz networks with an average degree of 4. There's 1,000 nodes. And now these individuals will be in 5 different opinions, let's say. So they can be extremely convinced of one opinion. They can be moderately convinced, neutral, both for one opinion, one side or the other. And then what we do is, we seed these agents with a certain viewpoint. So let's say you are extremely convinced of that guns should be controlled, or you don't like guns. the same for reproduction rights. And we also try with political affiliation, Democratic versus Republican. And then we ask them, okay, give me a tweet that supports your opinion. Then this tweet is sent to another agent, and the other agent decides, okay, do I want to keep the link with this agent? Or is my opinion affected by this tweet? And then there's another step. So basically there's a step of self-expression, of tweeting, of reconnection, having new links, and opinion update. What we observe is that even if we start with a majority of neutral individuals over time, opinions become more polarized across different subjects. The networks, well, again, very much aligned with the results that Petra presented. The network that initially is these Watson surrogates with a high rewiring, so almost random, the network also becomes more and more divided, segregated, if we wish, over time. And then this is one of the most exciting parts, is that if now we have this system, we can also test different classes of interventions. And we were interested in comparing network-based interventions and individual-based interventions, where network-based interventions are affecting how these links are created. And individual-based interventions are about prompting the agents to, for instance, have less confirmation bias. And we see that they both work to some extent, but individual-based interventions tend to work much better. Again, this is, I would really want to read a paper of your master student, because I'm not super convinced for this. I mean, this is super dependent on the prompt that you use. So for instance, for confirmation bias, what we do is to give the agents a description of what is confirmation bias, according to Wikipedia, and tell, okay, now behave like this. And this is good and bad. And it's bad because, of course, it's a bit restrictive, but it's good because it's a different way of setting parameters in an agent-based model. It wouldn't be clear to me if I go back to the first model that I presented. If I read the description of confirmation bias on Wikipedia, there's many ways that I could think about to implement confirmation bias. I could affect an individual parameter that tells how agents are susceptible to the other opinion. I can affect the connections. I can say that individuals are less likely to connect with those with a different opinion. So there's many model decisions that would reasonably fit the definition of confirmation bias. And here we are kind of, okay, I'll just delegate that to this system. So we tell them this is confirmation bias, please avoid it, and now let's see how opinions will vary over time. Also a sanity check. So we also do it with the flat Earth theory. So if we have agents discussing if our planet is flat or not, gladly they converge there's consensus, and everyone in the end agrees that we have a sphere as a planet.
How did you initialize in this case?
The same. So the same as in the previous model. So there's a fraction of neutral, they don't have an opinion. There's a fraction of, it's not a Gaussian, so this is discrete, but there's a majority of neutral individuals. I don't know, I don't have an opinion. And then there's a fraction of really strong supporters of flat earthers, and there's a small fraction of really supporters of planet is a sphere. And over time, everyone becomes convinced that.
What if you kind of prompted them to only read this Facebook group?
Good question. Yeah, that.
So presumably they have access to all scientific literature, they read
Yeah.
everything, and then.
I mean, this is a sanity check in the sense that, okay, our models are reasonable. Still, it's not realistic because we have some prevalence of people with these opinions. So there's some mechanism going on. Maybe that's one. Maybe people read different.
What you could also do, both of you, is just ask them to talk to themselves.
No, they are not with each other.
I know, but if you just ask to talk to yourself.
Yeah, okay.
About this topic, and then see if their opinion changes. Maybe you get the same dynamics without any social intervention.
Yeah. self-reflection.
Well, okay, they're just going to read the literature, then they probably learn.
Yeah. And basically that's it. So just let me summarize. So in the first part, a more traditional conventional model, where we have the question is, in a very simple stylized setting, what is the impact of these link recommendation algorithms in our social dynamics? And the dependence on the most important feature, the most important heuristic, is likely to impact polarization and radicalization in a negative way. And then the second part, a more recent type of modeling approach, where we have this multi-agent system of LLMs, where we are trying to understand how opinions and networks will evolve over time, and also testing some interventions, and here individual-based interventions seem to work better. Those are all the results are in those references, and yeah, thank you for being here.
Is there any question? Maybe one quick question before Lauren start. Can you come over to connect?
Yeah, maybe one. So, I mean, so an important assumption seems to be this. I would call it, but this reinforcing influence thing. So if you lean towards one side of the spectrum and interact with similar people, you become more extreme.
Yeah.
And is there at the same time also the mechanism that if you interact with these people with a different opinion, you move towards their opinion, which would make you less extreme. So are both dynamics in the model?
They both, so they're these converging modes. I think they are both.
No.
Yeah.
You're right. I mean, you could also conceive some type of version that will always become more moderate regardless with whom they interact. Yes.
Yeah, okay, but then would.
If those exist, then yeah, what is it? Is that out? Yeah, but the conversion nodes is still there, these two properties. So in a way, they become more moderate if they interact with the output.
This, yeah.
And they become more radical if they interact with the input.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Daniel. Yeah. Oh, this we can discuss later.
Like this, sorry.
Now to just put it somewhere in the corner now. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So we don't have a lot of time because there's me and others beginning. So I got a few slides and I think much of the stuff that I was also going to introduce is already introduced. So I want to talk about opinion formation or polarization, but mainly with the perspective of how to intervene or how to change things. And my take is that there is certainly some, as we also already saw in the previous presentation, that some individual knowledge is probably preferable, but many things we don't know and are extremely difficult to know. So the main question then is, how do these unobserved things affect
the possible treatments that or interventions that we might design. And of course, we know about polarization, so I'm going to skip this, but I just want to mention that I was quite surprised that I always thought polarization was only about ideological polarization, just about differences in opinion, but as I learned that it's much more about affective polarization, so how you think about others. And in the US, this seems to be increasing, but not in all countries. Like Denmark, it's a little bit increasing, but in some countries, it's even decreasing, like Canada. So we should move there, or US citizens should move there. And in the Netherlands, it's you see on the right also the polarization, effective polarization. It's increasing a little, but hopefully after yesterday, it's going to decrease a lot. There are many ways to analyze or explain these types of phenomena, and one of those ways is through social physics, where you basically ignore a lot of details, which can be justified in some sense. And here's one way where for instance, each node could be a particular part of an opinion or behavior or feeling or cognition, and how these interact within an individual, or they could represent an individual itself, and then you're interested in how the interactions work together, how the opinions change according to the individuals. So one way to do this is, of course, to do the agent-based modeling and just let it run and see how everything works out. And another way is the one which we often use is a mean field, where we try to approximate. So we make it even simpler and then try to determine, okay, so if we assume that all of these interactions are very similar, and we would say, for instance, we take a majority rule and suggest that an opinion is changed if most of the neighbors are of a different opinion, then you change your opinion. That would be one way to do it. And another way, which is less like a particular threshold version, is inspired by the Ising model, which basically looks like this shape. So you're more likely to change your opinion as the number of neighbors in your surrounding have a different opinion, but it's more continuous. And then you can analyze a little bit more easy than just doing the agent-based modeling. But of course, it relies on several assumptions, like everybody basically interacts in the same way and adopts opinions in exactly the same way. You see different kinds of behavior. So here you see a picture where the fixed points determine to what value in the end it will go. So that's valuable information. And on the right, you see, depending on the parameter that you set, so the fraction of the probability for the fraction of on neighbors determines what you will in the end see. So the blue vertical line corresponds to this curve, the blue curve, and the red dashed one to this curve. And you see that it corresponds quite well. So you learn a little about what would happen if you let this algorithm run, this agent-based model run for a while. You would see this in the end. So you could see a polarized version, or you could see a consensus version. And interesting things could happen if you change the way everybody updates. So here in the continuous rule, you see that there are several fixed points. Here there are 3 fixed points, for instance, for the blue line, which corresponds here to this theta. But further on in the red line, you see that it's also chaotic. So there are many different opinions that you could expect, and there's no way you could tell beforehand from these types of analysis. And so maybe this is correct for some attitudes or topics, but probably not for all. I think this is an interesting way to do it, and there are many different versions of the social physics. Here I just mentioned a few. But one of the difficulties I find with simplifications is that you have lost so many details that it's difficult to determine where to intervene. What does that mean in reality? And so we were trying to think of ways how to do it differently, and Jonas and Han and others came up with which is a causal attitude network, which is a particular model of an individual. You basically specify that the nodes are beliefs, feelings, and behaviors. And in the original versions with the IC model, Han already showed that you're not limited to just values of -1 and +1, but you can have a whole range of values, depending on the type of data or type of value attributes that you have. And you can consider different versions and how opinions are formed by their interactions. And one of the characteristics is that consistency is is a very important part, so that it tries to align beliefs and cognitions and behaviors. And one of the ways that you can see that this is true in reality, so this is an empirical study where they looked into vaccination of corona vaccines, so Pfizer or Moderna, and they asked, before they got the vaccination, they asked, which do you prefer, basically, and there was not much difference. But afterwards, if you had chosen Pfizer, would you be content? And then if you got Pfizer, then you'd say, yes, I'm very content, and I would have chosen Pfizer. But also the reverse, if you would have gotten Moderna, you would have said, oh yes, I'm very happy with Moderna, I would have chosen it. And so you really try to align. This is just one of many examples. And this was then extended, which is what Han also mentioned in the Hume model, where we basically say, okay, so this is a network, and we know a little bit how to determine that through the mean field theory. What's the long-term behavior? We can do that. And then Han took it a step further and said, well, everybody works in a social environment and lives in a social environment. So how do you deal with that? And so there must be connections between these individuals that affect each other. And that's then an important factor that's not properly taken into account in the original causal attitude model. In the causal attitude model, it was basically something in the external field, but many things are in the external field. So it's like some noise, but here it's properly taken care of in that sense. But then still, how do you intervene? Again, you have the situation that there are many unknowns about each individual, and probably there are differences between individuals. So in terms of interventions, what would be the best way to go? And one way to determine this is, of course, to do empirical studies. So you do an intervention and you determine which one has most effect. And so here also on vaccination, they looked at different interventions, and they categorized it into three parts, where some worked, some okay, so and so, and probably not. And so in terms of getting people vaccinated, home visits would work. So people come to your home and explain what this vaccination means, how it comes about, why it's important. But of course, also if you go to people's home and do the vaccination there, telephone reminders or reminders to book appointments, etc., etc. Text messages sometimes not, so not so clear. So there's a whole plethora of different types of interventions, and you can look at this all empirically. But it's very difficult to tell from these studies also, because usually there's in some ways randomized. So again, many of the individual aspects or differences are lost. So another way to look at this is to suggest, well, okay, so I want to design a particular intervention. What kind of information would I use, and in what contexts or environments or settings would it work, and what would it not work, and what kind of mechanisms would lead to that outcome? So here, for instance, we suppose that we're interested in an intervention to change opinions on vaccination. And we use information from the trust in the government and opinion of modern medicine, for instance. And we have seen in the past, well, this is hypothetical data, but we have seen in the past that trust in the government leads to higher vaccination rates, but also, of course, opinion of modern medicine. If it's more positive, then it leads to higher vaccination rates. So this is typically information that you use to decide what kind of intervention you would plan. Right, and here, because these are both positive, you would say, well, I use both types of information to suggest what to do. And one possibility would say, oh, here's the intervention. So you could say, well, I'm just thresholding. I'm saying, well, both types of information are useful. I add them and I use a particular threshold, and that would be my intervention. But the difficulty is that you gather data typically in a particular setting. So there's a certain state of the world, and that's to some extent fixed. At least we hope that it doesn't matter too much, so that the results that we use here just generalize to the one that is in actuality the case when we do the intervention, right? So that there's no interaction whatsoever. But what if the government has just fallen, which is completely unlikely, of course, it never happens, especially not in the Netherlands, but luckily it has, so yesterday. And suppose that the context has completely changed. And then here you see that the trust in the government, actually I should have plotted this the other way around, because now it suggests that the trust in the government increases, lowers the percentage of vaccination when the government has fallen. But of course, it's the other way around with this government, or the one that was yesterday. So it's completely opposite, right? So the red one represents the case where you use this information, trust in the government, to design the intervention that a higher, a more positive opinion about trust in the government could lead to higher vaccination. But it's in effect, it's the reverse. So using this type of information is actually detrimental to the intervention that you've planned. So the setting, this is also related to what LLMs do, or any kind of machine learning, that you try to generalize to different contexts. And sometimes it's called distributional shifts or covariate shifts or something like this. So you generalize to different settings. One way to look at this, there are multiple ways, but one way to look at this in terms of how this comes about and what this means and what you can do about it is to look at it in a causal way. And here U represents things that we don't know. So this could be, for instance, the effect social media has on your opinion about about your trust in government, for instance. And so there are things, of course, that have a relation to what you believe and the vaccination rate. And E represents a particular context or setting. So for, the example I gave was that there was a government and suddenly there's no government, and how does that affect your trust, for instance? We use this information to design a treatment, so that's why the arrows are here. So we design a particular intervention, and we use both types of information, and we expect a particular response or effect on the vaccination rate. But social media also could have an effect in some way, that probably many interactions, but there's also maybe an interaction between the treatment and the unknowns. So what can we learn? How can we deal with this? Well, the problem here that I sketched with in the first setting, when there was a particular government, there was trust in the government, and so it would be beneficial to use, and then suddenly there's no government and it would be detrimental to use. The way to explain it from this perspective is that what's happening is that you don't know everything that's affecting the opinions about trust in government. And here it's, for instance, social media.
And so because there's a collider here, you open up a particular path from the setting to the response. So the setting directly affects the response, and that's not something you anticipated just by looking at what type of information leads to a better vaccination rate. And so that's what's causing that here. Of course, that's not easy to deal with in general because you don't always have knowledge about different contexts. Yeah, I'll skip this also in view of time. No, I'll stay with this one. But the idea is that what you try to do to work out is whether any of the different settings. So you can imagine that if you have different measurements over time, there are some effects of context in terms of not specifically, of course, the government falling, but of course changes into what regulations there are or other things that you can establish as well. Those are different contexts and determine whether there's invariance, meaning that this will change, but the response, so there's no direct effect on this particular response. So you're trying to determine whether the variables that you're looking at have this particular construction, so that inadvertently, by performing a particular treatment or intervention, you open up a direct connection with the response that you're interested in. And this will lead to an incorrect conclusion that you could have a detrimental effect instead of a positive effect. And so you must learn which of these variables are useful to use in terms of an intervention and which are not useful to use. And of course it's difficult, but it's that's doable. So it doesn't have to be a causal diagram that I used here to explain it, but this is one of the possible mechanisms that you could use to determine this and investigate this, because there are tests associated looking for this type of invariance for the particular setting and taking into account some unobserved things that also affect opinions and response variables. But there are other ways to look at this. I'm just going to skip some of those details. And then one way to move forward is to suggest, well, this might also be interesting to determine or set as an individual network, right? So many people have different types of influence. I'm not a lot on social media, other people are. So maybe my effect of the unobserved things that affect my opinion are slightly different. And so for each individual, you would try to work out what things would remain invariant when looking at the response and the context. And then you could model that in a Hion way with a completely social structure and taking that into account. And what we did was use the mean field approach that I discussed earlier, but also with the general spin Bloom-Capell model, which Han also discussed. And you can include the environmental setting, the treatment, and unobserved effects. And we use the approximation from a mean field, and we combine them in a social network. And ideally, you want to learn a little bit about this from the data. And so we also made it possible to estimate some of the parameters of the Bloom-Capell model. So this is the Bloom-Capell model with the external field part, the interactions part, and the Gaussian part. So ideally, you could have such a model for an individual, which is arguably quite difficult to obtain. But in many cases, it would be possible to get such a structure from a population. Here you see a similar mean field analysis as I discussed earlier, where the blue ones are the fixed points that are stable and the red ones are the unstable ones. And here, over time, you see that they move towards a particular fixed point depending on their initial position. These graphs are, of course, from this particular mean field, which is a relatively easy expression to work with. And so that's very nice. And as I said, we developed a method to estimate these parameters, except this inverse temperature, which remains unidentified. It's not possible to do anything with it, not for a specific group or a specific individual, only if you compare things. So you only have a relative temperature. But you can estimate the parameters of the external field for the interactions, and you can estimate this Gaussian parameter, or whatever we would call it eventually. And it's also clear that given a sufficient number of observations, the true positive rates, so the actual connections that you're interested in, or parameter values that you're interested in, it's quite high, and the false positive rate remains very low. So that's at least in that sense sufficient. We can also have confidence intervals for which we use the particular method that suggests that the coverage is quite high. And here you have a particular example of data on political issues like immigration and healthcare. And you see that there are some clusters here, for instance, and here. And they're interesting because at least they show that these clusters, this cluster with these nodes, are all about money. And this cluster is all about immigration. So they certainly do cluster things together that belong together. And this is just to show that you can obtain confidence intervals for this particular method, which is not that easy because we use the method that usually doesn't allow confidence intervals, but there's a way around it.
When you do the estimation, you're using longitudinal data.
Here, no, this is just from a single population. So many people just answered the same question. Yeah, but it's cross section. But yeah, if you had longitudinal data, that would be especially if you have it very visual. But then, of course, if somebody has the same questions every week, it's not clear that that's actually helpful. So it's another question you could have. Yeah, so then we suppose we have an individual network and we put it in a social context, and for each individual we create a mean field. It's just one of the options that you could do. There are many directions you could take this, and Han already foresees that we have 10 more papers about just using this idea. But one of those ideas could be that you create a mean field for this part. Of course, you have more nodes usually. And this is then the Bloom-Capell mean field for the network. And you could add effects. So here I add an effect for context and the unobserved variables, for which I assume particular distributions, which also you're free to change, of course, and might not be completely realistic. And then you put it in a social network. So you put this also in another structure that's here I used a random network, an Erdos-Renyi network. And then you can get effects like this, similar to before. You see what the fixed points are, and I added a little noise, and then you see that it's, well, it's sort of separating, but it's also quite difficult to predict where you will end up with this model. But I also used, I thought I used not that much noise, but probably it's a little bit too much, so that it destroys the nice stylized pictures that you usually see, but maybe more realistic. So this is just an example of where you could go with this, trying to incorporate that certainly there are things that you did not observe that you need to take into account, and also the context, which also has a particular interaction with the intervention that you're trying to do, so that you may be in a better position to predict which type of information will be beneficial and which type of information will not be beneficial. And that's it. Thank you.
Is there some question? Yeah.
Still curious, the estimation method that you're applying for this alpha.
For Bloemkapel?
Yeah, for the Bloemkapel.
Yeah.
How little do you estimate it with the cross-sectional?
Well, basically, then we have the IID setting, right? So every individual is considered independent from the others. So we have we use a pseudo likelihood. So each node is then addressed in all the others, and then you determine which ones are relevant to each other. And then we use to assume because there's so many parameters.
Okay.
Yeah. And that doesn't allow for confidence intervals, but then we use the trick to do that. Yeah.
Yeah, this one. Mhm.
No. Oh, shit, there it is.
Do I turn on the video as well?
It's up to you.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Okay, sorry.
Now the cable part.
Is it back?
Yeah, but you now yeah.
So maybe I need to share again.
I think it's a cable issue. With no
It's just
signal.
not touching.
Okay.
Is it good?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, good. Okay, so these bots, so they go online, go to these different search engines, do exactly the same. And I'm gonna show a couple of, actually, I'm just gonna show one example of an audit that we did for the European parliamentary elections. So these bots are asking the search engines who they should vote for. So, or similar questions such as what are the most important parties, if we even have like combinations of like as a woman or something like this, who should I vote for? Okay, in these elections, what are the topics that I should care about? What are the most important parties running in this election? So this is the European Parliament now. This line here is where the center is. So if you have the left-wing parties, the Greens considered the center, and then the right-wing parties. And this is the line where it was in 2019. So when it's been shifting to the right, and this is known. So what we did is that we made the bots look like that they were making these questions from these different countries that were polling more to the left or countries that were polling more to the right. And we asked, so let's say they have different, use different IPs or VPNs, so then the search engines believe that the bots are asking the questions from these different countries. And we made specific queries, so queries about elections and also general queries like which restaurant should I go for dinner, or is there a restaurant nearby, or things like this to have a control for the noise. So the first thing that we saw, okay, and then we use the metric. So we use a metric called RBO that basically compares, it's similar to Jakarta, one of the metrics. Basically we look at the list ranks exactly what Google showed us, and we compare not only if the URLs are the same, but if they're shown in the same order, because we know that people tend to look more at the first recommendations than the last recommendations, so it's kind of like a weight, we put more weight on the top ones. And then, so one of the first things that we found is that, so this is for 4 different search engines. One thing that we found is that if we compare the same location with different locations, if you just ask the same question in different locations, you get a big difference in the type of results that you see, and that's expected, especially because we can ask different languages and things like this. But if you ask election-related queries, you're going to see an even bigger difference. So the results become even more personalized. And and this is if we add the language, so we even have a bigger difference, which is again expected. But then what we did is that we classified all of the answers that were given by the search engines. Most of them are things that are general, they are referenced, like there will be a Wikipedia page, or they'll direct to the website of the European Parliament. But then we asked but they sometimes refer to news, or they refer to specific parties, or they refer to political websites, and we classified just those references. So if for these ones, the ones that are news or that are reference are, for instance, like a Wikipedia page. And the ones that direct to parties, we classified the leaning. Are they suggesting more parties from one side or the other? And so most of the answers do not have a leaning. Most of there's no mention to a party, there's no mention to a candidate, but to ones that do are extremely biased. So dark blue is extreme right, or far right. Blue is conservative right or moderate right. These are the greens or central, and this is left and far left. So there are some countries for which we never have suggestions for the left-wing parties, but we have the Wikipedia page of the most extreme far-right party. Know that the results that are being given by the search engines are extremely biased and possibly, and we don't know, but possibly polarizing. And because these search engines are used by so many people, even small biases can really be amplified in the suggestions. We did the same thing for LLMs. So we asked ChatGPT and Copilot, who should I vote for? What's the best party? Often they don't answer. They say, oh, we cannot answer that question, and then we have kind of like to trick them into answering. But when they do answer, we observe the same type of pattern. Not as biased, but still quite biased, a lot more blue than red or green. And then we also asked if they are picking up on the ideological gender gap. So it's known that women are voting, in some countries it's extreme, in other countries not so extreme, but overall women are voting more left-wing, and men, especially young men, are voting more right-wing. So now we repeated the questions, but with these gender profiles, or for the case of the LLMs, as a woman or as a male, how should I vote for? And this is, sorry, I'll just skip it, but we see the same thing. So we see, this is what I was showing you before. Women are more likely to be shown left-wing than males for both Copilot and ChatGPT, and men becoming, if we explicitly tell the gender, it's typically very similar to neutral. Neutral is male. So if you don't make the gender explicit, you typically get what a male would get as an answer. But if we make it explicit, it tends to even increase more the answers to the right. Okay. So then we asked, does it align? Like, what could explain this? We know the observation is these results are biased, both by search engines and by LLMs. If we ask neutral questions, and depends on the country, this is what we see, but we don't know why. And we don't know, so we ask things such as, does it align with the polls? Does it align with voting intentions? What type of, is it deliberate? Is it search engine optimization in which the bots, these far-right parties deliberately manipulate the search engines so that they prefer to give these results? And we don't know. So, but what I'm gonna show you is, so this is the recommendations for the radical right, mainstream right, green, socialists, and the radical left. And here these dashes are where they were on the poll, or it's actually where they were on it's the results, sorry. So this is the 2024 results, the results that they got. And what we have here is how biased these other things, or the top one is how biased are the search engines compared to these results, to the expectation, or the LLMs, for the results in 2019 and for the 2024 polls projections. Okay. So this will be what we would expect if these results were aligned with 2019, and this is what we would expect if the results were the polls in 2024. And what I hope you can see is that the attention, not only the results on the search engines on the LLMs are much more likely than you would expect, but what explains it more, they are less likely for the mainstream right, they are relatively aligned for the radical left, and the socialists a little bit worse for the socialists, for the moderate left. But the biggest difference is here. And what typically explains the better is media segments. I'm putting a lot of information here, but basically we collected all media mentions from those countries that I showed you to any of these parties or any of the candidates for the different countries. And the media, regardless of whether the newspaper is more aligned to the right or to the left, the attention that they give to the far right is systematically much higher than they give to the other ones. And I think I'd like to make this point because we often talk about the importance of social networks, and we talk about this social media, but the traditional media plays a disproportionate role in many of these things. This is mostly for newspapers, for the news, but for television is very similar. So there's a huge impact of conventional media on polarizing and on giving salience to certain groups. Even if they're saying bad things about them, they keep talking about them. So this is one of the difference. Is this clear? I think. Yeah.
In some of the slides we talk about recommendations that they give, and sometimes it's just mentions. So they could also the last one could also be negative news about.
It can be, and sometimes it is. So that's why we call it salience.
Oh yeah.
The only thing that we know is that the media keeps talking about them permanently. Much more
Earlier it was really about recommendations.
on the other one is recommend the other ones is what appears on the what appears here when we ask when we ask the search engines or the LLMs, and these are recommendations, and these values here are based. So these ones are based on how different they are, based on waiting for the rank. So if they appear in the first three, they get a bigger weight than if they appear in the bottom. Okay, so not only different countries are getting different results to the same searches, but overall the searches are extremely biased towards the right wing. So this is one first thing. Second thing, I don't know, can you let me know if I'm getting?
No, you have quite some time, like 25 minutes if I'm not mistaken.
Good. So I completely skipped the introduction and then I'll go to how we think this also connects with human rights. So this one is published. The one that I just showed you with auditing the search engines is about to submit, and then I have the other one that actually Fernando convinced me to include a couple of slides, and it's completely preliminary. So this one is on. I think if it follows from a lot of what you were saying in the morning. So this idea that people are not well calibrated regarding what they know, how much they know. So this is a tweet that I found online during the pandemic of someone that went to their pantry and found a bottle of bleach. And it said on the bottom of the bottle of bleach that it was effective against many viruses and bacteria, including coronavirus. And of course, coronavirus is a family, so it was effective against the family, but what happened in the pandemic was it was a new variant of this virus. But this person did not realize that it was a female, that she did not know enough about it. So she did not go to Wikipedia. She just assumed that this was a government conspiracy. And then I found this because it had thousands of shares and retweets. And this idea that it's easier for you to believe that there's a huge government conspiracy than to go to Wikipedia, or that you don't know, it's something that we try to study. So this is the model. So the model is, if we would be completely aligned between how much we know and how much we think we know, we'll have this sort of like linear relationship. But then it was shown by Dunning-Kruger, it's called Dunning-Kruger effect, that actually this line of how much we think we know is almost flat. So there is this, most people believe that they know a little bit more than average. So then what they claimed is that the biggest gap in this overconfidence is in the group of the people that know very little. So people know very little, because this is almost flat, we have this big gap. Because there are many methodological problems with the way that this was done. Enrique has discussed some of them, not so they in the past. But there's this idea, one of the problems that we found is that you get asked. You get asked, how old are you? And there are many reasons for why you wouldn't tell, or why you would say that you will not say, I don't know anything. And also typically you are asked how good you are compared to your peers or compared to others. So then again, you have a numerator denominator problem. We don't know when people say that they know more. We don't know if it's because they know a lot, they think they know a lot, or because they think that their peers know very little. So what we did is that, and this is from the original Dunning-Kruger paper. So what we did is that we tried to come up with an indirect overconfidence metric, and the rationale that can be applied to any questionnaire of the type true, false, don't know. Let's say I'm going to show you results for scientific knowledge. The idea is, if you know the answer, you answer correctly. If you don't know the answer, you should say don't know, so you have our neutral answers. And if you think you know but you don't, you answer incorrectly. So the ratio of incorrect to don't know would be seen as a proxy of overconfidence. Is this, and everyone says, is this another guess? It's okay, can go slow. You're not sure this. Okay, so this is the work of 3 postdocs, physicists, neuroscientists, and psychologists, with some collaborators. And what they did is that they collected around 100,000 surveys of knowledge questions scientific knowledge for which there is complete consensus. There's never complete consensus because some people believe that there is fact, but scientifically there's complete consensus. Okay, the Earth revolves around the sun. True, false, don't know. And this is the expectation, the theory. So let's say that we have random. So purple is the fraction of incorrect answers, and green is the fraction. The purple is the fraction of incorrect, and green is the fraction of don't knows that we should expect. And the x-axis is the knowledge, how many you get correct. So you put a 3 on the same plot. I'm projecting the correct answers here. And if we answer randomly, as knowledge increases, it doesn't matter. We should have the same proportion of the ones that are not correct. The same proportion should be either incorrect or not wrong. If we have perfect metacognition, we will either have correct or don't knows. We will have no incorrect answers. If we have, this is the idea of the accuracy increases with knowledge. So this is the Dunning-Kruger effect. So if you have little knowledge, you are more likely to say, it's the other answer. So if you have little knowledge, you are more actually to say incorrect answers because incorrect answers because you say you think you know more than you actually do. And for this one, there's no theoretical prediction. It would be the opposite of this. So we applied it to these many different surveys, and what we saw is that we could never reproduce the Dunning-Kruger effect. What we find is that the least knowledgeable, so maybe you can focus here because this is the calibration of this curve compared to the expectation. As knowledge increases, the least knowledgeable, they know very little, so they're very likely to say don't know or agree. But as knowledge increases, the number of incorrect answers increases much faster than knowledge. So knowledge increases linearly, and the number of incorrect increases quadratically. So you create these gaps. And systematically, what we find is that the people who know the least, they know the least. So they are well calibrated. But the people with some intermediate levels of knowledge are the ones who overestimate the more they know. And actually, if we go to empirical data, it really matches, for instance, the anti-vaccination movement. It's not the people who are very uneducated or really don't know, those tend to be vaccinated. It's people who actually know some, but they overestimate how much they understand. And this is important because we all fall here at certain points. We all overestimate how much we know on a certain axis of knowledge. Maybe we know a lot about our field, but we don't know about some other field, and we overestimate how much we understand about politics. And again, I like to show this in interdisciplinary because it's where we are more likely to actually also fall on these types of problems. If we don't have a lot of people that come from different backgrounds and that can give us sanity checks, we will start believing that we understand sociology and political science and things like that. Okay. And we repeated it now with many different metrics of overconfidence. So not only, so this is our overconfidence that we call indirect confidence, but with normal, more classical overestimation, overplacement, limiting confidence, and I keep seeing the same pattern. The least knowledgeable, they know that they are unknowledgeable. And we actually think we know why is it that Dunning and Kruger didn't see it originally. It's because they group everything in quartiles. And the first quartile is a huge breadth of, the first quartile can include people that get 0 correct answers and half correct answers. Because it's the distribution is not normal and it's quite skewed. Okay. So now this one is completely, are there questions about this part? Yes.
Yes, quick. So first, I download some of this, and there's one thing. I mean, one challenge to compare this is that in the traditional probabilistic overconfidence search is calibration basically. So subjective probabilities and your solution probabilities that you compare to each other, and they don't have really I don't know. The only thing you have is let's say we have a two alternative force choice. Then you have 4.5 to 100% confidence, and then you can be either incorrect or correct. So really, I don't know, because that 0.5 or the 50%, it includes both I don't know, but also correct an inference that I don't know. So there's some of our models, we need to add the true not knowing because this 50% become too large. Because you, so that's one thing. The other thing is that we've been interested to see this in sensory discrimination. I would bet that they will not hold there. Because if you, for example, if you have two alternative for choice again, and you plot the items and the confidence and the solution probabilities, then you see that the solution probabilities goes from 100% down to under 50%, even in false choice. But if you have sensory discrimination, all the solution probabilities goes over 0.5. So there's no misleading items there. And I wonder how it would look if you do this like line length discrimination instead.
Yes.
That was quite much.
Yeah. So for the first one, we actually so now we've been running. So this one is not the same data. This one is a study with like a bit over 1,000 participants that we did because we wanted to force the don't knows. We wanted to every time they asked the answer don't know, we force them to guess. So that we can also have underestimation, for instance, and things like that, and we can have different metrics. Yeah, so that's and it holds. It doesn't. It really the people who know the least. They know very little. Okay? We have not done it for sensory. I think it would be interesting. But when we submit, so the paper is already published, and the reviewer, one of the reviewers of the paper, actually replicated it. On his data on vaccination preference or whether or not people believed I'm sorry, not vaccination. This one was climate change. If climate change was real or not and why, and it was the same. It saw exactly the same pattern. So, but again, this is more like kind of like this was not knowledge, it was belief, but still this
one question for understanding about what you showed before. So, okay, I understand that people with intermediate knowledge are most overconfident, but isn't it still so that people with intermediate knowledge are more likely to give correct answers than people with less knowledge? So in that sense, they are overconfident, but they still know better.
I'm going very fast, and you're right, and that's a very good point. So actually, because people who tend to always answer don't know, they will look less knowledgeable than the people who guess, right? Like if you just guess, you get an advantage because you are gonna guess correctly if 50% of the times, right? And so you would look more knowledgeable. So actually, what we have to do is two things. First, we force the don't knows so that we see if they're underconfident or not. And the second thing is that we modeled based on the distributions, observed distributions of knowledge that we had. We had agent-based modeling of different strategies of answering, and then we correct for a certain percentage of guessers. But what this makes is our results more conservative, but still we see the data. That's a very good point. Okay, so this last one is on social networks and how we are thinking about the question is, so there was this paper that lots of people read, made the cover of Science in 2018 on comparing false and fake news, and this paper from Sinan Aral, and it's basically saying that falsehood diffused significantly further, faster, deeper level than the truth, and there are problems with this, but there was one thing interesting there saying that the robots accelerated the spread of true and false news at the same rate. So it's as if, in a way, and these were bots, not machine learning bots. So these were classical bots at the time. And I know it's only 2018, but it's a huge difference. So it's very interesting because it's this idea that the preference for fake news is something very human, or for this, and that it's difficult actually in the classical sense of coding. If we think as a thought experiment, right? Like if I think about how should I code a bot, not machine learning, classical coding, to have a preference for falsehood, it's very difficult to do because you need context. And how do you put that in code? So it also, again, it's another example when it's interesting to study human biases because it's a human preference. So confirmation bias in group, overconfidence, these types of things. So we are using social networks to study these human biases in group confirmation and how and try to test it. For that, we collected a large data set of news. Here I'm only showing the fact checks, but we also have news that were not fact checked on Twitter and their shares. And the question here that we find interesting is, why is it that some become extremely popular? We know they will follow parallel, but why? And what happens if you have the exact same tweet, this exact same URL, but posted by different people? So we will have gender bias there, for instance, like do tweets from males, the same tweet from a male gets more retweeted than the exact same tweet for a female, or from different languages, or from different countries. So what I'll show the similar graph. What you have is that Twitter has some sort of frequency, so people in the night tweet less than they tweet over the day. So when you sum the number of tweets per hour, it kind of has these bumps. So we use the transformation that we call Twitter time. So basically, instead of using real time, we use each post as one time instance, so that we can have this normalized. And the advantage of having this normalized is that then we can fit. It's easier to fit curves. And in this case, we're using a very simple evolutionary model, fitness model, just saying with some parameters, basically, that they tell me that my prediction of the number of tweets, so it's a function of how fast it goes here in the beginning, and then we have a dampening factor because eventually the people stop caring. They don't go infinitely. Eventually they dampen. This is going to be the G. And then we can do it for many different. Actually, let's skip this. And then we can do it for many different ways of organizing our cascades. So let's say here we have whether or not they're true or false, the topics, the origin, the language, how many followers had the original tweet person, who if they are on music, on films, on gender for different languages and things like this. And then we can fit these growth curves, and then we compare these different parameters. And one of the things that, so this plot is for these ones over here. It's tweets on COVID, music and film in Portuguese, Italian, German, and Dutch. These are just the range. And then when we fit, what we're trying to see is do these parameters cluster by topic, for instance, do they cluster by the gender of the original tweeter? So what explains better? So these dynamics, what are the factors that explain these dynamics better? So I'm going to put on this parameter space, this is a already transformation. So the same that intuition is similar. And what we keep seeing, and this is not published, I don't know what to do with this, so I really like your feedback. What we keep seeing is that they cluster by language. This was normalized by size, so it's not the size of the community, but it's as if some languages, so let's say this is COVID, music and films, COVID, music and films, COVID, music and films for the different languages, and they are typically closer in the parameter space by language than they are by topic. So like this would be film, and film. This would be music, and music. You see, so it's very difficult to cluster them by anything that is not a language. And we're thinking that maybe language is a proxy for the structure of the network. So let's say the Dutch network makes that the dynamics of the tweets will follow some popularity trends. And then, but if you do the same thing in Brazil, the tweets become less popular or more popular following the same type of dynamics. I'm just guessing. I don't know why is it that we keep seeing this, that we have this. But one reason why this might be interesting, if it's true, is that maybe now we can do it the other way around. So like the type of what Fernando was saying, or what are the structures of the network that could make information spread very fast and even increase polarization, because then we can go back and look at the different structures of the network and try to infer what is it in those structures. So now we're trying to do simulations of the different network structures and see where they fall on this parameter space as well. Which takes a long time.
Just, can you restate, what is the conclusion? What is the observation?
So the thing is, so we thought that maybe one thing that, let's say we start with the same tweet or the same URL. One thing that would explain why is it that some become very popular would be, for instance, the gender of the Twitter, of the original Twitter. You don't really see it. They're very similar. Or it could be the number of followers, of course, plays a huge role. If you have a lot of followers, you have a completely different type of distribution. But
and then the cascade size is, how is that going?
It's not just the cascade size; it's the shape of the cascade. So so A is kind of like how fast it flows initially, and G is how it dampens.
Okay.
So that's more or less the intuition. So what we see is that when we cluster them in parameters, so they are correlators, A and G, but they have and typically they have, if we compare A with G, they're going to have a slope of 1. Right? But then there are deviations from this slope, and we see the deviations by topic, by blah, blah, blah. But typically for the same language, the slope is always the same. Doesn't matter if I'm talking about topic. Doesn't matter if it's the gender, doesn't matter anything. For the same language, it's as if the slopes are always the same. So they cluster very closely, the parameters cluster very close in this parameter space by language and not by anything else.
So there in the Portuguese data set, it's data from Brazil.
It's mostly Brazil. It's mostly Brazil.
Is it really language or countries like culture?
Yes, there are all sorts of tests that we can do. We've done, so now actually for this one, it's just language, this one that I was showing you here. For this one now, we have country. This one here that says language is actually country, because these are geolocated. So we're testing. This is very preliminary.
What's CCDF?
Also, it's the cumulative function. It's a cumulative.
How large the cascade gets eventually.
Yes, exactly.
So on the previous plot, when you showed the activity, then you see that there's a.
This one.
Yeah, there's daytime, nighttime activity here.
Yeah.
For some languages, I could see that when it's geographically constrained, that would make sense. But in English, probably you would see less of this.
I don't think you were here when I saw this. No, it's fine. It's just that because exactly you have different geographical activities. What we did is that we created this thing that we call Twitter time. So instead of using time, we use frequency of tweets. So every new tweet becomes a second, and then we retransform this. So basically, we get rid of these platforms, and then we have a smoother distribution that we can fit.
Okay.
So we are kind of
presumably in English, that Twitter time is much faster.
So for yes,
in real time.
Yes.
I mean, there is getting like normalizing in this way or rescaling whatever. This makes sense mathematically, but there is a notion of real time of news, right? So just because there's more tweets in English doesn't mean the news progresses so much faster.
Yes.
So I wonder. Yeah, I would expect it to be faster, I guess, in English. The cascades to be bigger.
But let's say, but what we care about is like how fast they are here and then how fast they're done. Okay. And what we are seeing is that regardless of the topic or of the origin or of if it's true or if it's false, this relationship between A and G or between other parameters, it's fixed more or less, and the slope varies much more by language than it varies by anything else. And we don't know how to interpret this.
Okay.
So we thought that maybe we were gonna see an effect of fake versus real. And we do see, but it's very small compared to the effects of the language. So one possible interpretation is that there is something in these network structures that you basically keep, regardless of the topic, you have very similar dynamics. And then, which could be interesting, because then if you go back and study the structures, we could infer what makes one very polarizing or what makes one much more long tail than the others.
I would be wondering what the language is a sort of proxy for the social structure of the country, which has all sorts of characteristics like inequality, effective polarization.
Or even the niceness, right? Like Peter was mentioning that in some countries the discourse seems to be nicer. And how, whether or not this could influence it. Well, okay, so this is like first time I'm showing it. We don't know how to make sense of this. And we're trying to weigh it with to bring it together with the search engine and the LLM results as well, on whether or not we can now probe, because we can do it by, we can have these bots, right? And these bots can pretend to be people. So instead of having the bots on social networks and try to do these interactions, we can have the bots browse, for instance, and try to see the dynamics in different countries of how polarized, for instance, the internet structure is in general. They're not just online. But any thoughts?
Results for similar languages also see and then
yes, so so here, right, you have this, I think you have German, yeah, and we have that. And we have, and if we go back to if we go back to the polarization results here on the search engines, actually, I don't know if I have those results here or not, but we have them by country and they're completely different. Maybe I don't have it. Yeah, so I don't know. Anyway, so to sum up, we are.
Maybe yours on the data set for Twitter, how big was it?
So we have two data sets and I'm actually showing things mixed up together. So one of them is on fake news. And we started with 70,000 fact checks. So news that were fact checked. In many different languages, we collected, I don't know from how many different fact checkers around the world. And for those URLs, we consolidated them into fake, real, satire, in between, something like that. And classify by language and classify them by topic. So these are, so whether they are on politics, whether they are on health, because our expectation was that we could never recover the RL. We never see that much difference between fake and real, basically. So we thought maybe it's just because he was using a political data set from the US and we're using a very large data set. So we broke it down. When we do political data set from the US, we don't see it here. So we think we asked for the data, we're trying to replicate, but it might have been a fake. Because it's not just us, we can see. But still, so then we can compare the popularity of these tweets by all of these different factors. And Twitter, and we searched for these individual URLs on Twitter, and we identified them more or less that 800,000 share them, and we collect them, the 1.4 million shares, and we collected information on the original Twitter, the person who tweeted it originally, and on some of the network, not the full network.
Some of their network.
Some of their network, of the people who we shared that were connected. Well, we have the general, like number of followers and followees, but also some information on the user network, because we were trying to look at in-group bias and confirmation bias and things like that. So we have their things, but here I'm not, but the only information that we're using for the user in this case is the number of followers, the gender that was inferred. And in this case is not language, it's a mistake. This case is because there's no thing. This case is language.
So on the number of followers, the one that's kind of the furthest away, that's the biggest number of followers. That's about 10,000.
And that's, we want to have whether or not they're verified. So if they have the Twitter blue thing saying that they're verified, then we also have a difference. So the ones that are verified tend to give larger cascades, more because it doesn't dampen, more because their G is higher. I don't think it's here actually. More because their G is higher than because of their A. So in the beginning, it takes the same time it takes the same time for it to take off. But then the normal people, the non-verified, it dampens like this, and for them,
For the COVID one, was it Portugal has the highest cascades?
it's not Portugal, it's Brazil.
Brazil, but it's the Portuguese language.
It's a Portuguese, but it's mostly Brazil. Maybe there are some there that are Portuguese, but it's
And when you show the cascade size, it's absolute, it's not normalized.
no. So it's from these distributions of cascades, right? So this is log, and you have these different shapes. Some of them are very big, some of them are. So here the Dutch one is smaller. But when we do the parameter space, we sample by cascade distribution so that they are in the same size. So that's not a factor. So we normalize by how we reduce the fact that maybe the network is much bigger. To control further. Let me see. So it's not network size. It might be network structure. And now we're trying to match it with this data with for the countries. Okay. Try to see if it's related or not. Yeah. Any more questions? If I can keep them.
No question anymore? Okay, so thank
Thank
you.
you.